You have to sit there. Sorry, give us one moment. And when you're ready.
Morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify that they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Eileen Keys.
Good morning, Mike Poole.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Mr. Ortega, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Domingo Ortega, inmate number 410550.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Domingo Ortega, inmate number 410550. He's serving a sentence of 15 years jail, execution suspended after 5 years with 10 years of probation to follow for 2 counts of illegal sexual contact with a victim under the age of 16. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 31st, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior program. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, an educational referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and the host program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe good.
So I can better myself in the future, near future. I also got work that I need to catch up on, child support to pay. That's kind of a tough question, but you know, I got to keep myself out of trouble when I'm out in the world, you know.
Yeah. Can you tell us reasons that you think maybe you're deserving of parole?
To be honest, I really can't even think of anything right now, but
That's fine.
I really can't, I'm sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. Well, I thank you very much for providing the statement that you were able to come up with. We're going to ask you a few questions now. We're going to begin with my colleague, panel member Barry. And then after she's finished with questions, the rest of us will ask questions as well if we have any, and then we'll proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ortega, I appreciate the opening statement. I mean, obviously, we all want you to better yourself and we want you to stay out of trouble. We also want you to pay your child support because, you know, children can't support themselves. So those are all valid reasons. What you fail to do in your opening comments is talk about what it is that you've done and the level of responsibility you take for these crimes.
So could you repeat that question?
I said in your opening comments, you did not tell us about your victims involved in this case or your level of responsibility for your convictions.
Well, that I do regret. I regret that in every moment. You know, I take responsibility for my stupidity actions. You know, I regret it every day of my life.
So, I mean, all throughout the documents, you were not accepting responsibility for this. You told the officer that you weren't even living with the victims at the time that these cases.
No, I wasn't, but I was babysitting at the time.
How do you babysit your children?
Well, when she was at work, I went over there and I spent the night with them. I really wasn't living over there.
Okay, so when you were evaluated, when you participated in the sex offender evaluation, you made the statement that you supposedly touched your children.
Correct.
Using words like that, it really sounds like a minimization. Do you accept or do you admit or deny committing these crimes?
I admit.
And
Oh,
do you have anything by way of an apology or any information or thoughts that you have about how these crimes impacted your victims?
The thoughts I don't have anything on me, but I can sure enough say that I am very truly sorry from the bottom of my heart. I know that it impacted them because now they can't even look at me the same. They can't even look at me as a dad anymore. And they're just gonna be scarred for the rest of their life.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a fair synopsis that, you know, they will be impacted for the rest of their lives. But the more important thing is how you can try to get all the help that you need to avoid this from happening to another child under your care. Do you have any preventative or relapse prevention plans to?
I can think of pro-social. I can think of pro-social as in a family member, my parole officer if I'm granted, a probation officer once it's completed. I can have a therapist.
And I think that you also told the officer that you were drunk and that you were using a few different PCP. At least you've been in treatment at least 15 times, but you haven't been able to complete any of those successfully. Do you think that these drugs played a role in your behaviors?
They played a big role.
Okay.
And I know 100% sure that I won't be going back to that.
So what I'm really thinking, Mr. Ortega, is that you're with us until 2028. And you do have a bunch of other programs on your offender accountability plan, what I believe will be beneficial for you. For example, the addiction services, the Voices program, which is based on victims. I know that you have maintained stable employment and that you do have some pro-social supports out in the community, but I still believe that there is a little bit more that you can do while you're in there before being released.
My there's only one on my OAP, which is Voices. I didn't know anything about an addiction service or any of that.
Well, your score is a 4. Your drug and alcohol score is 4. So
Okay.
if you're at that level, I'm fairly certain. Officer Bryant, I'm sorry, is addiction services on his offender accountability plan?
the initial one. Or he's on
Okay.
the addiction services.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
since
So you're on the wait list.
25.
Thank you. So you need that, you need some of that program. So all that stuff will help you avoid this in the future. Like you've taken the primary program, but there's other things that you can do while you're there. And I see that you are your mental health score is high, is a higher one too. Are you addressing that while you're in there? You don't have to go into details, but are you on a regimen that's working for you? And
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I speak to a mental health counselor
Okay.
on every 2 basis.
Okay. All right. And okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no questions either. So we're finished with questions for now. So we're going to enter into deliberation. You can listen, but please just don't interrupt, and then you'll have your answer at the conclusion. Thank you. Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Ortega sounds like he's moving in the right direction in terms of his rehabilitation. He is able to identify his substance abuse as an issue for him. He can only talk about the impact that his actions had on the victims from what he has known thus far. But I really feel that the Voice program will help him take a deeper dive. I think the addiction services will add some additional tools that he needs to be successful out in the community. So I don't want to send him out prematurely when I know that he has these other issues as well. And we want to set him up for success.
Yes.
We want him to have the best possible chance of surviving out there without any other crime. So at this time, I'm a denial, but I would be willing to rehear him at a later date to have him complete some additional programs.
I agree.
I agree. he has completed the problem sexual behavior program in the facility, and the evaluation was very positive. He really did well in that program and seemed to have gained a lot of insight. Reviewing his probation records from prior, he has been in and out of treatment, so I think the addiction services program, particularly on Joystick, would be very helpful. So you've done very well, and it's certainly not his fault that he has not been able to get through that program yet, but we want him to be leaving on that strongest foot so that he does not come back. So I agree. So a motion in the matter of Domingo Ortega, inmate.
You want to,
Oh, sorry. And actually, yes, I'm sorry. 1 year. Is 1 year good? Or
It's
is
1 year, a little bit more.
sentence?
5/7/28 is the end of sentence. So we can do his eligibility date was in January 26. We can do maybe January 27.
Do that.
And the reasons for denial is inadequate program participation.
Yes. Anything else? That's all. Yeah, okay. In the matter of Domingo Ortega, inmate number 410550, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: inadequate institutional program participation. The board will rehear this matter in January of 2027, at which time we recommend that Mr. Ortega participate in any positive programming, particularly those on his OAP, and not earn any additional DRs. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. Mr. Ortega, you have been denied, but we are giving you another opportunity. We want you just to, as you heard, complete the programs that really will address exactly what should make you a stronger candidate when you get out. So that hopefully this is the last time you're in here. And so don't get any more DRs, please, and do your best to complete the programming. And hopefully, since you have a rehear date, they may be able to get you in the programs a little quicker. Okay. So continue the good work you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Domingo Ortega, inmate number 410550.
All set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was where you were and my main, right? Main currency. I know I put it down. Yeah. I'm ready to go out and, okay. I know what's coming. It's not Connecticut right now, but it's gonna be the same one. 86 817 4,000.
Start by swearing in the interpreter. The interpreter for today will be Daisy or 80. Daisy, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bryant. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for any information and preparation of this hearing.
Eileen Keys.
Good morning, Mike Poole.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de libertad condicional Bryant. Hoy es miércoles 27 de mayo del 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional del Estado de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al hacer constar sus nombres en el registro certifican que han examinado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. La presidenta del día de hoy, la señorita Eileen Keys, y los miembros de la Junta, Michael Paul y la señora Berry.
Also attending is the board psychologist.
También en asistencia tenemos a la psicóloga de la Junta.
Mr. Aguilar, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Señora Aguilar, por favor, diga su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Mi nombre es Francisco Aguilar. El número de preso es 0447580.
My name is Francisco Aguilar. My number is 044875880.
What?
Just,
Ms. Hearing.
That's not his number.
¿Puede repetir su número de confinado?
Es el 447580. Yo puse los otros dos primero.
447580. I added the other two first.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Francisco Aguilar, inmate number 447580. He's serving a sentence of 15 years jail, execution suspended after 5 years with 10 years of probation to follow for illegal sexual contact with the victim under the age of 13. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 7, 2026. There's victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program. He remains on the wait list for the New Thoughts program, an educational referral, a child assignment, the Problem Sexual Behavior program, a vocational referral, and the Alternatives to Violence program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted the program.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Francisco Aguilar, número de confinado 447580. Está cumpliendo una condena de 15 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 5 años de prisión seguido por 10 años de libertad provisional por contacto sexual ilegal con una víctima menor de 13 años de edad. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de septiembre 7, 2026. Sí hay un testimonio de víctima en este caso y sí hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado el programa de nombre Voices, continúa en la lista de espera para el programa de nombre New Thoughts, una asignación laboral, asesoramiento educativo y vocacional, un programa sobre conductas sexuales problemáticas y el programa de alternativas a la violencia de nombre Alternatives to Violence Program. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor, el puntuaje general del ofensor se encuentra dentro del rango bajo de riesgo de reincidencia. Utilizando el Static 99R, el puntuaje general del ofensor en cuanto a la reincidencia en delitos sexuales se encuentra del rango bajo. Esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede usted comenzar.
Yo he aprendido, en realidad yo estoy arrepentido de lo sucedido y aquí en este lugar he aprendido muchas cosas que en realidad a veces uno hace que en realidad está mal y yo sí le he echado muchas ganas aquí a tratar de ser una persona bien, hacer el bien y como acá he tratado, he echado muchas ganas para estar a hacer mis programas. Yo siempre traté de ir a mis programas, pero me los negaron y por eso es que no he terminado los otros programas que tenía yo que hacer y yo la verdad sí les daría yo que me dieran una oportunidad de salir de nuevamente al mundo porque tengo que sacar adelante a mis hijos, a mi familia que me necesita y pues sí, es duro y ojalá y de todo corazón pido que la víctima
Un
algún
momento.
día
Well, I've really learned. Well, first of all, I'm really sorry about what happened. I did learn a lot while I've been in here. It's been really difficult, and I've learned that that these things are wrong. I've worked really hard to try and be a good person and to do good. I've tried to work hard. I've tried to do my programs, but they were denied. That's why I haven't done some of my programs. I do ask for the opportunity to go out into the world. It's been hard in here, but I do have to take care of my kids and my family. It's just been hard and difficult.
Continue on.
Puede continuar.
Ajá, y yo le pido que ojalá y algún día la víctima y los familiares de la víctima me perdonen por lo sucedido y en realidad estoy realmente arrepentido y como le digo, yo aquí he aprendido las oportunidades que a Dios le da uno allá afuera y uno no las valora y ahora yo aquí en este lugar, como le digo, yo le he echado muchas ganas, he sobresalido adelante, gracias a Dios, he ido, ahorita estoy en un programa de la escuela, a mi trabajo y me enfoco en la iglesia, en la Biblia y todo eso y pues sí, me gustaría que me dieran la oportunidad de salir al mundo y volver a realizar, que me den una nueva oportunidad, es lo único que yo les pido a cada uno de ustedes y que en verdad yo les agradecería mucho de todo corazón y si se trata de hacer más programas de aquí para adelante, yo me dicen qué programa tengo que hacer y yo los hago y escribo para que me llamen.
I do ask that the victims and her family members forgive me. I really am sorry about it, and I really do regret it. I really have learned a lot being here about the opportunity that God gives on the outsides, and sometimes it's not appreciated. I've worked really hard. I've tried to move forward. I've tried to do my best to be better here. Doing the school program. I'm also focusing on work, the Bible, church. So I really ask that you give me another chance to go out into the world. So all I ask of you is another opportunity. I would really appreciate it if you guys give me the opportunity. And if you guys need me or want me to do another program or more programs, that you just tell me to do them and I'll do them. I'll even write for them to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Thank you. Tina.
Gracias, señora Aguilar.
So at this time, we're going to ask you a few questions. We're going to begin with my colleague, panel member Parole.
Thank you.
Gracias, señora Aguilar. Entonces, en este momento vamos a tomar un tiempo para hacerle preguntas. Las preguntas van a comenzar de parte del miembro de la Junta, el señor Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Aguilar.
Good morning.
The programs that you were talking about, there are a few on your OIP that you have not been able to take. I have you as having taken Voices, and you're in what I have listed as Spanish group. Can you tell me what that is?
Muchas gracias, señora Aguilar. Entonces, veo acerca de los programas que si tiene usted programas en la lista de su plan de responsabilidad de ofensor que no ha podido usted tomar. Veo que uno de los programas que sí pudo tomar es el que se llama Voices. Y tengo otro programa aquí anotado, pero lo tengo anotado como un programa en español. ¿Me puede decir de qué se trata ese programa?
Dependiendo, porque yo programas solamente hice voices y yo fui a un programa, pero era de jardinería, de plantas, y fue también voluntario. Fui a un programa que se llama AA de Alcohólicos Anónimos, ese yo fui voluntario. Es los únicos programas que he hecho, y la escuela y el trabajo de la cocina.
Well, it depends because the only program that I've really done is a voices. I did go to another a program that has to do with gardening and plants.
Yeah.
And then I did a voluntary program, the AA. So that's for alcoholics, for anonymous. And then it says, then I also, besides that, the only other thing that I've done is I've done the school and the work in the kitchen.
So is the school piece English as a second language?
El programa escolar, el de la escuela, es el programa de español e inglés,
Estoy para el inglés.
for English.
Okay. So that is the Spanish speaking group. Okay, perfect. I see that you, the other programs that you've taken, going to church, your work in the kitchen, which you have evaluations for. Those are good and excellent evaluations. You were recognized as the student of the month. Those are all positive things.
Muy bien, entonces los otros programas que mencionó, la iglesia, su empleo en la cocina, para el cual usted tiene evaluaciones. Esas evaluaciones han sido buenas, han sido excelentes y se le reconoció a usted como estudiante del mes. Entonces, todas esas son cosas positivas.
So there are also a couple of other programs on your OAP, treatment for problem sexual behavior, and new thoughts that you have not been able to take yet. Is that correct?
Muy bien, aparte de eso, también hay otros programas bajo su plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, o sea, el programa, el plan que se le hace para usted, a donde tiene usted programas que no ha podido tomar. Algunos de estos programas incluyen el programa sobre conductas sexuales problemáticas y también el programa de nombre New Thoughts. Eso todavía no los ha podido tomar. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, yo escribí 2 veces para mentajeo el programa de lo que me está diciendo usted. Escribí 2 veces y la persona de ahí me dijo que yo no lo podía yo hacer porque tenía yo que saber leer en inglés y escribir en inglés, y me preguntaron si yo sabía leer y escribir en inglés. Le dije que al 100% no sé. Entonces me dijeron que yo no podía yo hacerlo. Entonces yo le dije, mire, yo tengo mi parol para septiembre, yo no quiero que me perjudique eso. Dice, no, eso va a estar en el sistema y eso lo vas a hacer en la calle. Entonces digo, oh, está bien. Y escribí 2 veces y las 2 veces me dijeron lo mismo.
Yes, the 2 programs that you mentioned, I wrote it twice for those programs, and the person that was there told me that I was not able to do it because I needed to know how to read and write in English. They asked me if I knew how to read and write in English. I told them that 100% I didn't, so they told me that I couldn't do it. I told them that, look, my parole is coming up in September. I don't want that to affect me negatively. And they told me that I would be able to do those out in the community.
I do see that you, the evaluation that you had with the Center for the Treatment of Problem Sexual Behavior, that you took full responsibility, and oftentimes it said, you know, just catchphrases, I take full responsibility for everything, but you actually explained in your in the evaluation that you actually did what they said that you did. So that is, and you said that you took full responsibility, and you also have said that you're very sorry for what you did. And you talked about the impact a little bit about what you had to related to the victims.
Muy bien, veo que en la evaluación que se le hizo en el Centro de Tratamiento de Problemas o Trastornos Sexuales, usted tomó responsabilidad completamente o total responsabilidad acerca de lo que hizo. Hay veces que solamente dicen ciertas frases como tomo responsabilidad o acepto la responsabilidad, pero usted en realidad también explicó lo que hizo. Y dijo qué fue lo que hizo. Entonces usted aceptó una responsabilidad total acerca de lo que hizo, al igual que también usted dijo que lamenta mucho lo que había dicho y habló acerca del impacto que eso tuvo acerca de las víctimas.
You also have a sponsor in the community and employment that you could go to. You have no disciplinary reports. So the important thing for me is that you get the treatment for having sexual behavior. But I don't have anything further. There's no further questions I can really ask.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Member Berry?
I absolutely do.
Usted también tiene un patrocinador o una patrocinadora en la comunidad, al igual que también tiene una oferta de empleo, tiene empleo esperándolo. Si es que usted fuera puesto en libertad, al igual que también no tiene reportes disciplinarios. Entonces, estas son cosas importantes. Para mí, una de las cosas importantes para mí es que usted sí tome, participe en el programa de tratamiento de comportamiento sexual. En este momento ya no tengo preguntas adicionales. Permítame un segundo mientras les doy la palabra a otro miembro de la Junta.
Thank you. So, Mr. Aguilar, your release plan was troubling to me. You want to return to the house with your wife, and there are minor children there. What is your backup plan?
Muy bien, señora Aguilar, su plan de libertad es algo que me preocupa a mí, porque lo que usted quiere hacer es regresar a la casa de su esposa o en donde está su esposa, y en ese lugar hay niños, hay menores de edad. ¿Cuál sería su plan secundario?
Mi plan secundario sería que si hay un poco de dificultades en esa situación, decirle a una de mis hijas que son mayores de edad, que si ellas pueden rentar un apartamento a nombre de ellas y ya irme a vivir con una de ellas. Ese es mi plan, es lo único que yo tengo, porque si no, no tendré ahora sí dónde ir, ¿me entiende?
Well, my backup plan, if that was a difficult situation, would be to ask one of my daughters who are not underage, they're already older, for them to rent an apartment under their name, and then I would go and live with one of them. So that would be my backup plan if I didn't have somewhere to go.
And I agree with Mr. Parole with his statement that you need to participate in the problem sexual behavior program or treatment there in the facility, because one of the things that was noted in your sex offender evaluation was that you struggle with knowing what consent is.
Muy bien, y yo estoy de acuerdo con mi colega, el señor Paul, cuando él dijo que usted necesita participar en el programa de comportamiento sexual y el tratamiento que sea necesario basado en ese programa. Porque una de las cosas que se anotó en su evaluación, cuando le hicieron una evaluación de problemas sexuales, es de que usted no sabe en realidad lo que significa el consentimiento.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, panel member Gary. Mr. Aguilar, I do want to ask maybe one or two questions. As my colleague mentioned, you did accept responsibility early on and throughout, which was wonderful to hear. But you said that you didn't know it was wrong to touch little girls. And that you learned that at church. If you didn't know it was wrong to touch little girls, then why did you keep stopping when you thought someone was coming? And why did you tell the girls not to tell anyone or you would kill them?
Muy bien, señora Aguilar. Yo tengo una o dos preguntas que hacerle. Como mi colega mencionó, usted aceptó responsabilidad muy temprano en su procedimiento y durante el procedimiento. Una de las cosas que usted mencionó es que usted dijo que no sabía que tocar a las niñas o los menores de edad estaba mal hasta que usted lo aprendió en la iglesia. Pero si usted no sabía que eso estaba mal, entonces, ¿por qué usted paraba cuando creía que alguien venía o por qué le dijo a las niñas que si decían algo las mataría?
La verdad, como le digo, yo a veces uno piensa, hace cosas que en realidad no están bien. En el momento uno piensa que están haciendo el bien, pero como le digo, yo hice eso, dije eso sin saber lo que estaba yo diciendo, sin saber las cosas y las consecuencias que me podían ver, que me podían traer. Esa es una de las cosas que en realidad que yo no he estado tranquilo desde el momento en que caí en este lugar, que desgraciadamente por tomar una decisión equivocada o decir unas cosas que en realidad no tenían que traer, que me iban a traer estas consecuencias, todo se me vino abajo, porque en realidad yo, como le digo, yo estoy realmente arrepentido al 100% y como le digo, a veces uno habla y no se miden las consecuencias que pueden traer esos actos y esas palabras.
Ok, permítame un segundo, señor Francisco, gracias. Sometimes people do and think things that aren't right. And at times you think that what you're doing is okay, later to find out that it's not. So I said things without knowing what I was saying and the consequences that it could bring me. That's one of the things that I struggled with while being here, that I've not been okay since. I made a wrong decision. I said the wrong things I shouldn't have done, and then it brought these things upon me. So ever since I did that, everything changed for me, doing and saying things without knowing the consequences.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aguilar. We have no further questions, so at this time we'll begin we have victim input, thank you. So we're going to turn the hearing over to the victim advocate. I believe it's Ms. Vasquez. And so while the victim's advocate is speaking, you are able to listen, but please do not interrupt. Ms. Vasquez and Daisy.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, esas son todas las preguntas que tenemos en este momento. Lo que sí tenemos es la declaración de la víctima o una declaración de víctimas. En este caso tenemos a la señorita Vázquez de la Oficina de Servicios a Víctimas. Le pedimos, por favor, aunque usted esté escuchando, no interrumpa. Señorita Vázquez.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for this opportunity. I have the opportunity with
Ms. Vasquez, we can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You still sound very, very low. Sorry.
That's okay.
What about now?
That's better. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies for that. I had the opportunity of speaking with.
Now you sound muffled. I'm sorry.
Do you want to tell the board that she did email me the victim statement?
Oh.
So I do have it if you'd like me to read it, if that's okay with Ms. Vasquez.
Okay. Are you able to make yourself louder, Ms. Vasquez? You know, we're,
I don't know what's wrong with the connection, but
Should probably come in.
yeah, she might be coming.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
I don't know what's wrong with the connection.
I'll sit right, if I sit right here,
Yes, thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I had the opportunity of speaking with the victim's family, and they have asked me to read the statement on their behalf. To the honorable members of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, we are writing as the family of the victim to strongly oppose the release and granting of parole for inmate Francisco Aguilar Mendez. The crime committed against our daughter caused devastating and long-lasting emotional trauma that continues to affect our entire family every single day. Although years passed, the pain, anxiety, and fear did not end with his incarceration. Our daughter is now 16 years old, and she continues to carry the emotional impact of the sexual assault she endured. As with her family, we witnessed firsthand the lasting damage this has caused to her sense of safety, trust, emotional well-being, and overall quality of life. The possibility of Mr. Mendez being released causes overwhelming anxiety and fear for our family. We constantly worry about our daughter's emotional and physical safety, and the thought of his release reopens wounds that have never fully healed. She has struggled with fear, emotional distress, anxiety, sleep disturbances, and the ongoing trauma associated with what happened to her. As parents and family members, we also live with the emotional burden of trying to protect and reassure her while coping with our own fear and anger surrounding this situation. We ask the members of the board to please place yourselves in our position for a moment. Imagine if this were your child, your family, and your home that had been forever changed by such a traumatic act. Imagine watching your child struggle with fear, anxiety, emotional pain, and the lasting effects of sexual assault for years afterward, knowing there is nothing you can do to erase this trauma. We respectfully ask you to consider whether you would feel safe or at peace knowing the individual responsible for causing that damage was being released back into society. As a family, we continue to live with the consequences of his actions every day. And we ask that our daughter's safety, well-being, and future remain priority in your decision. We are deeply concerned not only about our daughter, but about the safety of the community. Releasing an individual convicted of sexual assault creates a serious risk, especially considering that he would likely be surrounded by and exposed to other children and vulnerable individuals. Additionally, we do not believe sufficient rehabilitation or genuine remorse has been demonstrated to justify parole. The severity of the offense and the lasting trauma inflicted upon our daughter and family cannot be understated. The emotional damage from these actions continues long after sentencing, and our family continues to suffer the consequences daily. Granting parole would not only re-traumatize our daughter and family, but it would also undermine our sense of safety and justice. We respectfully ask the board to consider the ongoing impact this crime has had on our family, the danger his release could pose to the community, and the lifelong emotional harm suffered by our daughter. For these reasons, we respectfully and strongly request that parole be denied for Francisco Aguilar Mendez. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, JB LM, parents of the victim. Thank you.
Thank you.
A los honorables miembros de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional, les escribimos como la familia de la víctima para oponernos firmemente a la libertad condicional, a la concesión de libertad condicional al confinado Francisco Aguilar Méndez. El delito cometido con nuestra hija le causó un trauma emocional devastador y duradero que sigue afectando a toda nuestra familia todos los días. Aunque han pasado los años, el dolor, la ansiedad y el miedo no han desaparecido con su encarcelamiento. Nuestra hija ahora tiene 16 años y sigue sufriendo las secuelas emocionales de la agresión sexual que sufrió. Al igual que su familia, somos testigos de primera mano del daño duradero que esto le ha causado en cuanto a su sentido de seguridad, confianza, su bienestar emocional y su calidad de vida en general. La posibilidad de que el señor Méndez sea puesto en libertad a mi familia le provoca una ansiedad y un miedo abrumador. Nos preocupa constantemente la seguridad emocional y física de nuestra hija. La idea de que sea puesto en libertad reabre heridas que jamás han sanado por completo. Ella ha tenido que batallar con el miedo, la angustia emocional, la ansiedad, los trastornos del sueño y el trauma continuo asociado con lo que le sucedió. Como padres y familiares, también vivimos con la carga emocional de intentar protegerla y tranquilizarla mientras lidiamos con nuestros propios miedos y nuestra ira en torno a esta situación. Pedimos a los miembros de la Junta que por favor se pongan en nuestro lugar por un momento. Imaginen que fuera su hijo o su hija, su familia y su hogar los que hubieran quedado marcados para siempre por un acto tan traumático. Imaginen ver a su hija luchar contra el miedo, la ansiedad, el dolor emocional y las secuelas duraderas de una agresión sexual durante años después de lo sucedido, sabiendo que no hay nada que puedan hacer para borrar ese trauma. Respetuosamente le pedimos que consideren si se sentirían seguros o en paz, sabiendo que la persona responsable de causar ese daño iba a ser puesta en libertad y regresar a la comunidad. Como familia seguimos viviendo con las consecuencias de sus actos todos los días y les pedimos que la seguridad, el bienestar y el futuro de nuestra hija sigan siendo la prioridad en su decisión. Nos preocupa profundamente no solo nuestra hija, sino también la seguridad de la comunidad. Poner en libertad a una persona condenada por agresión sexual conlleva un riesgo muy serio, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta que probablemente se encontraría rodeado de y expuesto a otros niños y personas vulnerables. Además, no creemos que se haya demostrado una rehabilitación suficiente ni un arrepentimiento sincero que justifiquen la libertad condicional. No se puede minimizar la gravedad del delito ni el trauma duradero infligido a nuestra hija y a nuestra familia. El daño emocional causado por estos hechos permanece mucho tiempo después de la sentencia y nuestra familia sigue sufriendo las consecuencias a diario. Conceder la libertad condicional no solo volvería a traumatizar a nuestra hija y a nuestra familia, sino que también amenazaría nuestro sentido de seguridad y de justicia. Respetuosamente solicitamos a la Junta que considere el impacto continuo que este delito ha tenido en nuestra familia, el peligro que su libertad representaría para la comunidad y el daño emocional que nuestra hija sufrirá de por vida. Por estos motivos, solicitamos con todo respeto y firmeza que se deniegue la libertad condicional a Francisco Aguilar Méndez. Gracias por su tiempo y su atención. Atentamente, JB y LM, padres de la víctima.
Thank you both.
You're welcome.
We will now enter deliberations. You may listen, sir, but please don't interrupt, and then we'll have a decision for you shortly. Panel member Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
En este momento vamos a discutir el caso, tomaremos una decisión. Usted puede escuchar y le pedimos no interrumpa. Adelante, señor Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Aguilar has no criminal history. His offenses are the one that he is currently incarcerated for. He rates out low on all of the instruments that are used to evaluate recidivism and sexual reoffense. He has taken voices, is in an English second language, has taken a great deal of programs that are available to him, which is work, a Catholic program. He has taken voices. He did have an interview, an evaluation with the Center for Treatment for Problem Sexual Behavior, in which he took full responsibility and described what he did. And I thank panel member Barry for her additional questions there, because it does show the need for treatment for problem sexual behavior. I do hear and fully understand what the victims have given in terms of input here. There's a great deal of concern and fear regarding Mr. Aguilar's potential release. Today, based upon his not having treatment for problem sexual behavior in the institution and the other programs that he has on his OAP, I did not have them granted today. I would, his end of sentence is set for November of 2028. I would believe that if there's a period of time that could have him stay and complete the programs, and if he gets out and is able to engage community, that might also be a positive thing, although there is 10 years of probation there as well. So I'd like to hear what other board members have to say.
Thank you, Member Paul. Sorry, thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. Entonces, tengo aquí, el señor Aguilar no tiene antecedentes penales, aparte de la ofensa que cometió, por el cual en este momento está encarcelado. Con todas las herramientas de evaluación que tenemos disponibles, él está en el nivel bajo de reincidencia, al igual que también un rango bajo de reincidencia acerca de delitos sexuales. Ha tomado a los programas que han estado disponibles para él, como las clases en inglés y algunos otros programas que han estado disponibles, incluyendo el de nombre Voices. También tuvo una entrevista, una evaluación con el Centro de Tratamiento para Problemas de Comportamiento Sexual. Entonces, él también, en el cual él describió lo que hizo y tomó responsabilidad completa de lo que hizo. También veo aquí que, como dijo mi colega, la señorita Berry, que sí se demuestra aquí que él sí necesita participar en el programa de tratamiento para comportamiento sexual. Siento que si él participara en este programa y fuera después liberado a la comunidad, podría a lo mejor tener un impacto en la comunidad si es que él pudiera tomar este programa. También quiero agradecer y apreciamos el testimonio o declaración de las víctimas el día de hoy, o la declaración que dio la víctima el día de hoy. Lo que me preocupa acerca del señor Aguilar, como ya indicamos, es de que no ha tomado este programa de tratamiento para el comportamiento sexual. Veo aquí de que él tiene su final de sentencia para marzo del 2029. Entonces, no sé si es que él pueda quedarse y completar los programas que sean necesarios, que están anotados bajo su plan del ofensor, para que él pueda tener un mejor impacto una vez que sea liberado hasta la comunidad. Entonces, basado en lo que veo ahorita, sería, aparte de eso, tendría probatoria, que sería la libertad provisional. Entonces, yo creo que a lo mejor sería mejor que se quede hasta que pueda completar los programas bajo el plan.
Member Berry?
Thank you. I do not have Mr. Aguilar voted to parole either. And I don't have him coming back. The nature of this offense is concerning. The injury and impact to the victim is valid, and without the program, I don't find him suitable. So for those reasons, I'm a denial.
Muy bien, entonces muchas gracias. Yo también aquí no tengo al señor Aguilar como apto para que se le otorgue la libertad condicional. También no tengo una fecha para que él pueda regresar a una audiencia para la libertad condicional, dado a la naturaleza del delito. Es lo que es preocupante, la naturaleza del delito, al igual que también se aprecia el impacto que el delito ha causado en las víctimas. Entonces, no lo tengo como apto para la libertad condicional.
Thank you. I am also a deny for today. I could rehear the case so that hopefully he can complete the program in the facility and maybe develop a more robust reentry plan. What would your denial reasons be? Nature and circumstance, injury and impact, and inadequate institutional program participation?
There's two others that are there as well, but I could go with those, but inadequate release plan is pointed out.
Okay.
And inadequate evidence of offender change is he's not developed through the programming, to rapid sexual behavior programming,
Okay.
but it's like we don't have to.
Your thoughts?
I think the injury and the impact is, is one reason I do like the inadequate evidence of offender change. And I would also add the inadequate program participation because I think that those go hand in hand.
You okay with those three? Okay. And when would you like to back for a rehear?
About
Not eligible until September.
about November 26th or 28th, November of 27.
Okay.
That gives a full year plus, and then there's an opportunity for a year on parole if that.
In the matter of Francisco Aguilar, inmate number 447580, I make a motion to deny parole at this time for the following reasons: the injury and impact to the victim, the inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. The board will rehear this matter in November of 2027, at which time we recommend that Mr. Aguilar take any positive programming and not earn any additional or any DRs. Do I have a second?
Second.
Favor? Aye. You're in agreement as well?
I'm in agreement with the denial, and
Okay.
I am not in agreement with the rehear.
So note that for the record.
Yes.
Thank
Una
you.
pregunta.
I have a question.
Okay.
Adelante.
Entonces ahorita, ¿cuál es lo que tengo que terminar yo? ¿A ustedes me van a dejar a terminar los 5 años de sentencia o puedo salir antes? ¿No sabe?
Señor Aguilar, le interpreto y ya lo que no entienda de lo que le interpreto, entonces pregunta. So he was asking,
Okay.
like, are you guys gonna finish? So I said, let me
Okay.
interpret this portion, and then what, after my interpretation, whatever you don't understand,
Yeah.
you can ask a question.
Thank you.
Okay, entonces,
Okay, thank you.
lo siguiente, En el caso de Francisco Aguilar, número de confinado 447580, se hace una moción para denegar la libertad condicional por las siguientes razones: los daños y o el impacto para las víctimas y la familia de las víctimas, pruebas insuficientes del cambio del ofensor y participación insuficiente en el programa institucional. Entonces se le va a denegar en este momento en la libertad condicional, pero vamos a volver a escuchar su caso en noviembre del 2027. Mientras tanto, le recomendamos que trate de tomar todos los programas positivos que pueda en la instalación y que se mantenga libre de no obtener ningún tipo de reporte disciplinario. El miembro de la Junta, la señorita Berry, está de acuerdo en denegarle la libertad condicional y se opone a que se vuelva a oír su caso. Eso es lo que se estaba discutiendo cuando usted dijo tener una pregunta.
You have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Ajá, no, mi pregunta es, ellos me vienen a ver para para el año que viene, pero si dado caso que no me puedan dejar ir, porque lo que pasa es que yo firmé papeles para la deportación, para migración. Yo no sé si tenga que ver algo con ellos también. Y también quería decirles que entonces si no puedo salir, me van a dejar hasta que terminen los 5 años o no saben ellos.
Okay, so you guys will see me again next year, but if you're not able to release me, the thing is I signed paperwork for deportation with immigration. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with you guys, but I did sign the paperwork. If I'm not able to get out, does that mean that I'll have to do the 5 years, or what does it mean?
Talk with counselor.
Yeah, we are not part of the immigration process at all, so I would speak with your counselor.
Nosotros no somos parte del proceso de inmigración, entonces le diría que hable con el consejero de ahí.
Ok, entonces ellos me vienen a ver para el año que viene y sin dado caso que ellos van a dejar que tengo que terminar yo mis 5 años de sentencia o no se sabe.
Okay, so you'll see me next year, and if you're not able to release me, does that mean I have to finish my 5-year sentence, or you don't know?
It would, if the panel at that time does not grant him discretionary parole, then he would complete his sentence.
I think it's just
But we do
referring to a notification.
So we're done with the hearing.
Yeah, but so he needs to
Yeah.
talk to his counselor with additional
Yeah.
questions, and we need to.
We're done.
Okay, entonces, eso sería decisión de la siguiente junta, de los siguientes miembros de la junta para ese año. Acerca de todo lo que tiene que ver con inmigración, no tenemos nada que ver con eso, tiene que hablar con el consejero o la consejera de la instalación. Para el caso o la audiencia de hoy, ya ha terminado la audiencia de hoy.
Ok, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Francisco Aguilar, MA number 447580.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Francisco Aguilar, número de confinado 447580.
You're all set, Aguilar.
Ya puede marcharse.
Johnson, could you grab the CO?
They want a CO. They want a CO.
How's it going?
If you have Shut down there already,
Pardon?
you have Nathan Shut down there.
Well, let me take a look. They want Nathan shot. Shoot. We're gonna call him down right now.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know how long that will take?
I don't know, about 10. Oh, he's at school right now.
Okay, so we might as well just do the jurisprudence.
Okay, so we'll proceed with, I'm sorry.
The jurisprudence, Johnson.
Steve Johnson.
Okay.
We'll shut down, we'll take him next.
All right.
Thank you.
Going according to plan.
So you're gonna take him now, or are you gonna wait for shot?
And then hopefully Shup will be there when we're finished with Johnson. Does that sound okay?
Sounds good. Perfect.
Thank you.
Officer, before you step away, I am going to need your help with Johnson in a moment. Sorry, officer. The board is just going to do part of their script, and then I'm going to need your help with the connection. So if you can just stand by for a moment.
All right.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this morning are the following board members.
Aileen Keys.
Mike Poole.
Panel Member Barry.
Mr. Johnson, please state your name and inmate number for record.
Christopher Michael Johnson, 434930.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participation in a behavior management program for problem sexual behavior.
Excuse me.
Oh, because the information we are going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Board will now go into executive session and we will be back on the record shortly.
Officer, I'm just going to hang up the call and send you a brand new call so the board can speak to him off the record. If you can answer that pop-up in just a moment.
Yep.
Thank you.
Where they hear you. I agree with you.
Hello? Hello?
That's very smooth.
Officer, you may just need to switch to presenter mode again. And minimize the little chat on screen. And if Mr. Johnson could come back in for a moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
The matter of Christopher Johnson, 434-930, I move that the board require an assessment of problem sexual behavior prior to the scheduling of a discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. After reviewing all the information available today, the board has determined that an evaluation for treatment of problem sexual behavior will be required prior to scheduling Mr. Johnson's discretionary parole hearing. At that hearing, the board may decide to order participation in treatment and compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of release. Mr. Johnson may also be assigned to the special management unit for supervision.
This concludes the jurisprudence hearing for Christopher Johnson, inmate number 434-930.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
What is special management?
Special parole officers there are some specialized units, and it would be parole officers that just work with people that are receiving.
I got you. Thank you.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a seat, Shep.
Ready when you are.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Aileen Keys.
Mike Pohl.
Panel member Barry.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services and the board psychologist. Mr. Shutt, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nathan Shupp, 442-752.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nathan Shutt, inmate number 442-752. Serving a sentence of 15 years jail, execution suspended after 7 years with 10 years of probation, followed for 3 counts of illegal sexual contact, victim under the age of 13. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 1st, 2026. There's victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan that's been reviewed and shows the offender has participated in the Second Chance program, completed the Short Track Problem Sexual Behavior program. In addition, he's currently participating in anger management. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, New Thoughts, a job assignment, and the Voices program. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. I understand that there was a couple programs still waiting to be done on there for anger management and other stuff. In addition to the SEA, I've gone forward. I've done some of the corresponding courses, being the ACCI courses on there. I've completed 2 of them, one being the anger management, the other one being the cognitive reasoning course on there, trying to take the initiative to show that I believe I should be a good candidate for parole on there. I have been in the culinary class. I finished that. I got asked back to be a tech in there, showing a little bit of professionalism for that aspect. And have done my part to stay, any kind of disciplinary report free on there, not engaging in anything that might be suspect or, frowned upon on there. I've currently applied to the Yale program. I'm waiting to hear if I got in. I tried to apply to the CT State program as well. Unfortunately, with my education at this point, they said that they would not be able to offer me anything as I wouldn't meet the residency requirements to get into or meet the residency requirements for CT State on there. I am at this point, trying to do what I can to show that I'd be a good candidate to go out. As talking with IP O'Brien a couple weeks back on there, asking about the feelings on how everything went down, and I do have a great amount of remorse for actions that were taken, what I had done on there, and any pain and any hurt that I caused anybody, for their family, including mine on there, and trying to show that I had taken responsibility for everything, and also looking at taking courses on that ACCI program. I find them to be very beneficial because it's making you face everything, and wanted to hear from your perspective. And I think it's a good program to do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shup. Am I saying it correctly, Shup?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your opening statement. At this time, we're going to ask you some questions. We will begin with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to ask Officer Bryant to confirm his convictions, because I show a sex assault for an illegal sexual contact and a risk of injury. I thought you said 2 counts of something or other. I just want to confirm. I know I did look at the MIT to make sure that I was not incorrect, but okay. So Mr. Shup, I appreciate your opening comments, and I also appreciate your efforts towards rehabilitation. I also understand that you've denied committing this offense and that you're in the process of appealing your case. It's my understanding also that your appeal was denied last month. Did you receive notification of that? And do you intend to further?
I had received that the appeal was denied on there. By talking through family members, I had heard about that. When talking to IP O'Brien a couple weeks back on there, I said, I admitted that, when everything went on, I had gotten too close and had admitted to, what was going on, and said that it was.
So Mr. Shup, you're speaking very vaguely. I think you're speaking as if there was not a victim involved in this case, and you're really being like, we're not talking about people. We're talking about one person. We're talking about you and this person and the inappropriate behavior that was conducted while she was in your care. So I understand, that's why I started with the questions about your appeal process. I understand that that was denied. Do you intend to pursue that further is my
No, I do
question.
not. No, I
Sorry?
do not.
you
No, I do not.
Okay. So, in your, it's our understanding that you completed the sex offender treatment. And it said in here that you identified that you were using sex as a coping skill. It really did provide some good insight into your participation and your behaviors thus far. But my issue with your discussion is that it's so broad. So is it still your position that you inadvertently touched this victim, or is it your position that you admit to sexually assaulting this victim?
No, I did. I admit to that.
You admit to sexually
Yes.
assault?
Yes,
Okay.
it was bad choices on my part. There's no excuse for it. There's no reason for it. And it was my fault on it. I'm accepting responsibility of whatever that may be.
See, it's stuff like that that negates what you just said.
I'm saying that, yes, I did, and I'm accepting responsibility for it.
So do you have anything by way of an apology to this victim?
Well, as I said, I'm trying to do what I can to show remorse on there, that I feel sorry for any pain and any lingering effects that may have resulted because of my actions.
See, I'm having a real problem with the word, with the language that you're using. And maybe I'm not the right person to be questioning you right now, because for a person who says that they have remorse and that they're accepting responsibility, the thing that me, if I were in your position, would be, I apologize for hurting this victim. I never meant to cause any pain, or I mean, I would start with me, not with you using words that are very, very vague instead of personalized. And I have a problem with that. So let's go back to your relationship with this victim. You were acting as her babysitter, is that right?
As I guess if that's the terminology to be using, yes.
Okay. And in the official documents, it says that you gave this victim alcohol on several occasions. Is that true?
I had alcohol in the house, but I did not give the alcohol to her.
Were you using the alcohol?
I use it to cook. I don't drink. I don't participate in alcohol. So.
And so the victim says that this happened for quite some time. And the documents also say that this victim confided in her mother, and that she terminated her contract with you to watch her child. How long after that did you receive charges, I guess, were you contacted by the police to with regard to these behaviors?
I would have to say 6 weeks, if I remember correctly on there.
And did the mother say to you that her daughter accused you of sexual assault? Or did she provide any explanation about why she wanted to terminate the agreement?
No.
She did not?
No.
Did you suspect?
No.
And had you ever been working in this capacity before?
Could you be specific to the capacity so I can answer?
Working as a caregiver.
Back in high school, middle school and stuff like that, was the only time. Done it a few times on there, but that was it.
And so when you spoke with the officers, when they brought this information to you, how did that go? Did you say, did you admit anything to the police at the time?
I had told them that I was a caregiver on there, told them that there was an inadvertent touching at the time on there. And that's what I had brought up to them.
Okay, and so would you say that that was not true? You weren't being truthful in that that interview?
Correct.
Okay. So is that why you refused to take the lie detector test when you took this case to trial?
My lawyer had advised at that point that we were not going to do a lie detector.
But don't you think that that would have proved your innocence?
She had advised against it, and I was putting my livelihood in her hands on there, being a professional of what she did. I was following her best direction.
So you do realize that you're required to appear on the sex offender registry for 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
And you understand that that will mean that you're not allowed to or not permitted to be around any minor children? Mm-hmm. And that registry also requires that you report your addresses for 10 years, for I think every 3 months, I think it is. Okay. So I see that you do have some support in the community. It looks like your family is still very supportive of you, and that you have a potential job with your a family friend. So are you opposed to continuing sex offender treatment out in the community?
No.
And you realize that they will ask you to participate in a lie detector test?
Okay.
Are you opposed to that?
Nope, I was not aware of that until right now, but not opposed to it.
All right. What do you think you need in the community to be successful out there, sir? How do you think parole could help you?
There was opportunities that were made available to be able to get my life back on track. If parole was able to help in that case, I believe having somebody to check in
For accountability? Well,
for a regular time. Yeah, absolutely. Of, how's everything going? What's everything going on? If there was any questions, if there was any possible slips or negative or repeat actions that may land me in the same kind of consequences, it'd be good to have somebody to say, hey, I need a little bit of help. I need some direction.
But you will have that with probation. You do realize that.
Okay.
So, I mean, parole does have the same resources and it can provide the same level of supervision as probation. So,
okay.
For the people listening, or even for the victim who is listening, what do you say to those people who say he should just finish out the rest of his sentence because the sentence was appropriate? What do you say about that? Or
that again, I apologize for my actions, that it was inappropriate what I did, that I feel like I've taken steps to show rehabilitation and progress to be a good candidate for parole, and that if given the chance, I will continue to stay on that course and not be quote unquote a statistic, but to show that
you're capable of being a contributing, law-abiding member of our society.
Best way to put it. That was a great way to put it. Yes, that would be.
So I have to be honest with you, Mr. Sheff, and say that your expression of remorse, while it may be true, I find it insincere.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's just your personality, but I understand that what you did. I'm happy that you're acknowledging what you've done, because you weren't doing that before. I'm also happy that you completed the program, and I do believe that you have taken a number of positive programs. I think that you would still benefit from some other programs. Is, you know, prior to you're with us for a long time. You're not, you won't be done with us until 2029, according to my records. So there is more work to be done. If you are making steps in the right direction, and it sounds as if you really do want the help that parole supervision would provide. And for that, recognizing that you need that additional help, I think that that is also a step in the right direction. So I appreciate your efforts, and I also appreciate your discussion with me. I do not have any further questions, but I do wish you the best.
For the record, the offender's three convictions are for illegal sexual contact, sexual assault, forfeit, and risk of injury to a child.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't have
Any questions? I don't have any questions either. Okay. We will now, so we have no further questions. We're going to turn the hearing over to the victim advocate. Ms. Vasquez, are you still available?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I have the opportunity of speaking with the victim, and she is actually in this hearing right now, and she would like to address you directly. This will be your opportunity to unmute yourself, turn on your camera if you wish to do so, and you are more than welcome to express to the board your wishes and concerns. And you may begin.
Good morning. I would like to start off by saying tomorrow is my 19th birthday. When inmate number 442752 was sexually abusing me, I was just an 11-year-old girl. So for the record, this has already been 8 years of my life. Every year since then, I've become bigger, wiser, and so much angrier. Angrier than the last time I attended a hearing. And if it were up to me, he would get life in prison without possibility of parole. I genuinely believe there is not an amount of time he could serve in prison that will ever be enough for what he has done, and yet he still only got 7 years. I have to live with this every single day for the rest of my life. It does not go away, no matter how hard I try or can wish. What happened to me for 9 months at just 11 years old had a permanent, severe, damaging effect on me, and that will not go away. What Nathan Shupp did was not just an accident. It was not an impulsive act. It was not a single event. What Nathan did was calculated and predatory. He was sexually abusing a child for 9 months every single week. This is an unforgivable, sickening act and not something that should be let go with minimal jail time. What I would like to also note is that when Nathan was abusing me, he was charming, kind, and personable to this community. He was considered a model citizen, and I am certain he's maintained that facade while incarcerated. Being let out on good behavior would be a huge mistake, in my opinion. I ask that his kind but manipulative tact does not weigh on your decision. As the survivor of this criminal and someone who has educated themselves on criminal behavior, I am certain Nathan Shupp will attempt to reoffend when let out of prison. The fact that letting him out of prison is even a consideration is horrific and makes me fearful to have children. I don't want my children in the same universe as him, as I fear he could reach them. Not only did this man abuse me for almost a year, but I also spent years in and out of court fighting with everything I had in me, which was not a lot at the time as a severely depressed teenager, reliving what this inmate had done to me every single day, talking about it over and over again, going through mounds of evidence and over 300 pages back to back of text messages, drained me of everything I had in me. He took my entire teenage years from me, but I used every last bit of energy I had to fight for justice. He should be grateful for having such a short sentence as it is, and for him to have barely done 3 years and to possibly be let out just like that would be a complete failure of this justice system and a devastating insult to all victims of sexual assault. Nathan chose this. He was fully aware of what he was doing and how sick it was. I did not choose this. I did not ask for this, yet I still have to live with this every single day. He needs to serve his time for his vile actions and the years of mental torment he subjected me to. Thank you. I would also like to note that his demeanor into this hearing is just speechless. It has me speechless. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, we will now begin our deliberations. You may listen, but please do not interrupt, and then we'll have a decision for you shortly. Panel Barry.
Thank you. I don't think that I noted, was he ever offered a plea agreement prior to his taking the case to trial? I didn't see anything about that, but I'm just curious also about the appeal. Like, what was the premise of the appeal? And I just, because he's accepting responsibility here today, but he was not up until this point. So I'm just, I guess I'm still left with more questions than I do have answers. He has successfully completed the programming. He has done a tremendous amount of work on his education. I did note the anger management that he completed while he's been in there. He has OSHA 10 certification. He does rate out low in terms of risk to recidivate. But again, there are more questions for me. I do believe that Mr. Shupp is heading in the right direction, but I do believe that there is more work for him to do. I know he has a New Thoughts program, Voices on his OAP, and I really do believe that those will help him gain some insight into these behaviors. So while I appreciate his efforts thus far, based on the nature of his offense, which will not change, but in the injury and impact to the victim will also not change. I think that those two alone are reasons enough to deny his discretionary parole today. I would be willing to rehear him at a later time. I'm not sure when. I want to say 18 months. And I still don't think that would be enough, but I am willing to discuss further a rehear date if that you both believe that that's appropriate.
I agree with everything you said, and 18 months gives us 18 months prior to his end sentence. So that's that would give him, if things continue to change and if Voices and New Thoughts and other positive programming help to in rehabilitation and understanding what he did and the impact of what he did. 18 months on parole prior to probation would be a good thing.
Okay. And reasons for denial, nature and circumstance, injury and impact to the victim, inadequate evidence for offender change?
Yes.
And rehear, what would 18 months be?
It means 6 to 6. Well, it's 5 to 5. It's 12 plus 6.
December of
27.
27.
Okay. In the matter of Nathan Shupp, inmate number 442752, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, injury and impact to the victim, and inadequate evidence of offender change. The board will rehear this matter in December of 2027, at which time we recommend that you participate in any positive programming, not earn any disciplinary reports. In terms of positive programming, an emphasis on those on your OAP. Great, thank you. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the hearing for Nathan Shupp, inmate number 4275.
Thank you, Mr. Shupp.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by saying their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Aileen Keys.
Mike Paul.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Also present is the board psychologist. Mr. Hargrave, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Devin Hargrave, 445786.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of parole application for Devin Hargrave, inmate number 445786. Serving a sentence of 15 years jail, execution suspended after 3 years with 10 years of probation to follow for sexual assault second in violation of a protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 22nd, 2026. There's no victim in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior program. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, an educational referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, and the voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate to high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes. First of all, I just want to apologize for y'all being here today for my hearing. And I believe I should be granted parole because I have learned from my mistakes and my behavior that led me to my incarceration. I learned that it is not okay to get intoxicated under the influence and have sex, that you are no longer able to consent. I learned my lesson from my actions that led me here. And I want to go home and be a productive member of society. I want to start a business, get a good job, and help the community in any way that I can. I want to volunteer my time and give back.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hargrave, for your opening statement. At this time, we're going to ask you a few questions, and today we're going to start with my colleague, panel member Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hargrave.
Good morning.
Can you tell me what you did to wind up incarcerated?
Yes, I had a one-night stand with a student at the workplace. I was working security. We were drinking and we had sex, and she later said she was not in a state of consent. And also, when I got rearrested, I had a mental breakdown, temporary insanity, and I walked in the cold for hours. And then I went inside the school to cool up, to get warm.
And that's where the person that you had a protective order protecting them from was living.
Yes. It was not my intentions to see them. I was not aware of what I was doing, and I made a mistake, a huge mistake, going there.
So what did you learn in treatment for problem sexual behavior?
I learned
that your offense.
I learned that consent cannot be given when you're under the influence, when you're intoxicated, that you can withdraw consent at any given time, even after sex was had. So I learned that I made a mistake by getting intoxicated with the victim.
Okay, and I know that Voices is on your OAP, but you haven't had the opportunity to take it yet, right?
Yes.
So just for my understanding, what do you think the victim went through because of your actions?
I think the victim went through embarrassment, emotional damage from me having sex with her while she was intoxicated. I feel like she felt taken advantage of and unsafe because I was security and I was in a position of power to make sure to protect her, and I failed to execute that.
Um, So you know that in the community, you need to do treatment for problem sexual behavior, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And you don't have any criminal history, right?
No, this is my first offense.
So when it comes to alcohol or substances, you've used alcohol and marijuana in the past?
Yes.
And in this particular case, you're under the influence?
Of alcohol, yes.
And has that been a problem for you in the past?
Never. I never had a drinking problem. I've always been more of a smoker. But honestly, I don't plan on doing that no more.
How much did you smoke?
I smoked every day at one point in my life. I've been smoking since a teenager.
Do you know why you smoked every day?
I used it to cope with my emotions at times. I used it because I thought it was fun. It was a social activity to do with friends. And also it was an addiction. I was addicted to it. I smoked by myself. It was like an enhancer for me. Like it enhanced everything. Like, all right, I don't really like to watch movies like that. I smoke and now I like to watch the movies. With my time of incarceration, I have beat that addiction. I no longer crave or desire to smoke marijuana.
Have you taken any kind of programs in the past?
For marijuana use?
Marijuana, anything like that?
Yes, I have. In high school, I got caught with marijuana in school, and they made me do a program with CT Renaissance where I had one-on-one therapy counseling.
Okay. Have you ever gone to any kind of meetings or anything like that?
Like group therapy? Yeah. Yes, I have.
But like any kind of like AA or NA or
No, I
programs
have
like
not.
that?
I have not done NA or AA.
You want to go to a halfway house in New Haven?
Yeah.
You have some training. Still, is it still active for asbestos removal? Has the hazard 40 flagging, weather tech, that kind of thing? Any of that stuff still good?
I'm not sure if it's still active, but I plan on renewing it if it isn't. And I know my OSHA 10 is still active for 5 years, so I know that is still active.
And you said that you might try to get employment as a flagger.
Yes.
And All right, I'm gonna see if other board members have questions.
Thank you. So on January in 2024, you were released and put under house arrest. And then you did 22 drug screens, but 21 of the 22 tested positive for THC, for marijuana use. You were then in outpatient treatment, which you successfully completed in June 2024. And you also began counseling in May. 6 months after you were discharged from outpatient, but while in counseling under GPS monitoring, you had that temporary mental break that you mentioned, which led to the violation of a protective order. Do you have insight as to why, with those supports in the community, you had counseling, you had been in substance abuse treatment, do you know why you struggled still?
At times, it's hard for me to sleep, and I wasn't on medication for my psych meds or anything like that, because I feel like I don't need them, but I learned that I do need them, and I've been taking them now. And I take sleep meds like Benadryl, melatonin that help me sleep at night. I only have a mental breakdown when I go extended periods without sleep.
And so your sleep is now, the supports you have now for sleep are working pretty much?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And and you know now that you need the medication?
Yes.
And you plan to continue on it?
Yes.
Because you feel better on it, right? And
yes.
Is it sometimes that you feel better, so then you think you don't need it because you feel good?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Yeah, okay. That's common, that happens. Okay, but now you know you feel good because the medication is regulating your body, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would be your supports in the community if you were released?
If I was released, my support would be first therapy, church. I have a strong church community. I'm very active in my church. I help volunteer with the AVT, which is the camera crew. I help the parking lot team, parking cars. And I do facilities, like I help set up for events. I help serve food. And I have a lot of friends at church that support me, that give me wisdom, that share with me and spend time with me, yes.
That's great. That's wonderful that you have that community. Just see real quick. So sorry, I just want to go through my questions and see which ones I still want to ask. You had mentioned that you intend to appeal in some way the registry requirement, that you have to register as a sex offender.
Yes.
Do you still plan to kind of challenge that?
If it's possible, yes. But if not, I accept my consequences for my behavior.
Okay. So, because if you don't comply with the registry, then that would be an offense and you could go back to prison, right?
No, I absolutely will do what I have to do. I will register and comply with that.
Okay. But if there's a legal way you can challenge it, is what you're saying?
Yes.
But you will comply? Okay.
Yes, I will comply. I will do what I need to do.
That might be all I have. I'll see if my other colleague has any questions. Panelmember Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hargrove, I want to follow up with the question, under what premise do you want to be relieved from the sex offender registry? What reason?
My reason is, I know what I did was wrong. I should have not slept with her on the job, but at the moment, I didn't know what I was doing was wrong. I wasn't aware. I thought we were just having fun, two young adults.
Did she at
consenting to
any, at
sex.
any point, Mr. Hargrave, did she ever tell you no? Did she ever
No.
tell you to stop?
She never told me no. She never told me to stop.
Well,
She
then-
actually told me to keep having sex with her when I told her I had to go to my other job.
Okay. So, you were working, first of all,
Yeah.
and you were on a campus with hundreds of other teenage girls, you know, young ladies.
Yes.
Under any other circumstance, you knew you weren't supposed to be having sex in the security car, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you knew that you were working, you weren't supposed to have sex inside that car, and that you were an employee, you weren't a student there, why
Yeah.
would you think that it's okay to have sex with this victim?
At the time, I was very naive, and I was persuaded. She kept asking me, I kept telling her to no, and she kept asking me, and
Okay.
I fell to temptation. I should have not did that.
So I can accept that you were naive, and I can even probably accept the fact that her touching you or flirting with you may have been something that turned you on sexually. I can understand that, but what I'm getting at is that as an employer, serving in that capacity, you knew that there were boundaries. You knew that you shouldn't have been doing. So when you say you want to challenge the sex offender registry, when you knew better, that's problematic for me. So let's move forward. You told my colleague that you went back to the college because you were coached.
Yes.
Weren't you under GPS monitoring?
Yes.
Did you remove the bracelet at all?
No.
Okay. Why do you have a knife?
I don't know. I was
Did
undergoing.
the knife make you cold?
No, the knife didn't make me cold. I was wearing shorts and sweaters in the wintertime, so I got cold because I wasn't properly dressed.
Why did you have a knife?
I'm not sure. I didn't even remember bringing a knife with me. I didn't have any intentions on using it or anything like that. My lawyer actually said in the video I was trying to cut off my bracelet with it.
It just makes no sense. Mr. Hargrave, you're very, very young still, and you still do have a lot of work to do. If you were so involved in church, I don't know how you got to this point. I'm glad that spirituality plays a major role in your life, and that will help you. Just because you have spirituality, it doesn't mean, or religion, it doesn't mean that you're a perfect person. So I'm hoping that you've learned your lesson from this, and that you continue to let the people in your life that it has positive impacts continue to provide their wisdom and oversight. But I do think that because alcohol was involved in your offense and in your evaluation, not the evaluation, in your in the evaluation, it said that you had a history of substance abuse. So I really do think that that's important for you to address while you're there, because we don't want you to come back with anything else like this. You know right from wrong. You're old enough to know what's what, but you still have a little bit more work to do. You're taking steps in the right direction. So just keep on pressing, and hopefully you'll get this thing right. So I appreciate you speaking with me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no further questions, so at this time, we're going to enter deliberation. You can listen to us, but please just don't interrupt, and then we'll have an answer for you shortly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Hargrave is taking responsibility for what happened. He has both substance use issues and mental health issues. He, when asked how He affected the victim. He shared to the best of his ability. Typical of how somebody may share, having taken voices. He's done a little bit of introspective stuff there. So I'll tell you where I am, which is the Center for Treatment for Problem Sexual Behavior deals with not only problem sexual behavior, they deal with mental health and they deal with substance. Just came here or recently went through Renaissance. What he would learn in Tier 2 would be a repeat of what he learned in Renaissance. I believe that the best possible situation for Mr. Hargrave would be to parole him to treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community with CTPSB and allow them to help manage the whole situation with problem sexual behavior, substance use, and mental health. And I think that would create the best possible outcome.
Thank you. So I was under the impression, Mr. Poole, that unless they're in active addiction, that they don't get the treatment when they're out in the community.
So that would be, that's an element, substance use, because this was done under intoxication and such. And the subsequent offense had to deal with mental health. So when we talked to them recently as a board, they shared how all three are really important to deal with at the same, during the course. And that's why I am where I am. Is he's got another year until end of sentence, which having him do that, I do know he has 10 years on probation as well. But I think that having the professional clinical support in the community, considering where he is, and having him with mental health treatment and medication compliance, which has him with the whole special management MHU unit, would set him in the community up for his best possible success.
Yeah. Yes. So I honestly didn't come in with a decision. I have a question mark because I really wanted to talk to Mr. Hargrave, and I mean, he has admitted that he committed the offense, although he can minimize it, or he does minimize it in several places. He does admit it. I just am looking at a letter that the victim wrote when he asked for a community release, and I am taking that into consideration as well. And he does have a year left with us. I would like to see him continue working on himself. It sounds like he has his mental health piece. It looks like that's been stable because he hasn't received any disciplinary infractions since his fight back in December of 2023. And I think that the voices piece would be helpful for him. So today I'm not in a position to support parole. I do believe that supervision in the community would be beneficial for him. I just want to set him up with the best possible chance of being successful out in the community. So I mean, for me, I want them to throw all the tools in the basket and then go out. So I'm not saying that, he, wouldn't benefit from supervision. I'm just saying that I think that that he has more things to do to be appropriate for me. So it's a no to that.
Do we know if the problem sexual behavior program in the community addresses impact on the victim? I mean, certainly he'll gain broader knowledge, I believe, on that this offense was wrong, not just because of intoxication, but
I'm sure that it does.
and then the
I'm
impact.
sure that it does, yes.
Difficult.
Yeah, it is difficult.
Yeah.
But in the statement that I'm reading where this victim says that she was woken up at 2:00 in the morning on the week of her finals to learn that he was on the campus with a knife. How just petrifying she was. Yeah, I mean,
I understand that. It's
Yeah.
just that, his intentions being there, it's like, the way the description of the incident was described by the people in the area, it's like, he didn't, I know it would be fearful, but it didn't seem like there was anything where he was headed there to do anything,
that's not right.
just mentally.
Having a breakdown, a mental breakdown.
I think I could support with the supports, as you mentioned, the sexual behavioral habits person, then with mental health treatment and medication compliance. It seems as though when he is appropriately medicated, he does okay. He has a good work history, as you mentioned, prior criminal history.
Does he have I apologize. Does he have a history of not taking or not complying with his medication regimen?
So
they never had a panel, as far as I recall, but he had stopped, and so his cellmate that convinced him to
go back.
And that's
again.
Okay, yeah.
the criminal violation, that.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I think if that is part of the condition, then I could see. And then yeah, I think with those, along with parole monitoring, it would be good to have that prior to probation starting. What other conditions would you have? No alcohol?
No alcohol, halfway house. Treatment, medication compliance. Problem sexual behavior treatment, and no contact with the victim.
General conduct with I don't know if it'd be general conduct, but with that university?
No, but I don't know if there's a protective order with that. He shouldn't go back there. I mean, I hope he knows that he shouldn't go back there. Right? I wouldn't make him go to prison if he goes back there either.
Okay. In the matter of Devin Hargrave, inmate number 445786, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after January 22nd, 26th, or 26th, 26th?
5/27 today. We're past that.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. 5/27/2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard conditions: halfway house placement if deemed necessary, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with victim, initials LP, mental health treatment and medication compliance, the behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior. Second, all in favor, aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Mr. Hargrave, you have been granted discretionary parole. Someone will be in touch with you to discuss the next steps. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Devin Hargrave, inmate number 4786.
You can list that.
Not even there. Okay, keep going.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Brian. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. Connecticut Board of Partners and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Aileen Keys.
Good morning, Mike Pope.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Also present, psychologist. Mr. Jones, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Dylan Jones, 429052.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dylan Jones, inmate number 429052. Serving a sentence of 5 years flat for 3 counts of criminal possession of a weapon. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 19, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan. It's been reviewed and shows the offender hasn't completed any programs during his current incarceration. He remains on the waiting list for an addiction services referral, an educational referral, a job assignment, a vocational referral, voices, and the Embracing Fatherhood program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So, recently I had came to SEG, so I had a parole letter to read, but I'm gonna freestyle and basically give you guys the natural version of it. I've had a rough 2 years in prison with my choices, and I've been seeking help for my mental disabilities, and I recently have been kicking myself in the butt over my choices. I hold myself accountable for my actions, and I know that what I've done in the last couple of years has not been appropriate. So, you know, I'm aware of my actions. I understand what I'm here for. I know that the length of confinement that I'm here for is necessary for the charges that I've committed. I made a copy of my letter and mailed it to Waterbury Parole. I don't know if you guys read or received it. I've been going through a lot of dealing with my own battles, battling myself and my addictions and my vices. I just found a way to try to cope with my, you know, my childhood and what I've gone through. And I unfortunately got sucked into the streets and was a product of my environment. And this time being incarcerated just now kind of turned me from a boy to a man. I made a lot of bad decisions. I know I look kind of bad on paperwork, but that is not the person I portray out in the world as a father, as a son, and as a tax-paying citizen. I just feel like I haven't been dealt the correct hand, and I've been playing it wrong as well. I know that I'm wrong for the things that I've decided to do. I really know that everything that I've done recently is not a good behavior to expect you guys to grant me any type of immediate release. So I understand where my fate lies. I know that I need to be a better father, a better citizen in the world. I know that I need to tighten myself up and be better on my mental health. I feel like I've been battling with different type of, how do I say it, psych meds. I haven't been able to pick a correct psych med to balance myself, and I've been declining the medication recently, which is not an excuse for my actions. It's just me explaining to you what is at hand and what I've been dealing with. Like I said, I take accountability for what I've done. I know that I'm wrong. I just would ask for some type of continuance or some type of possibility to show that my mind is different from my actions, and that I plan to show you, my family, and the world that I don't want to live in this path anymore. I don't want to live and go home and be in the streets anymore. I've chose to be more of a structured father. I have full custody of my son. When I came to prison, my son was living with me. I had my own apartment, which now my mom resides taking care of my son. My mom's got stage 2 double breast cancer and Crohn's disease. So I've been battling my emotions with what's going on with my family in the world, and my child's mother is in and out of my son's life as well. So my son hasn't, I want to stop the cycle, you know, and my actions aren't showing what I'm speaking upon. So it's my chance now to try to show everybody physically that I'm capable of reciprocating exactly what I'm speaking out of my mind. And I know that everything that I've done is in the last couple of years is not something that a normal individual is supposed to conduct himself as. So I'm trying to reflect and show you guys that I know I'm wrong. I take accountability for my actions, and I know that I've done made a lot of bad choices, so to speak. So now I'm just trying to pick up the pieces from what I've done, and I feel like I've I keep on burying myself back into the same hole that I'm finding myself going right back to. So I'm at a loss for words because I know I'm wrong and I know that my choices are not good. So, I mean, I really don't have any other explanation other than I'm wrong and I made my own bed and now I have to lay in it. And I understand and I'm not mad at anybody's choices because I made my own fate and I made my own decisions. So whoever this comes to is what I need to get home to my loved ones. I need to get home to my mother before, God forbid, anything happens to her. Or God forbid, my son goes down the same path I went down. And I need to try to reflect and try to stop that cycle and help my mom. And instead of my mom raising my son, I need to be there to raise my son. And I really grew, and I really grew mentally while I've been in here. I just been chasing the same vices and chasing the same issues that I was in the world that I shouldn't be. And I'm trying to break the cycle for myself before I can stop my son from having that same cycle. So it starts with me. And I understand that.
So I really appreciate your opening statement. You touched on a lot. You acknowledged, obviously, guilt and responsibility. You acknowledged your behavior. You acknowledged you don't look good on paper, and it's true. You know, reading your file and everything. You know, your behavior in the facility has not been good. In the community, of course, you struggled. But then my heart broke reading your son's letter. You do have an amazing little boy who needs you and wants nothing more than you home. That broke my heart. So I'm happy to hear what you said now. You and reading about your background, it's true, you know, you know the situation he's in, and I know you don't want that for him, right? He sounds like just an amazing, loving little boy. So, and your mom is wonderful taking over right now while you're here. So, I think you had asked for another chance, because it's true. Right now, you know, you have received 14 DRs, right? You have not been able to take any programs. So you're not ready, right? It would be, you know, it would not set you up for success right now. I want to see some more stability. You're still working on things like you were saying, like medication and things. If you could work with the people in there and hopefully get to a place of stability and then complete programs so that when you come out, you have addressed the vices that you referenced a few times, and then you can show your son, look what you did, right? And then you can show him the person you've become, the person you are. I mean, I can tell from what you've said now. Your heart is there, your motivation is there, you're aware of everything. So you have the motivation. Hopefully you can take advantage of the resources in there to get you to where you need to be. I'm going to check my notes real quick just to see, honestly, if I have questions. You know, I really would like you to have. Go ahead.
If I may speak really fast.
Please.
I wrote to Voices once I had the interview with the parole officer last month. Once I knew my parole hearing was coming up, I wrote to Voices about my program, and they said I'm on the next class, which starts in July.
That's good news. And do you know anything about an addiction services program? Have you heard anything from addiction services?
I signed up for Tier 2 when I was in Osborne. When I got transferred over here, I never wrote to Tier 2 yet because I was worried about Voices. And Embracing Fatherhood program, I started. I just never finished it because I got transferred out of Osborne. But I'm in the process of trying to pick up the pieces.
Yep.
I know it doesn't look good. You know what I'm saying? So.
Right. But you're speaking from the heart now, and that's huge. That's good. And I see that you want to change. And so I think And I love that it seemed like embracing fatherhood, you voluntarily signed up for that because you do want to be a good father. You have, so that's excellent. So I think I'll pass it off to my colleagues to see if they have questions.
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Questions?
No.
No, okay. Okay, so we don't have any more questions. We'll enter deliberation now. You can stay and listen, but just don't please interrupt, and then we'll have an answer for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So, I think you heard my comments, you know.
I hope we heard them.
Yeah, Mr. Jones, does score high likelihood to reoffend and has not been able to have the benefit of any programs, but he does seem really motivated and has good, important reasons to get home healthy and ready. So I would move to deny today for inadequate institutional program participation, for institutional adjustment, and then would move to rehear. I think how much time?
Well, I don't care how much time.
Yeah.
It's too much.
December. December of 2020,
7, okay.
which is a year and a half from now, and he's got a whole lot to prove, but hopefully the motivation that he talked about is motivation enough to get him through programs and to have him not have any more disciplinary reports.
Yes.
Is that,
Or he can't get, yeah.
if that's the case, it's,
It's done.
you know, I know that he's struggling, but he needs to pull it together.
Yeah. And he has a flat sentence, so we would like him to have an opportunity to have the supports of parole if he's able to complete programs. And I think that would be helpful for him as he's transitioning back, then he would have access to programs and things. So,
Yeah, it's a no for me.
Okay.
Officer Bryant, I asked Officer Bryant to check the sentence on Mr. Jones, and it was criminal possession.
So pistol or revolver specifies, I said, criminal possession of a weapon, but they were all pistols.
oh, okay. And the sentence is accurate by first flat. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. In the matter of Dylan Jones, inmate number 429052, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: inadequate institutional program participation and poor institutional adjustment. The board will rehear this matter in December of 2027, at which time we recommend that he participate in any positive programming and not earn any additional DRs. Do I have a second? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Mr. Jones, we were not able to grant you today. You understand why, but hopefully I'll be on your panel next time and I can see the success and see what you've done.
Okay.
So best of luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, though, I'm opposed to the rehearing.
Yes.
Best of
So
luck.
can I ask a few questions?
We'll see. One, maybe, let's see what your counselor will meet with you. So you'll be able to ask more questions at that time. But if there's a big one now, then.
And you'll get it in writing, so you'll know what's going on.
What's your question?
My question, well, I just wanted to confirm what you guys were speaking upon. You said that you'll rehear me in December of 27?
Yep.
Okay,
So
my
it's not-
community release is September of 27.
Okay, so that would not,
Right.
you can talk to your counselor for more information about that.
DOC will review you for community release that's separate from your parole hearing.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
DOC will review you for community release that's separate from your parole hearing that will be done in December.
Okay,
So maybe you'll get out with DOC community release, but we will rehear you December if you're still there.
what if
Okay?
I'm in the halfway house? Will you still come see me?
No, if you've been released on community release, then we would not hear you again.
Okay,
Okay? Best of luck.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Dylan Jones, inmate number 429052.
You're all set, sir.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. All board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Alex Sarkoff. Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Edgar Felix Rodriguez, inmate number 228958.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edgar Rodriguez, inmate number 228958. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, 2 counts sale of narcotic substance, violation of probation with the underlying offense, threatening second, evading responsibility, physical injury, and illegal operation of motor vehicle without an ignition device. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 6, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There isn't a found accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: Tier 2, domestic violence, thresholds, and currently has a janitor job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First of all, I would like to apologize for my actions, and I'll take full responsibility. I know that what I did was wrong, and I apologize. Now, I never knew that I had this disease of that I have right now of drug abuse and alcohol abuse, and I've been making very good changes by going into groups and talking about it. I'm a facilitator to AA and NA. I've been facilitating AA and NA for 6 months now currently, and I've been working on myself, and I do apologize, and I'm asking y'all to please give me the opportunity to continue working on myself by sending me to a halfway house so I can continue having structure in my life and continue working on myself and being able to prove to myself and to my family that I am a better person. Today, I can look at myself and be happy with the good work that I have been doing. I got outside clearance. I work outside. I got outside clearance. I work for the front lobby, and I've been doing real good. And I just want y'all to please help me. I never knew that I could ask for help. I was ashamed of asking for help. Today, I'm proud of myself for standing here in front of you, gentlemen, and this young lady, asking y'all to help me out, to go to a halfway house so I can continue working on myself, having structure, and being able to provide for my child. I got three kids, and all 3 of my kids, they need me now, and I want to be a better role model to them. And I want to go to a halfway house because in a halfway house, I'll be able to go to work. And the reason I picked Hartford was because I could take the bus, and I know the bus route wherever I could go to work instead of going to Waterbury or New London. And I have to grab a job over there. But then when it's time for me to go home, I have to quit the job. I don't want to be a failure no more. And I believe that I paid my dues. I'm still paying for them, and I take full responsibility of everything that I have done. And I know that with holding myself accountable, I know that I'm doing the right thing. And I just, no matter what happens today, I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to complete my case in front of y'all. And I'm in the second chance program, and I've been there going on a year, and I've been doing very good because the second chance program has structure, and that's what I need. You know, I want to continue going to AA meetings. I want to continue going to NA meetings, and I want to continue working on myself. So me being on parole, I know that parole office in Hartford, they have a lot of meetings and a lot of groups, and I need to continue working on myself. So it'll be highly appreciated if you gentlemen and the young lady beside y'all can help me out to get to a halfway house where there's structure. Please and thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions, and then we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and give you an answer today, okay?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I thought your opening statement was well done, well thoughtful. I see that you don't have any documents in front of you to kind of plod you along. So you did a good job presenting that just off the top of your head. You know, probably what's the biggest concern for us, for you going back out into the community, is your substance abuse. You did not abide by the ignition lock requirement, you know, which is put in place because of your alcohol abuse, and to help, you know, deter people from driving under the influence. And then, you know, you relapse and you resort back to selling drugs to support your own habit, yet, you know, you're creating havoc in your own community. So I read all about the programs that you've done, and I commend you for all that you've accomplished since you've been incarcerated. It's really quite a feat, all you've done. I am interested to know a little bit more, though, about what happened with the whole Tier 4 program. You didn't want to go, then you were in it, then you were out. You know, with somebody with your history, we would hope that that would be the program you do.
The Tier 4 program, I was doing it, and then the opportunity of the Second Chance program have came along, and the lady told me that I could go to Tier 2, and she said, "Are you willing to complete Tier 2? Because as long as you're working on your addiction services, that could cover it." So I said, "Yeah, I will go to the Tier 2, and I will continue going to my classes, and I will continue working on myself as I get to the free community." If you gentlemen and you ladies, you let me give me the opportunity, please and thank you.
Okay, so you relapse and you start selling drugs, yet you were on probation. Why didn't you reach out to probation for some help?
Honestly, I was scared. I was ashamed of asking for help. I was scared, and I didn't know that I could ask for help. Or I was ashamed of myself. I could say I was ashamed to ask for help. Today, I'm not ashamed of asking for help, because I changed people, places, and things. And today I don't live in New Britain no more. Me and my girlfriend moved to Manchester, Connecticut, and that's gonna be a good start for me once I get to after I finish the halfway house, because I'm gonna be working at Chili's or Applebee's or one of the restaurants there, and I'm not gonna be hanging around with the same people, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, that is a big step in maintaining sobriety once you're back in the community, is changing all those things that trigger you. So you mentioned your girlfriend, and you have a history of domestic violence. Is she the victim in those cases?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right. So tell me about this domestic violence program that you completed in March, and why you think that's going to be beneficial for you, and it also help you with your sobriety in the community.
It helped me because at first I was not taking accountability for myself and for my actions. And me being in the domestic violence program, I have learned that domestic comes from both sides. And today I know how to walk away from it. And today I know that I have to value my other partner. I have to value them, and I am not no one for me to argue with them. She's not my child. She's not my property. She's my companionship. And I have to respect her, and she has to respect me as well. And today, if anything, I learned that before anything happened, I have to walk away.
Okay. And when you think about your substance abuse and your relationships, tell me what you've identified as triggers.
My triggers is me being around my old neighborhood. I don't listen to the same music, and I'm not in the same crowd as before. Today, my family assists going to church, volunteer to feed the homeless. That's something that I'm looking forward to going and playing a big role model in my church with the community, with the youth.
Right. Why do you think you couldn't do all those things before? Why at age 48 is all this new to you?
Because I think I was holding on to the child that was in me. I guess I was just trying to be a follower. And you know what? Today I know that I cannot be a follower. Today I have to take accountability for what it is. And today I know that I have to do it for me. Whatever happened in the past, happened in the past. I can't feel sorry for what happened in my childhood. I have to take responsibility, pull my big boy pants on, and move forward. Whatever happened in the past, happened in the past. I cannot stay and pity about what happened in the past. I can't blame no one. I can't blame my childhood. I can't blame my mom. I messed up, and that's why I'm here today.
Okay. So I heard you mention that you've been going to AA and NA and that you've been facilitating for 6 months. So how long overall have you been attending meetings?
I've been attending meetings since I came in this time, to be honest. Since I came in this time, I've been attending meetings, every time I go to, anytime they call AA or NA, I participate from time to time. Now that I'm in the tier second chance program, I personally hold the meetings twice a week, and I've learned from the other fellow inmates about this addiction, about this disease, and today I don't want to be the problem. Today I want to be the solution.
Okay. So you're facilitating. Why did you volunteer to facilitate, or is that something that they asked you to do?
To be honest, I need to continue working on myself. I volunteer myself because I need the help. I'm getting the help, and I want to help others. But before I help others, I have to help myself. There's sometimes that I don't want to hold the meetings, but then I put myself, and I'll be like, you know what? If these guys are willing to get up early in the morning and come to your group, you can't give up on themselves, and you can't give up on them, and you can't give up on yourself. Continue pushing yourself. And as I'm pushing myself, I feel good because my crew of inmates that come is like 12 to 13 guys, and they all love my story. They all love the way I facilitate the program, because I learned in the Tier 4 program, I have to peel the onion, and I have to get real with myself. And to be honest, there's no way that I could do it without being in meetings. I need the meetings to stay clean and sober.
Okay. So tell me how you carry that into the community. Tell me a
How-
little bit about your relapse plan and how you intend to use meetings in the community.
Well, first thing I'm gonna do when I get to the halfway house, I'm gonna speak to the counselor so I can have the schedule of the meetings, attend to as many as they allow me to. And I have a schedule now with my life. You know, I have to put myself to go to work. I have to put myself to continue going to my meetings. And I'm not afraid to raise my hand and introduce myself and tell them that today I'm an addict and I'm gonna always be an addict, you know, but I have to do the proper, I have to use the proper tools to continue staying clean and sober, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to attend meetings in the community. What else are you going to do? Have you thought about programs in the community?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna go to CMHA. I don't know if y'all know about this program called CMHA. They was helping me before, and they're gonna continue helping me because the lady told me as soon as I get released to make sure I contact them. So today I'm gonna have people I could call and ask for help and do the right thing.
Okay, and I see you have a couple of job prospects.
Yes, ma'am. I wanna, the first job that I do have that's willing to hire me is Burger King in Manchester, Connecticut.
Okay.
I have a friend that's a manager there, and she said she's willing to hire me. She will talk to her manager, and they don't have no problem hiring me. And then I have another friend of mine that does bondsman, but they will help me. They want me to do the landscaping.
Okay.
And I'm willing to go do landscaping. I'm willing to clean toilets. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to hold a job.
Okay, all right. Well, you've had some jobs in the past. You weren't working before you were arrested. So that's a problem. You had a very scary situation in May of 2 years ago where you were in the hospital. I think we can all be hopeful that that's a deterrent for you, going forward. I think you have a good sense of what you need to do at this point in your life to remain sober. I also read on one of your papers that you did a TED Talk. What was your self-awareness presentation? What was the subject matter?
The TED Talk will teach me how to become a better father and get real with myself and understand that I cannot allow my son or my daughter to follow my footsteps. I have to show them better.
Okay. Well, that's the goal, right? We hear that a lot from individuals sitting in your chair. We hope that people are following through with that in the community. Break that cycle. They can learn from you. What's the status of your driver's license? Because you're driving without the ignition lock, and that's a huge problem.
My thing, after I get my job settled and stuff, I have to pay $175 to motor vehicle to open my license and get it open and renew my license, ma'am.
All right. And then the ignition lock situation, that's a whole nother expense.
Yeah, I have to pay $40 for the breathing thing, for the breathing machine and stuff. And honestly, I'm just gonna do everything I have to do. I got goals now. I have to go and pay the $175 and do the right thing, because I don't wanna be the problem like before. I wanna be the solution.
Right. Well, I heard you earlier talk about taking the bus. I think public transportation is a wonderful solution to help you get back on your feet.
Yes,
all right,
ma'am.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for answering all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I only have a couple things. First, you have a lot to do. You have a lot on your list. You talked about programming, your driver's license, getting a job, just one thing at a time, like in order, you know? So, you know, like long-term goals, you want to get your driver's license and all that stuff, but you need a job right away, right? To support yourself and get into programming. So just try to prioritize your sobriety right first, because that's, if you don't have that, everything else is going to go off the rails. You understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the question I had, sir, was that what stood out to me looking at all of your information is that in the past, you've had 41 disciplinary reports while incarcerated. Do you know that?
Yes, sir.
But none during this incarceration. I mean, how did that come about? How did you manage to?
Thank you so much for looking at that. To be honest, I changed people, places, and things. And today I'm not here to be under the spotlight to try to be the class clown or follow the next man. Today I'm here for myself. I know that I did something wrong. I have to hold myself accountability, and I stay to myself now. Today I stick to myself. I'm not here to try to be cool with everybody. Because you know what? There's no friends. There's no friends. No friends. You know, so my main thing is just staying, and I stay clean and sober, not making pruno, not trying to follow up with everybody and try to be the class clown. Today, I'm an older man. I am a father. I'm a brother, and I want better. I want better. So if I want better, I have to continue doing better choices by staying away from everybody.
And you think that you'll be able to continue this streak of no disciplinary reports or no disciplinary problems on parole while you're out in the community? You can keep this going.
Absolutely. If you gentlemen and the young lady beside you give me this opportunity, I will honestly say that I will do everything that y'all asked me to, and I will definitely stay out of trouble. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Rodriguez. That's all I have. Panel Member Sarkov, do you have any questions?
I did not. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Rodriguez, we're done with the questions now. We're going to talk about your case and deliberate, make a decision. You can listen during this time, but please don't interrupt, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Panel Member Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you. So Mr. Rodriguez is here for several charges with violation of probation, sale of narcotics, underlying domestic, and the evading with and not having the ignition lock in his car, which is problematic. He has a long criminal history that includes domestic violence, assault, sales. It appears that he has made a concerted effort to change the way he lives his life, starting with this incarceration. He's taken a number of programs that address his criminogenic needs. He also has taken a lot of programs that were not on his OAP to help him set up a solid and basis for going out in the community and living a sober life. His participation in the NAAA, I think, is significant, and the fact that he's facilitating, I also think, is a significant commitment. I mean, he did talk also, which we didn't really go into, he's got a job, which he's had, a trusted job. So I think that also speaks to his change. And the fact that you mentioned, Mr. Chair, the fact that he has no disciplinary reports after having so many for all this year, all his history. He does have a lot of failures on community supervision. Yeah. This is a flat sentence with no supervision to follow. You know, he's been on parole. He knows how it all works. He knows he needs to ask for help when he's struggling. I'd like to give Mr. Rodriguez an opportunity again on a community supervision and see if he, give him an opportunity to put his life back in order. The halfway house, I think, is a good place to start. He's identified some places for treatment in the community. Certainly, he's got a good foundation to attend AA and AA in the community. Seems to have some support with his family. So I would be willing to grant his discretionary parole today.
Okay, what parole eligibility date do you have?
October 14th, 2026.
October 6th.
6th, okay.
Just want to confirm that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with everything you have said. Despite his criminal history, poor performance in the past, previous disciplinary reports, and his current charges, he has taken this opportunity to do all the programs and does appear to be suitable for release today. And the fact that he has no supervision, for me, you know, I don't want him to go out without someone watching too and helping him along the way. So that, you know, I think this could be good for him. Sounds like he's changed.
Well, he can use supervision. Is it good?
Yeah, he really should. And it sounds like he wants to. So, Member Sarkov?
I agree with both of you. I vote with you, Grant.
Okay, let's talk about the conditions. Did you have the initials of the victim?
I did not.
I don't have it. Yeah, no, I tried. I couldn't find it. You have that? Okay. So I have no alcohol, halfway house, no operation of motor vehicle, domestic violence in the community.
I have to say, same.
Anything else to add to that? Okay. So in regards to Edgar Rodriguez, inmate number 228958, I'm going to make a motion. Grant discretionary parole on or after the date of October 6, 2021 with the following conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based behavior management for domestic violence. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, you've been granted discretionary parole. Did you hear all of that?
Yes, by all three of y'all?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And
All right,
when is my date?
October 6th, 2026.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for allowing, giving me the opportunity. And I do apologize for everything that I have done.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you very much. Good luck. You'll get this all in writing.
Okay, so October 6th, my wife, they're gonna pick me up or my
Yeah,
girlfriend?
someone will reach out to you and explain everything.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
Okay.
God bless y'all.
This concludes the hearing for Edgar Rodriguez, inmate number 228958. Morning, Mr. Santiago.
Morning, board.
Going to go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing that's conducted before the Board of Central. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sadauskas.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Sarkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is William M. Santiago, 272956.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for William Santiago, inmate number 272956. He's serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, electronic defense weapon, illegal sale or purchase of a large capacity magazine, 2 counts of possession with intent to sell expensive narcotics, and sale of narcotic substances. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 1st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender's completed programs, voices, tier 2, and currently has a Turkey Hill job. Utilized in statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a high region risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
Can you guys hear me good?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, sir. I just wanted to say that we did receive your letter to the board.
Yes, sir.
So we've all reviewed that already. You don't have to read that entire thing, but if you do want to make an opening statement, you're welcome to.
Yes, I prepared something else,
Okay,
not the same thing as my letter
Yes,
to
sir.
read, if I can.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to state my case. If I was to die today, would I respect the life that I've lived? The answer to that is no. I would not. Continuous shortcuts gave me a straight route to prison each and every time. I've chased and found setback after setback. Every time I look in the mirror, all I've been saying is wasted time. If this was a year ago, I would have sat before you and tried to lie my way to freedom. I sit before you today, living in reality and truth. Already mentally free because how honesty shaped the new world for me. During this time incarcerated, wasted time wasn't an option. I took all steps, small and large, to address my shortcomings and false realities. My most important step was I lost my sense of entitlement. In order to move forward, tired of being that bird with no legs, never grounded in my own invented illusions, completing OAP and volunteer programs, letters from employers, family, and peers, maintaining and successfully holding the outside clearance position, none of these accomplishments outweigh the damage that I've caused. Change, however, finally met me face to face, and I've accepted a new journey. Now that I'm in control of my own recidivism outcome, I have this burning desire of not failing anymore, to finally be able to live up the title a man. A man wouldn't have left a wife and children to fend for themselves. A man faces issues up front without hiding. A man doesn't do what is easy, what is right each and every time. I sit before you today consciously aware of the work that needs to still be accomplished and actions that need to be taken in order to finally and continuously succeed. I'm still here standing because of the strength, guidance, lessons, prayers, and love of a woman whom taught me how to be a man. The door to my room of growth will permanently stay open. My actions and dedications will speak louder than my words. I lost my appetite for procrastination. This reckless life that I chose to live for years showed me countless times this life isn't for me. This life isn't for anyone. I now know the importance of the title tax-paying citizen. My community and troubled youth needs and deserve a productive, mentally intact William Santiago. With 8,500 youthful offenders arrests in Connecticut and 92.3% firearms utilized in youth homicides, here I am, a 41-year-old man still adding to the problem. I'm ready to be a voice, not additional problem. I asked the board if you guys consider me for being granted for parole. I ask that you do it in a different approach. I ask that by sending me to a halfway house, I can continue structured growth and in a supervised environment. I greatly appreciate your time and look forward to your feedback.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Santiago, for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Yes,
and then when we're done, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and we'll give you an answer today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to start with the questions this morning. So let's go back to what you're here for. Why were you selling drugs instead of working?
I was selling drugs because I always wanted to take the easy way out. Instant gratification was the only thing that I wanted ever. I always talked about, I want a job, I want a business, I want this, I want better for myself, but I never even gave myself opportunity to do so. I always took the short route, even with positive people around me, hardworking women that's around me, even though I never had a male figure in my life, the women that was around me showed me what needs to be done. But here I am being ignorant and naive, wanted to live that street life and wanted to be accepted by my peers rather than being accepted from myself.
And that was how you felt in the past. Now, how do you feel about going forward?
Today, I worked on myself the whole time since I've been in here. And the first thing that was so hard for me to let go was entitlement. I blamed everybody for it. I blamed police officers. I blamed even you guys. I blamed everybody but myself, for the mistakes that I've made, and now I'm not afraid to even look in the mirror and tell myself that it's been me this whole time. It's been me since I was 14 years old. I'm 41 now. It's been me this whole time who's been putting myself in these predicaments. I didn't have a hard life. I had a mother who worked hard, who put food on the table, who I didn't even want for anything. I just was greedy. It was greed and the peers and stuff that I chose to be around that I wanted to be like them. But today I'm here and I know that I'm 41 years old and I gave so much time to the system that it's time for me to live. It's time for me to grow up. It's time for me to make my mother proud. It's time for me to make my kids proud. Dismissing my kids' graduations and seeing my daughter cry because I'm not there on her most important day it was the hardest thing as a father. And to hear her say she hope her little sister doesn't go through the same thing.
It's pretty good insight that you're sharing, Mr. Santiago, about your understanding of the harm that you've caused and the disruption this has all caused in your own family and in the community. And I'm hearing some change in your voice about how you want to live your life, Can you talk about what you learned in the Tier 2 program?
The Tier 2 program not only showed me that, I'm gonna go back a little bit. The Tier 2 program, every time I heard about a Tier 2 program or any drug program, I always thought about it's for addicts. It's for a person who does heroin. It's for a person who does cocaine. It's not. It's for any person who has an addiction to anything in life. So once I realized, once the facilitator broke that down to me, I looked at Tier 2 as a different outcome for myself, instead of looking at the next person next to me saying, oh, you do crack cocaine, but I don't. That's not true. We all have our own addictions, and I as well have my addiction. I was addicted to the street life. I only wanted to be outside instead of being where I needed to be at all times. Everything that I needed was always right in front of me, but yet and still I always looked past that. I never looked what was right in front of me. And Tier 2 showed me both sides from the spectrum between users and people who just have addictions and who need to address those issues. And Tier 2 was definitely a major program that I took that I enjoyed hearing. Every time somebody spoke about their story, I used to be that guy in the back room. I don't want to hear their story. I don't want to hear their story. Today, I'm that guy who want to sit in the front room and want to hear your story, because your story may impact me to the things that I need to change in my life.
Yeah, I don't know if you ran across any of the people that you sold drugs to, but they may as well could have been, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and the kind of destruction that it causes in their families and what goes on,
I never looked at it. I always looked at it like instant gratification, what my family needs, what I need. And to tell you the truth, it was more than just my family, but because a person that's selling drugs, we can all just sit up here and say, oh, I'm selling drugs to help my family.
Yeah.
That's a lie. It's the instant gratification is for self. It's not for family. Because if it was for family, family is out there being tax-paying citizens. Families out there busting their butts at 8 o'clock in the morning while I'm getting up at 12 o'clock just to go outside just to try to downplay somebody's addiction just to get some money. You know?
What about Voices? Do you remember what that was about?
Yes, Voices, and my group of Voices, we talked a lot about victims. And basically, they showed us the other spectrum of the other side of victims. And I kind of knew that part well, which I didn't address because my 22-year-old sister was raped and murdered. So I never addressed that issue. And getting into Mrs. Collins' class, I was able to open up about that. And she broke it down to me to where, you know, I can see what I'm doing as an individual selling drugs, or show me what I'm doing as a person, as an older 41-year-old male, holding a firearm and showing the youth that, you know, how can I talk to the youth if I'm in here for doing the same thing? You know, so showing me what victims go through, it was some gruesome stuff, and I never saw that side of crime before. I only saw the side of me committing crime. I never saw the side of what happens to the victim, what the victim goes through. Even though I don't have a physical victim, I still have a victim. My kids are my victim. My mother, my wife is my victims. You know, my community is my victim. So I definitely appreciate that program and thought that that was one of the most inspiring programs after actually paying attention to the videos that I saw.
Yeah. All right. You talked about a couple of times talking to youth or talking to young people, and I read some stuff about your involvement in the Embrace program. Can you talk about what you do there?
Yes, I'm currently in the Embrace program and also a program called Reflections. These are two programs that I mentor the kids at NYI. And this was a groundbreaker for me because I was asked to join the program and mentor the kids and give them inspirations and just talk about feedback about my life, and the seat that they're in now is the seat that I was in before. And talking to these kids gave me a new look at life, a new inspiration, because not only do I do this now, I'm involved with counselor supervisor of CSHAN at NYI, and also the Click founder. Now that they want me to come onto the board as soon as I'm released, they want me to be on the board so I can go around and talk to the kids at NYI. I think I do so well because I was once in that seat and I can identify with them because of the things that they go through, the people who they feel that's not there, all of the blame that they don't really know where to shift it to. And to put them into perspective and give them my experience, because I'm not only giving them advice, I'm also listening to them and taking advice from them, because just because they're youth doesn't mean that I can't learn something from them. And talking to them and seeing them, how they look up to me, and how their eyes just tell you that they want more and they just need that father figure, or even that brother figure to be there for them, that comfort when you go back in that cell and you're by yourself and you're 15 and 16 and you're crying and you can't use the phone because it's not rec time. I was there, I understand that, and I identify with them, and just that alone just breaks me down because I was once there, and seeing the look in their eyes is unfathomable. I wish that didn't have to happen, but now I want to take those steps to further be there for them. I want to be there for each and every one of those kids because they deserve more. They deserve more than being in facilities, you know?
Well, you're a well-spoken guy. You have a powerful voice, and your experiences, you can use that for some good, you know, and kind of make up for some of the harm you've caused throughout your life.
Yes.
Do you think, so did I hear you say that you're going to keep doing this when you get out?
Yes, the click board member asked me to be on the board, so as soon as I get out, I get in contact with Aaron, and I was surprised that he actually asked me, and he also wrote me letters as well. He's actually wanting me to join as a partner, not as anything else, to go around to continue to speak to these kids, to be a voice for these kids, to be well spoken, to speak out for them, since they don't know how to speak out for them. And even I facilitate a program called Speechcraft, which we're going to try to implement inside youth, mints and youth, to get the kids to work on resumes, to get them to talk in front of board members like you, and even in interviews and stuff like that, to be confident to use their voice.
Yeah. I mean, it counts for a lot,
Yes.
just the way that you're speaking now. So if you could teach that to young people, it could be helpful. Let me ask you this. In your opening statement, I heard you say something about a halfway house, but in my notes, I saw that you wanted to go to a family member's house when you're released. What's your plan for housing? What's your plan for housing?
My plan, I do have a place to go, is with my wife's father, which, he's been working for DACO for 35 plus years, and which just going there alone with him, he always chastised me on the things that I need to be doing and the things that I don't need to be doing, just to get on the right path. The reason why I asked to go to be, if you guys was to grant me parole to go to a halfway house, because I did a halfway house before, and the structure that it gave me that path to go straight, but still a strict path, So I asked to go there to be under serious structure where I can still gradually continue my growth, not just, bam, it's there right in front of you. I'm knowing myself now. I know that I still got a lot of learning and a lot of work that still needs to be done in myself as well in the community. So I figured that would be a positive outlook on me going to a halfway house to continue that structured growth and get in contact with some people who can put me in the right direction to get talk to you for anything that has to do with youthful offenders. I want to be a part of.
Okay. Now you have your plan for work is to work at a car wash?
Yes, for the time being, because right now I put it together a plan for myself that's an actual foreseeable goal, because the car wash fits around the schedule of me starting college courses in the fall. I start college courses in the fall in August for business management, so it weighs out without putting too much on my plate.
Okay. Okay, and
that's just a stepping stone.
Okay, I hear you. I saw that you want to, you have long-term plans after you get your business management degree and all of that. We read all that in your statement. Let me ask you this: this co-defendant, Dante James, you related to this person? You need to stay in touch with them for any reason?
No, since the last time that I've been arrested, we just went our several ways pretty much. I haven't had any contact with Dante besides what we're going to do with our storage.
Okay. All right. Let me see if my colleagues have any other questions. Thank you for answering my questions. Panel member Sarko.
Sure. I think you've covered all the questions I had, so I'm all set.
Okay. Panel member Smith-Palmer.
Yeah, I do not have any questions.
Okay. So my colleagues don't have any questions. I think our conversation was pretty thorough. So we're going to talk about your case now, deliberate. You can listen. Please don't interrupt, and we'll come back to you shortly with our answers shortly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Santiago, as he mentioned, is 41 years old. He has a concerning criminal history when you look at it, and also these charges having to do with firearms and selling drugs are very concerning. But he comes here today with no disciplinary reports. He works as a janitor. He's taken numerous programs, Voices, Tier 2. He's also taken multiple non-OAP certificate programs. He facilitates some programs. He goes out and speaks to younger inmates about his experiences, and he's trying to find ways to give back that way. With Smart Recovery, Click, there's a lot of programming here. He had an excellent evaluation in the Voices program. He talked about Voices in Tier 2 when we spoke to him today. You know, his release plan sounds realistic. He has support and several letters of support from family members. He appears to be doing well. So he has 3 years of probation to follow. Although he rates high for his overall risk to recidivate, based on everything I've heard during the interview and reading all of the documents before this hearing, I find him suitable for discretionary parole today. Panel Member Sarkoff? I did too. Panel Member Smith?
I did as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the conditions. You know, he talked about wanting to go to a halfway house for structure when he first gets out. And then what I'm hearing from him is maybe transition to his father. So I don't know if that's, so I'm going to put down halfway house here and they can kind of work that out. I did have the co-defendant that I mentioned during the hearing. Is there anything else?
I had nothing else.
Nope. Okay. Let's just confirm this date too. What date?
I had 7/1.
Okay. I don't mind having the wrong dates. Okay. In regards to William Santiago, inmate number 272-956, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of July 1st, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement and no contact with his co-defendant, Dante James. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Santiago, nice job. You've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Nothing happened. 272-956.
Members of the board.
Morning, Mr. Sinclair.
Good morning, members of the board.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name, inmate number for the record.
My name is Tyrell Sinclair, inmate number 253808.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tyrell Sinclair, inmate number 253808. Is serving a sentence of 30 months for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon, carrying a dangerous weapon. He was also convicted of assault third and received unconditional discharge. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 22nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Here too, domestic violence, currently has a unit mentioned that. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right, thank you. Dear members of the parole board, thank you for the opportunity allowing me to plead on my behalf regarding the chance for early release through parole. I'm deeply grateful for your time and consideration in this matter. I understand the seriousness of my offenses and their explicit effects surrounding myself as well as those around me. I take full responsibility with deep empathy for the harm and pain that I have caused through my past actions. My behaviors, carrying a firearm, engaging in activities that involve domestic violence with another female are particularly
particularly put my community and those around me at risk. Negative behavior isn't something that can be justified, nor am I searching for justification. I put people in general in harm's way, bringing risk where it didn't need to be. I also recognize that my impact on my actions, on my family, my children, myself, my victim, and for that I am truly apologetic and remorseful. My past experiences included being shot 8 times and the tragic loss of my first son to gun violence created this false narrative about life and shaped my thinking in harmful ways. I convinced myself that carrying a weapon was necessary as a deterrent and also protection. Substance abuse combined with negative thinking developed in me a distorted and dangerous mindset. Today I understand that those choices were wrong and I committed to living life differently. Being in the Second Chance program has allowed me time to commit myself to meaningful self-reflection, personal growth, and rehabilitation. I am actively participating in various programs, and I am on a waiting list for CCAR in order to continue working on myself and become a recovery coach. I've remained ticket-free and maintained consistent employment to better my mindset and develop the discipline needed to live as a productive member of society. Through programs like Threshold, I've learned how to set obtainable goals, make positive decisions, and finally take control of my life. I now understand where I went wrong and what led me to think my actions were correct. These experiences have helped me acknowledge that addiction is a lifelong struggle that cannot be fixed or cured with any one program or group. This struggle requires continuous daily work, which I'm dedicated and committed to doing. I want to be a man my family, children, and grandchildren can be proud of, an honest, hardworking individual who leads by an example. I cannot change my past, but I am committed to building a better future. I understand my actions have consequences, and I'm determined to spend the rest of my life living safely, responsibly, and within the law. In conclusion, upon my release, I plan to continue my education at Asnontuck Community College, maintain steady employment, doing what I love, which is trucking, and attend recovery meetings regularly to support my sobriety. I intend to find an AA and a sponsor and seek ongoing therapy to help me navigate life with a clear and stable mindset. My goal is to become a positive member of society as someone who consistently contributes rather than someone who takes from it and adds more harm. I've spent too many years living in the way that brought me to this point. I'm ready for a change, and I'm committed to proving that through my actions and moving forward. I am not proud to say that this is not my first time in front of the parole committee, but I am focused and determined to make it my last. The difference in me from then opposed to now is my understanding that knowledge without application to my everyday life equals no change. No offense, but I never want to see you guys again unless it's doing something positive outside of an institution. I'm ready for a real change. I know that these are just words, but my actions will prove how valid each one of them are. Thank you again for your time, allowing me to present my case in consideration for parole.
Okay, Mr. Sinclair, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions.
Yes,
when
sir.
we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, give you an answer. But before we start, I just want to make sure that you understand what it is that we're deciding today. You know you have special parole running, right?
Yes, I do.
So that is part of this, sir. So that your special parole goes to 2030. So that's part of our decision. We have to decide when you not only get out from discretionary, out of your current sentence, but also you could be held until 2030. Do you know that?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. All right. I just wanted you to be aware of it before we start asking questions. What's at stake?
Yes.
Okay. My colleague, panel member Sarkoff, is going to start asking the questions this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Sinclair.
Good morning.
Can you tell us again why you had the firearm?
Being shot 8 times, hanging around people that I knew I should not be hanging around. I knew people wanted to do things to me. I was robbed many a times, and in my mind, me carrying a gun was like a deterrent for people not trying to do something to me. And it was just a negative way of thinking. I wanted to fit in with the group that I was hanging out with, and these guys ultimately had guns on them and they sold drugs.
Did you consider that you were on special parole at the time?
I did consider that I was on special parole, but again, once I started using drugs again, sir, my mindset was unclear. Paranoia started to set in, and I just started to think irrational. And me doing the right thing, I was working, I was going to school, and continually going around these people. And eventually, it's like whatever they were doing, I started to do. And my grandmother used to always tell me that you show me your friends and I tell you who you are. And sorry.
You know how many weapon convictions do you have in your history?
In my history, I believe this is my third weapon conviction, sir.
What substances were you using in the community?
I was drinking alcohol, and I was also using Molly and ecstasy, sir. And these are things that I was doing on a regular basis. And the Molly and ecstasy came from when I was shot. They had me on a high dose of Percocet, and I honestly didn't know at the time, how dangerous Percocet was. And I was just popping them because I was in pain. But after my prescription ran out and I could no longer obtain any Percocet, I was looking for something to substitute that. And it led me to using Molly and ecstasy.
Okay, in one of your convictions, you were in the hospital, right? Do you remember anything from that, or you were found with a weapon there too?
Yes, I do. With that situation, sir, I remember it was a day I was going to Lincoln Institute for auto body technician, and before going to class, a friend dropped me off at school, and he gave me a pill. Well, I asked him for a pill. I took the pill. I was in class, and the last thing I remember, I was typing, and I woke up, and I was in the hospital, and I didn't know that I had a firearm in my book bag.
Were you always carrying a gun, or why did you have a gun there?
Yes, I had a firearm, Marie, again, because I was always scared that somebody would do something to me. And I also did not want to, so to speak, look soft in front of the people that I was hanging around, because they looked at it like, oh, you got shot. You're not scared. You're not going to carry a gun. And again, the things that I did, just like clouding my judgment and knowing that it wasn't right. Like, because I didn't want to use a gun, but I knew that by me having it, that was a definite possibility. And me just wanting to look a certain way in front of people, it wasn't good.
Okay, talk to us about your experience with Tier 2.
In Tier 2, sir, I learned that my addiction is not only based on drugs. Like, I had an addiction to a lifestyle of being around multiple women, a lifestyle about being around individuals that was involved in illegal activity. And one thing that I realized that in Tier 2, they always talk about 90 meetings in 90 days. And I never really understood the concept of it until I was placed in the Second Chance program, and every day there's a different group, and I attend these groups. And going to some type of support group or meeting every day, like, helped me realize that by doing so, it really helps. It allowed me time to be able to talk about issues and problems that I thought were unique to me. Hearing others talk about their problems made me more comfortable about opening up and just realizing that just because you take one class, that doesn't mean that you're fixed. If you don't continue to work on yourself every day, you won't change the mindset that you have. It's like you would continually think about the things that you used to think about. Like, I've learned that I not only had to work with myself every day, but I had to strip myself of the identity of, my peers calling me Rello, because Rello was the person that used to like to hang out with these guys that carry a gun, used to carry a gun, sell drugs. And by me identifying with that same person was hindering me from growing and not thinking about living a life that's legal. And just me realizing that if I was to put as much effort into doing good as I did at points in my life doing bad, that I wouldn't have no problems, and I would be a lot better off in life than I am now.
And with respect to tier 2, you've taken the program a couple of times before, right?
Yes, I have.
Why do you think it didn't click at that time?
I think it did not click, sir, because I never took the opportunity to continuously apply it to myself. It's like I took the program, I got the certificate, and I just said, okay, I have this information. But again, I never put the information to any type of use. I never continued to go to any self-help groups. I never sought out to get an NA or AA sponsor, and also a therapist, which is something that I know I need, because I know I suffer from some trauma, some things that has happened in my life that I've never really addressed and never really talked about enough to say that it's not something that's like still bothering me or still hurts me.
Another program you took in the facility was domestic violence, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about that?
And domestic violence, that was a very, very good class for me. And I learned that domestic violence is not just what you hitting somebody. Domestic violence comes in so many different forms, and yelling, emotional, psychological. And I never realized like how much domestic violence I actually put out there, how many people I made victims of some type of domestic violence just in my household, when it came to dealing with my children, when it came to dealing with my mom or my significant other. That it's not just about, physical violence. It's about everything else that comes with it. The putting down, the yelling, the making someone feel as though they're not right about something when they are, trying to shift the blame instead of taking accountability for things that I've done, always trying to get out of it, so to speak, by, switching things, making it seem like it was their fault and not mine.
I also saw that you did the Vet Dog program.
Yes, sir.
About a year. What was that experience like?
The Vet Dog program was very, very good for me. That program, like, it helped me realize that despite the things that I went through, and even though I was incarcerated, somebody entrusted a life to me, and taking care of this dog every day was something that made me realize just how hard, my mom had it, how hard that my significant other had it raising our children, because me being present every day was not something that I did. And with raising these dogs, you have to be there every day, like at night, to bring the dog out, to feed the dog, to train the dog, like everything the dog looks for consisted around you. And being in this program also helped me realize how actually damaged I was, that I suffered from PTSD. And my son was taken from me. He was shot, and it made me understand PTSD so much more, because the actual guy that shot my son was a veteran that came home, and he was suffering from PTSD. And these dogs are actually dogs that, would have helped a person like that in his time of need. And me being able to meet some of these veterans and hear them talk about just sometimes not wanting to come outside, just being in a dark basement, about how many times they thought about ending their lives until they got this dog that was just so helpful to them and just made them want to continue. It's just that the program is just very profound, and just to see how much these animals just love you, and they're just so smart. And it just has taught me this great responsibility and just the emphasis on just mental health alone, and how important it is to deal with it and to talk about your problems. And a dog can feel anything, man. And it's like times when I was down, the dog would just get up out of his sleep and just come and just kind of nudge me and put his shoulder on me, put his face on me, and it was just amazing to me.
Okay, let's talk about your plans in the community.
Yes, sir.
In terms of employment, are you trying to go back to your previous employer?
My previous employer told me that I can come back if I would like a job. I was working at ADUSA. It's a warehouse in Manchester. I was sanitation. I was being paid $25 an hour. I was also certified on the forklift. I was certified on the high-low, and I was certified on the clamp truck. But my passion is trucking. I know a friend, he has a trucking company, and he has told me that he has a job for me. He has a box truck that I can drive. I'm also familiar with working the load board, which is how you find freight that needs to be moved through different parts of either the state or the country. And I'm also a mechanic. I'm an auto mechanic. I'm familiar with diesel mechanic. So working with him will be something that I definitely want to do. And he told me that I can do that with him. But I do have the option open to go back to ADUSA if, in any case, it didn't work out with my friend. Also, when I was home, in my free time, I did DoorDash and I did Instacart, which was fun to me because, again, I like trucking, so I like to drive. So it used to be, fun, and I was pretty good at it. I had a good rating.
What about your relapse prevention plan? How are you going to stay sober in the community?
Well, when I was home, I was going to the village. I'm going to go back to the village. I plan on attending a meeting the first day I get out. I also plan on going and applying to get into the Suboxone program because I know that the Suboxone program was something that they introduced to me before, and I was taking it and it was okay. But what you were not supposed to do is use drugs with it. And I used drugs with it and I got real sick, so I stopped taking it, which is why I realized that it didn't work. But getting myself a condition, going to meetings every day, and like I said, getting on Suboxone and keeping myself around like-minded individuals who are sober is how I plan on staying sober and not relapsing. And like I said, those 90 meetings in 90 days, because I've been in the second chance unit for over 90 days. And like I said, every day I go into a different group, even groups that I've completed. And it amazes me that I still get something out of these groups every time I go. So I definitely plan on just, starting off with the meetings and finding a sponsor and just continuing on this path from there.
You do have quite a number of failures on community supervision. What do you think is going to be different this time?
What is going to be different is me not surrounding myself or believing that because I'm doing something good that I can go around and be around the same people, the places or things that I used to hang out with. I can't associate with these people. I can't go around these places and I can't do these things if I want to maintain my sobriety. I realized that for a lot of years that things that made me comfortable, which were involving myself in illegal activity, being around people that were doing wrong, were comfortable to me. And now in my life, like things that kind of make me nervous or uncomfortable are the things that are good for me. Like I now attend a regular Bible study, and at first it was uncomfortable, but it's something different and it's good for me. I'm meeting people, I'm learning the word, and I'm learning how to just be around like-minded individuals, and it feels good. Like I always thought that, without some type of substance or without something going on, that I couldn't be happy. And I find joy in, hanging out with these people. I play Scrabble. I do crosswords. I co-facilitate a goals group. I also co-facilitate a group called Trucking Made Simple, and this is stuff that I really enjoy doing. And I see when people come, the benefit that they get out of it, and it makes me feel good. And these are things that I've never done before that I also plan on doing that will be different from my last, time in society.
Okay, Mr. Sinclair, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sinclair, I heard you talk a lot about your drug use and how it's impacted your lifestyle and community. What have you identified as why you relapse?
identify why I relapsed with thinking about and not processing the loss of my son. So my son was ultimately buried on my birthday, which was July 21st. And I never really like took time to cry about my son. I never went to therapy about it. And I've learned through a group that I was in called Silent Sons that, you know, a lot of men are silent sons. Like we were taught not to cry. We were taught to toughen up. We were taught not to say that, you know, maybe something is wrong inside of my head. And me not addressing these things just caused me to want to self-medicate because I didn't know how to deal with these issues. I didn't know or want to talk to anybody. I wasn't seeking out any type of like outlet that wasn't forced upon me at the time. And it just led me back to using drugs, which made me, I would say, numb and not think about what was actually the cause of my issues to begin with.
But your drug use goes back to the late 90s.
Yes. And yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And my drug use going back to the late 90s, that's something, me hanging out with guys from a young age. My mom used to do drugs. My mom did drugs around me. And she was a young mom as I came up, and I never grew up with a father. And me not having a father around, like I would go to, you know, my friend's house down the street, but I was kind of the kid that was like, I wasn't allowed to go in all of the time. When I would go over, they would say, you know, there was too much company. Like they knew my mom was younger. They knew she did drugs. They knew she was gay. So it's like, it kind of like shunned me from the group and their parents as well. And what I started to do was going a little further up the street with the older guys hanging out. And I was always a child that, you know, I would cut grass, I would shovel snow, and I would do chores around the house that my grandmother would give me money for. So I would have a little bit of money in my pocket. And then when I went around these guys with the money in my pocket, as long as I was able, you know, to buy an alcoholic beverage or give them the money to get some weed, it was okay for me to chill with them. And I ultimately started using drugs back then, and it just continued and just got worse as time went on.
All right, I was looking at at your parole, special parole term. So it looks like you were released, you were granted discretionary parole back then, and you were back and forth with some violations on your discretionary parole.
Yes.
And then you started special parole just in June of 2023, and then you have these new arrests less than a year later. So were you using drugs the entire time you were on special parole, not seeking assistance from the parole officer?
Here and there, I was involving myself in drug use when times would get hard. And I did not seek out any help from the parole officers, again, because I didn't think that my problem was really a problem. And me looking back at it now, had I sought like help instead of being forced to do certain things, I wouldn't be in this predicament. So just me thinking that I could navigate through it, just me thinking that I was slick enough and I got it, again, just led me to my thinking just got more and more distorted as time went on, and things just continued to escalate while I was on parole, and they just started to snowball for me.
All right, Mr. Sinclair, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Sinclair, I just have a couple questions, a couple things I want to clear up. You know, one of these times you were pulled over and they found a gun in the car. You were like several motor vehicle violations. You were driving erratically. You had this other person who was also arrested, Sharon Howard, in the car. What's the status of your driver's license now? You got like a lot of tickets that day and all of that, and then they found a gun. It kind of, what happened to your driver's license?
My driver's license is still active, sir. They did not suspend my license at all.
Okay. This person, Sharon Howard,
yes,
is that the grandmother of any of your children?
That is not the grandmother of any of my children. That's the grandmother of a woman that I was dating at the time.
I just want to know if it was, you have no reason to be in contact with her for anything, Sharon Howard?
No, I don't, sir.
Okay. Alrighty, now, don't say the name of this person on the record, okay? But the domestic violence incident you had, the person's initials were MV.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any children with that person?
No, I do not, sir.
Okay. And now, what about these other two guys, Everall Spike and Warren Simpson from your previous larceny case?
No, I have no
reason to contact. Okay.
None at all, and I have no relation to them, and I haven't seen or heard from any of those people in years.
I just wanted to have a better understanding of all these people that were involved in some of these things and where people are at in your life right now. Okay,
Yes.
that's all I have. That's all I had, sir. We're going to talk about your case now. You can listen. Please don't interrupt. We'll come back and give you an answer shortly.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. Member Sarkoff, so I guess what we're dealing with here, the end sentence looks like it's in August, right? And then his end of special parole is in May of 2030, according to what I have here. So we have to kind of figure out all these dates. I'm not sure if we, when we fill these out, he has to be released on this date.
Yes.
So we have to, if we put today, it's going to be difficult if we came to that conclusion. Right? How would they even, so we might have to.
We put it out.
Like a week or something. Or whatever.
Yes, that's usually.
All right, I just wanted to understand, I'm not suggesting that we make that decision, I just wanted to.
It gives it gives Parole a chance to.
I think so too, yeah, I mean,
Get
I
everything
don't,
signed.
it's 10:30 in the morning, yeah, there's not, anyway. Okay, I just want to understand everything first and then, Member Sarkoff.
Okay. So Mr. Sinclair here is here on two very serious offenses that involved firearm. He was special parole at the time, as we discussed. That special parole runs until May of 2030. It's concerning history that it goes back all the way to late 1990s. And he really is not that low on supervision. It's 1.8 in the community. During this period of incarceration, he's done very well. He has no disciplinary reports. He completed his OAP programs, domestic violence program, Tier 2 addiction services program, in addition to quite a number of non-OAP programs. He has a pretty solid release plan, some possibilities for employment and path forward. Certainly would like to hear from my colleagues, but my thought was to deny discretionary parole, have him go out not in August. I don't really think it needs to be there until May of 2030. So that was my suggestion. Deny discretionary parole. Let him go out his end of sentence in August.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying about his criminal history and everything. He's done so many programs, and he sounds good today. There were some letters of job offers. I did see something about being a recovery coach, also for the trucking business. So I agree that his release plan does look, he's taken all of the programs. I mean, there's no disciplinary reports. And I hear him talking today about a lot of change and talking about things that don't sound like someone would say that was involved in these things that were in his past, I don't know how he just seems suitable to me for discretionary parole, but I understand that August 8th and all of this, it's difficult. It's only 3 months, but I think, I don't know, what do you think?
I'm in agreement with him on the Sherpa. I think that he has done a lot of programming. He's been incarcerated for, they are very significant charges.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it on the impact on the community. I think there was some I think it's worth mentioning that the assault third that had the unconditional discharge, there's a violation of protective order attached with that we acknowledged at the time. But when you read the report for the case, it talks about that there was that. So I think the fact that he's taken the domestic violence is significant in terms of addressing those needs. I has taken a number of programs. He has really struggled with discretionary parole and the special parole term, hence the 7 failures on community supervision. He does have a strong release plan. However, I think the fact that he was on special parole when the offenses were committed, that gives me He's in the cause.
Mhm.
And I think it's 3 months. He
Mhm.
can finish some of the programs that he's doing, or continue to work on them. And then he'll be in a good place to go out. Be successful. You know, it's just concerning that, you know, he's at Lincoln Tech with a firearm.
All of it,
Yeah.
I mean, his criminal history, none of it, that's good. Okay. So let's talk about, so I think we're at a place to go to August 30th, 2026. For the restart of the special parole.
Yeah.
Are we all in agreement with that? Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the conditions. I went back to I printed out a copy of the previous parole, decision. I had no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for domestic violence. I had the victim of the domestic violence as MV.
Oh, I could not.
I found it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it took a little bit of work, but I did find that.
yeah, the warrant had it listed as streamed out.
And yeah, I had to go through some other stuff to come up with it. And when I talked to him, he seemed to agree that that was the person. And then his co-defendant from this gun case was Sharon Howard. And then I have 2 co-defendants from the larceny second previous underlying cases, Everall Spike and Warren Simpson. Is there anything else that you want to add to?
Nope. You covered domestic violence, right?
I did. So I think what I'll do is I think I'll make 2 motions. Let's take care of the discretionary parole first, and then I'll make a second motion for the special parole. How's that?
That works.
Let's make it a little cleaner. Okay. So in regards to Tyrell Sinclair, inmate number 253808, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history and poor performance while on community release, which would include his current term of special parole.
Okay, I think we could just really go with the fact that he's on special parole.
We can do that.
Deal with that today.
Okay, you want to do that?
I do.
Is there anything, criminal history and special parole? Is there?
I think that covers.
Yeah,
Really,
that's what I have.
you know, he's done great programming. I do hear offender change. However, for me, the fact that he was on special parole.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start this over. In regards to Tyrell Sinclair, inmate number 253808, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history and the fact that his current offense was committed while on special parole. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. So now we're going to make a motion about his running special parole. In regard to Tyrell Sinclair, inmate number 253808, I'm gonna make a motion that he be released from his incarceration onto his running special parole on or after August 30th, 2026, which is his estimated end of sentence from his current charges, with the following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based behavior management program for domestic violence. No contact with the victim, MV. No contact with co-defendants, Sharon Howard, Everall Spike, and Warren Simpson. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I think we've got everything covered. That's all right?
Yes,
Okay,
and Ben.
okay. So, Mr. Sinclair, did you hear all of that?
Yes, I did, sir.
So what we decided is that you're going to stay where you're at until August. That's when your end of sentence is. But that time you'll go back out on your special parole. We set those conditions. You'll get all of that in writing. Use this remaining time to keep working, keep doing programs, keep working on your release plan and be ready, okay? Because you only have a couple months left.
I definitely will, sir. I definitely will. And I thank you guys very much.
Yeah, we wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Tyrell Sinclair, number 253.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Rivas.
Good morning.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay.
Morning, Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing in the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by state your names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazauskas.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Tarkov.
Also
How you
attending.
doing? How you doing?
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Andre Rivas, 303422.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Andre Rivas, inmate number 303422. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 3.5 years, followed by 3 years probation for 2-count sale of narcotic substance, failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 26, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender is completed programs. Tier 2 currently has a window washing job utilized in the statewide level offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within a high range of risk percentages. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I made a letter here for you guys. Okay, I would like to start off by saying thank you for granting me this hearing. During my incarceration, I have taken time to reflect deeply on the decisions and actions that led me here. I fully accept responsibility for my past mistakes and understand the impact they have had on others, my family, and my own future. This experience has given me the opportunity to grow, mature, and reevaluate the direction of my life. I am committed to continuing that growth and making positive choices moving forward. While incarcerated, I have focused on improving my mindset, behavior, and outlook on life, while learning the importance of discipline, accountability, and respect. I now am prepared to prove through my conduct and determination that I can be a productive member of society. I also have support from family and loved ones who are ready to help me transition successfully back into the community and encourage me to stay on the right path. I am now focused on moving forward in a positive direction, living and staying sober. I've been enrolled in the MAT program. The methadone I take every day helps reduce the cravings and temptations I had. This medication can and will have me living an opiate drug-free life. For the past 13 months, I've been in the Second Chance program dorm, which has a lot of structure that I needed. I've been following every rule and regulation which is needed to be done in order to stay here, also remaining ticket-free. We also do in-dorm programming where we receive certificates, and I've obtained several of them in my folder here with me. If granted parole, I plan to continue building a stable and responsible life focused on sobriety, work, family, and personal growth. I am determined to not repeat the mistakes of my past and to use the lessons I have learned to create a better future for myself and those around me. I respectfully ask the board to consider the progress I have made, the insight I have gained, and my sincere commitment to rehabilitation. Thank you for your time and opportunity to be heard.
Okay, Mr. Rivas, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Okay.
When that's done, we're going to talk about your case and then we'll give you an answer today.
Okay.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri is going to start with the questions this morning.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Morning, Mr. Rivas.
Good
So,
morning.
in going through your file, I reviewed, what you're charged with, the sale of narcotics, the failure to appear. It's two separate charges for sale of narcotics. And when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you said that you were using and selling and that you didn't want to be sick. But then I read a little further down and it looks like you were in treatment.
I have had treatment before, and then
I want to, were you in treatment or had you had treatment?
No, I had treatment
Okay,
and I wound up relapsing. I went into, a few programs throughout time and, I managed to do good and then, being around certain people usually always brings my downfall.
yeah.
So that's why I decided to go on methadone, which has been helping me, with cravings, and I want to continue staying on that medication.
Okay, but I also read that you were in a medical assisted treatment program in the community for some time. Is that right?
This was some years back. Some years back it was, yeah.
How far back?
Wow, probably like maybe 7, 8 years ago.
So was that when you were on Suboxone?
No, I did that and I was on it for about 6 months and I didn't really like it that much at that time. And I was doing Suboxones after that.
Yeah, but the Suboxone is not that long. It's not 6 years ago. It's much more recent.
Yeah, no, the Suboxones, yeah, is probably more recent. I'm trying to remember exactly when. Like there was a few times that I went on and off Suboxones. So I was kind of I'm trying to remember when.
And I also was in reviewing your file, noted that you've done quite a bit of inpatient, outpatient treatment. So can you tell me why you seem to fall back into these old habits that cause you to relapse and you don't rely on your skills from the program that you've learned?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of time I complete the program. I always do good, and I put myself around wrong people, and that is always mostly my downfall. As always I see people somewhere I run into, and then one thing leads to another, and then they bring me, always have my downfall.
Yeah, well, I heard you say that earlier, that, it's people, it's really people, places and things, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Are your downfall. But why do you think you can't seem to extricate yourself from those people or those areas?
The thing is, it's tough because about maybe 16 years ago, I had surgery on my arm. So from there, they prescribed me Percocets. And then from there, it escalated into a bigger addiction. So about, 15, 16 years, I've had an opiate problem. And I've tried, and I've tried again to get help. And now that I'm getting older and, I'm being in here, giving me a lot of time to reflect and really open up my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, you've done some other periods of incarceration. And like I said a few minutes ago, you've done a lot of treatment. So what makes doing tier 2 so significant for you this time?
Doing tier 2, it made me realize the person I was becoming and became, and and I need to stop this because I have a lot of family support out there, and they tell me that if I keep on this path, they're not gonna be there for me and help me, and I'm gonna be on my own. And I don't want to lose that opportunity with the help that I have.
Well, I read that when you took tier 2, you learned about staying positive and being sober, but I'm not really sure that I'm getting a sense of how you're going to stay sober for yourself. I hear that you have a lot of support. But tell me, what is the plan? Tell me, when you're out in the community, what's the big plan?
Well, I'm probably gonna put myself into relapse prevention, which I go once a week to a program and continue taking the methadone. And I know out there they have programs to continue with the methadone treatment they have also.
Oh, they do. You're right about that.
Yeah, you can go to a program, so I'm going to continue.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was saying I was just going to continue that path.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you have not done methadone in the past?
No, yeah, I have done it, but at that time I wasn't too fond of it. And I didn't like the thing of waking up. I had to wake up, at the time real early in the morning because of my job timing and stuff like that. It was too much. But now being on I've been on it for already a year, and it's helping me really. It's really helping me this time. I don't have no thoughts of any opiate usage or anything like that.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of the medically assisted treatment. It curbs
Yeah.
those cravings, so you have an opportunity to focus on the counseling, the therapeutic part of treatment.
Yeah, and I'm glad that they offer it here now. Before it was such a pain. You had to get it out there in order to get it continued here. But I think that's a good plan if they did like that, being able to take it so you don't have that, because, there's drugs everywhere, and being on that medication has really been helping me.
So what do you think is going to be difficult for you in the community? I see when the parole officer asked you if there was something that you considered high risk, you said no. What do you think will be challenging for you when you're back in the community?
Well, it'll be challenging. I don't care about having friends. I mean, my circle, I'm just gonna keep it small. When I see people that I run into, I'm just gonna turn the other way. I don't want to be involved with that anymore. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. It's been holding me back, being drug dependent. And I said, I'm done. I'm done with it.
We hear that quite a bit. I mean, it's I'm sure it's a real statement. It's a real feeling. It just, there needs to be a plan so that you can remember those feelings when you're back in the community and, you find yourself walking down the street running into people that you know.
Yeah, that's why I want to stay on the relapse prevention, and keep myself in programming. So this way, stay around people that are in the same boat as me.
Okay. Well, other than your family and friends and the relapse prevention program, what do you think you could do to help you maintain your sobriety in the community?
I'll probably attend meetings also, do NAAA meetings. I could start attending those.
Have you done that in the past?
I've done them in the past, yeah, and they did help, but it's slowly but surely I tend to veer off that path. But I'm not this time around. I'm done. I'm really done. I'm tired of it. Tired of waking up sick. I'm tired of having. It doesn't end.
You mentioned in your opening statement that you're in the second chance dorm and you've done some other programming. What other program sticks out to you that you think will be helpful for you?
A good one that I liked was where is it? It was 7 Good Minutes, and it talks a lot about basically. From having temptations and things to keep you away from that. If you have, get a sponsor. If you have some kind of thoughts of getting high, you could sponsor a call. Keep people that are sober, that are in the same boat as you. So this way you could call them if you need that kind of help. No matter if it's 1 in the morning or stuff like that.
Tell me a little bit about your release plan. I see you have an aunt that you want to live with. You were living with her before?
Yeah, she's about 7 years old, and keeps a sober house. There's no drugs in there allowed. There's none of that stuff allowed, and she's on my tail too for drugs. So she's a good support system for me. As well, I have, other family members and stuff.
I have a question next to roofing as a job. I see that was something you've done before.
Yeah.
Is that your plan, is to go back to being a roofer?
Yeah, I'm gonna, I have a trade in carpentry. So the guy I used to work for, I could pretty much get a job, as soon as I come out. And it does anything from roofing to windows to doors and siding, but I could get a job probably within the first week of being out there. And that's what I'm gonna.
Is that occupation a trigger for you? Being around
No,
people
because
you've worked with before?
they don't drink. He doesn't drink, he's not a drinker, and it's a drug-free environment. So for me, that's not a trigger, doing that kind of work.
The whole crew there, I'm sure it's not just one person.
Yeah, there's probably like 3 of us, but they don't, and if they do it on their personal time. Like there's none of that stuff in the work environment. It doesn't allow that anyways.
And because you're going to Willimantic, have you ever explored C-Car at all?
Yeah, actually, that's why I used to go to meetings. I'm not too far from there. And I used to go to meetings at C-Car. And that's what I used to do. I used to look for jobs there in the past. And it's a good network community in there.
Any thoughts about connecting with them again when you get out?
Yeah, that's one of the places where I'm gonna go for meetings and stuff. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna, and most likely probably wind up finding some kind of a sponsor over there too, because I know they're located over there where I could find one.
All right, Mr. Rivas, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Rivas, I just had a couple of questions to follow up on. I see that in the past you had an operating under the influence charge. Do you think alcohol contributes to some of your bad decision-making here about selling drugs and not showing up for court?
No, I had a drinking problem like in my 20s. I used to drink a lot, but when I said I had that surgery and I started messing with the opiates, it was mostly just opiates.
So before this incarceration, you were not drinking a lot?
No, I wasn't really drinking. I wasn't really my thing.
Okay. And then the other thing is that I saw that some of your crimes involved driving. They stopped you were in a car. What's the status of your driver's license now?
Right now it's suspended. So I'm gonna see what I can do to get that back. I know I gotta pay a couple dollars and stuff, but I'm gonna see. And my mom's gonna help me, she said already with that. So,
okay, so but you have a plan to take care of that. You talk to your family and you're working on. That's part of your relationship.
Yeah, she's gonna help me with that, with the money.
Okay. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out to you, sir, is that when I read through the police reports, there was something unusual that I noticed is that all of the police officers knew who you were before they stopped you. Do you know that? They all know you?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Yeah, I mean, they are familiar with you and your cases. You have a long history. I mean, do you understand what that means when you're out in the community? They know who you are,
Yeah, they know. Now I know that they know me. So yeah, I don't plan on having any police contact.
You're not going to be able to fly under the radar. You know what I mean? So you're gonna.
Yeah, I'm not being involved with that life no more. I'm done.
So at some point, like you have a lot of interaction with the police, then they all get to know you, and then now every time people see you, right, they wonder what you're doing.
Yeah, pull you over and mess with you and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's this is come from your own behavior. You know what I mean? I mean, you've had so many contacts with the police, they get to know you well, and then it becomes an issue for you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to point that out because it was very unusual. They had known who you were and what you were involved with, before they had stopped you. All right. That's all I have, sir. Mr. Sarkov, do you have anything?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay. We're done with the questions, sir. We're going to talk about your case now and then deliberate, give you an answer. During this time, you can listen. Please don't interrupt.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So Mr. Rivas, he's before us for 2 separate charges, felon narcotics and fatal appear, so not court or his court date. He does have a long history. It appears to be very similar to what we see for somebody who struggled from substance abuse. And as you pointed out, he's got an operating under the influence and some violation of probation. To his credit, he has no disciplinary reports. He has struggled with community supervision, as I said a minute ago. He has 4 failures and only 3 completions in his history. He is currently in the MAP program. He's done the program successfully on his OAP. We didn't talk about it, but he has a job at the facility as well. He's in the second chance program. We can see when he opens the folder there, we can recognize some of those certificates that we see with individuals attending those programs and in that dorm. He does have a release plan that includes support in the community. He seems to have identified programs for treatment in the community, including CCAR, which I'm getting the impression he didn't mention just because it's part of where he participates in the community. Some possibility of employment. So for me, I would find Mr. Rivas suitable for discretionary parole.
I agree. Councilmember Sarkar.
I also agree. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Let's talk about conditions.
Doesn't need the halfway house. I would do the no alcohol, even though.
Yeah, we discussed it, yeah.
Yes, no operation of motor vehicle.
Yeah, and he could get that straightened out as parole officer after he takes care of his license, but for the time being, that's gonna get him in some trouble if he drives right now.
Right. I didn't have any co-defendants. He's a mental health too. I'm seeing for.
I didn't have, yeah. I looked it over, I didn't see anything else there. Okay, and I have, we're gonna use today's date, so it looks like he became eligible yesterday. Okay, so in regards to Andre Rivas, inmate number 303422, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, May 27, 2026. The following conditions, in addition to the standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Okay, Mr. Rivas, we've granted you discretionary parole.
Okay.
All righty, good luck to you. You'll get this all in writing. Someone will reach out to you.
Thank you.
Sure, what's your last name?
I'm Scott.
Right with it. All right, Mr. Scott, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Parole Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Sarkar.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Shane Scott, 381-527.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shane Scott, inmate number 381-527. He's serving a sentence of 4 years, followed by 4-year special parole for illegal alteration of firearm identifiers, 2 counts criminal possession of pistol revolver. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility dated May 27, 2026. There is no victim in court in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 4, utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivist. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May I begin?
You can say that one more time.
You can now address the panel members and tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
Okay, thank you. I have something.
Mr. Scott, before you get started, we want to let you know that we received your letter. I'm not sure if that's what you're going to read.
No, I have a short letter too.
Okay, yes, you can read that. That's okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning to the members of the pardon of parole, the parole board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am grateful to be even considered the chance at early release. First, I would love to apologize to my community, my victims, their family, my family, and whoever I'm impacted by my choices. I take full responsibility for my crimes. I put so many lives in danger by carrying illegal firearms and selling drugs and other illegal activities.
My distorted thinking and core beliefs had me living in a facade. I always found an excuse to justify doing the wrong thing. During my incarceration, I took full advantage of programs to help me understand my thinking patterns, how to understand my feelings, how to ask for help, how to be responsible, accountable, and a man. And to be a man my son will one day look up to. I truly learned I had multiple addictions that I now still have and trying to overcome. Now I have a positive support group with a positive mindset. I am ready to show my community and loved ones the man I am today. If granted parole, I will follow all rules of parole and laws, continue going to 12-step meetings, find employment, stay in contact with CCAR and Willard Clinic to continue getting help. I have a relapse prevention plan just in case I feel triggered. Thank you for listening today. Your time was greatly appreciated. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Scott. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with that portion, we'll talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer. Okay, I'm going to start with the questions this morning. And you touched on a little bit of this in your opening statement, but we'll just go back to what was going on. You're charged with these firearm charges, but you were also selling drugs at the time. Why were you selling drugs? Were you working?
No, I wasn't working.
Okay, why were you selling drugs instead of working?
Honestly, that was something I knew. Like my beliefs, I had so much distorted thinking. My beliefs had me thinking that I was going to sell drugs to make it out the hood, but that was all false. I was selling drugs for my own selfish ways. Like I used to say that I was selling drugs to make sure my son was good, but I was selling drugs before he was born. So it was obviously for my own personal gain, for instant gratification.
Yeah, and you can take care of your family by working, getting a job, right? Other people, family members that do that, right?
Yes, all my family members is working and taking care of houses and stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
My brother went through the same thing as me. I talk to him every day. He worked and he'd be like, man, I'd rather figure it out working instead of going back to the old ways.
I'm glad to hear that you have that positive support, your brother, understanding where you're at and where he's gone, you know? So that's good. Let's talk about the guns now. It sounds like you had 2 guns and obviously you weren't supposed to have them, right? Because of your criminal record?
Yes.
So why did you have them?
Honestly, the guns was, I guess, to protect my drugs and stuff I was doing, but like that wasn't the right way. I was just I didn't know how to ask for help. I didn't know how to do the right thing. I never tried to do the right thing before. So it's like the way how I was raised and the way my choices made me to think led me to carry guns. Like I've maximized all my problems. So something small used to happen, I'll be like, all right, now I need to sell drugs and carry a gun. It's like, instead of calling for somebody to help me, yo, mom, I need help finding a job, or, using the positive resources I have, because I do be having them, I just never utilized them.
And so these weren't your first gun charges. I look back, I see at least 2 others.
Yeah.
So you've been through this before, but you continue to go back and get guns, knowing that it's illegal, right?
It's right. It's insane. I never utilized any programs to learn how my criminal behaviors is the same thing as addiction. So it's like, I always went back to doing something that I was comfortable doing. And it was so easy for me to go back to doing the right thing. So it's like from being in jail and doing, especially Tier 4, like that was a great program. Like when I went to Tier 4, it helped me really realize my mistakes. Like when I had to stop pointing fingers at everybody else, blaming this, blaming that person, blaming everybody. I never took accountability for nothing. So if I didn't do that, nothing was going to change. I had to change my thinking patterns. I had to change everything about me so I don't carry illegal firearms. Right?
Okay, so you started talking about Tier 4 and you learned about how to change your thinking patterns, learned about your mistakes. Is It sounds like to me you're saying you had an addiction to the lifestyle, but did you also have an addiction to drugs and alcohol, do you think?
Yes, I had severe drinking problem, and I used to mix my cocaine with weed some at times, so I had a problem with that too. I was definitely had cross addictions, so it was, my mind was just altered all the time. I never even thought my actions through. Is never played the tape out one time. My court release was just all bad.
Okay. So Tier 4 is a long program, right?
I was there for 8 months.
So what are some of the other things you learned there that are going to help you when you get out so that this doesn't happen again? Like drugs,
I learned my triggers, what would trigger me, and I learned that my triggers what happened before I actually do the crime. So it's like, while I'm thinking about doing anything negative, I need to call somebody first, speak about it, stop isolating. I learned not to isolate. I learned about 12-step meetings, how to go there, how important that is, and to remember my why. Like, I got to keep remembering my why, what I'm doing this for, because nobody not gonna make me change. I had to change for myself. Like, even
but I think there are positive people could help you, like your brother, you know?
Yes.
If you start thinking negatively and you call before anything happens, you know what I mean? You might be able to stop it.
Real quick,
Can you identify some triggers just so I understand what would be triggers for you to get back involved in selling drugs or using drugs or possessing a gun?
Not losing my job. That would be one of my main triggers. Before it was grief, I didn't know how to do grief properly. Those were my main 2 triggers. And going back to the areas and dealing with the same people that are committing crimes and used with. Those are my main triggers.
So if someone in your family that is close to you, relative that's very close to you, special to you, dies, because as we get older, people get older and those things happen. You know that's a trigger. What are you going to do before anything happens? How are you going to handle that?
I'm going to call somebody. I got to call my therapist. I need to talk to somebody. Go to an NA meeting. But the first thing I'm doing is calling somebody. And the second thing I'm doing is going to a meeting and telling them what I'm going through.
Okay. Yeah. So reaching out for help, your brother, a sponsor, NA meeting, all those kinds of things. So don't be afraid to just tell them how you're feeling. You know what I mean? It's better doing that than being where you are, you know?
Yeah. This my son, he about to be 3 years old. I gotta keep thinking I gotta do right for him. So as long as I'm working on myself, he'll be fine. Cause he don't need no clothes, all that stuff that I used to be like, oh, I need to get my son the newest clothes. Yeah. I need to get him the newest thing. Like, that was for my gratification. He only about to be 3 years old. He don't care about that. Like,
he needs his father is what he needs, you know, and you to be out there, not in where you're at, you know. You're not doing him any good being where you are now. I mean, this isn't any of his fault. You know what I mean? Let's talk about Smart Recovery. You did that program, right?
Yeah. So Smart Recovery kind of goes off the same thing as what the end of Tier 4 was. Understanding my triggers and relapse prevention and what we do when it happens, and that is okay if it do happen to get help. And another thing Smart Recovery did that I never did was we had fun without being under the influence of drugs. That was something I really learned, like how to live sober, how to have fun soberly. Like, it wasn't about, oh, you got high today, what you gonna do now? It's not over. You got high today, go get the help you need. Smart Recovery, I like that group, but it's more like a spinoff of the end of Phase 4, Tier 4. It's just we had to write down our relapse prevention and our plans for when we go home.
Mm-hmm. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
My mindset and speaking how I feel. I think that's like I used to be a person that isolate and soak into my own problems and stress and just try to figure it out on my own ways. Now I feel like I have bad days in here. I'm not, times been hard. So I done have my times when I was ready to give up. And I call my brother, or I call one of my female friends. I don't know if she wrote a character letter for me. I don't know if she received it, but I have like those people I call that, they just reassure me. So I feel like my biggest thing when I was asking for help is speaking to people that's not gonna just tell me whatever. They're gonna tell me the truth and be honest with me.
So you haven't done well in supervision in the past. You've been on supervision 9 times and it looks like you failed on 8 of those. Why is this gonna be different?
Because I'm a different person. I'm not who I was during that supervision. I learned more. I understand myself more. I actually really cared. Like, I really honestly cared. Before I was just doing what Shane Scott felt like was best. I was living life on my terms, not living life on life's terms.
One of the things that concerns me is the gun charges, and this isn't your first time like we talked about before. How do you feel about guns now and about protecting yourself and that kind of thing? Where do you stand on that?
They got the police for that. I don't need to be around no guns. Like, I already gave up my rights for that my first time being incarcerated. Like, I don't want to be around nothing that's going to trigger me or put me back in the same predicaments I was in.
Okay, we've talked about it throughout the hearing in your opening statement, but let's just talk about your release plan. Can you just walk me through it one more time?
My release plan?
Yeah, where are you going to live?
I'm gonna live with my mom for until I could find an apartment. But my mom in Hartford, I'm gonna go get a job. I've already talked to Willard Clinic, and I'm already enrolled in CCAR and find employment. I have 4 people that said they got a job for me, but just in case that don't pan out, I still gonna be doing applications. And I want to volunteer for CCAR until they could fully get me employment.
Okay, no need to say the names of the companies that you want to work for, but what kind of jobs are you thinking of? In a restaurant, fast food?
More
grocery
warehouse,
store?
more warehouse, grocery store. Honestly, if I could get into like anything that's got to do with CCAR, I'll do that. But I know that's going to take time.
Yeah, that'll take time, but volunteering is the way to get to where you want to go with that. But in the meantime, you're going to have some money coming in just to sustain yourself temporarily so you could build and, like you said, move out of your mother's place,
Honestly, I'm not gonna be picky. I know with my felons and my past history, I don't really have too much of a great work history. I can't really be picky. So I'm gonna do applications. I got a couple temp agencies under in my book. So I'm just gonna go try everything.
You're gonna have to prove yourself to people. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna be suspicious, because of your past. Just like when we're asking questions today, you're gonna have to overcome that. But your brother has been through this and has done it, right?
Yeah, he got a full pardon.
Good.
So he been really drilling into my head, like, listen.
Yeah, I would do what he says. If he's been able to do this, I would stay close to him and stay away from these other people. Let me see if there was anything else I wanted to ask you about. Think I had anything else. Okay, so let me see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there, sir, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sarkoff.
Second question, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
I just want to follow up on something.
Sure.
So, Mr. Scott, when I read your opening statement, you wrote, I promised myself I wasn't coming back, but then I didn't do anything about it. So in your view, what have you done to change that?
All the programs I've done, asked for help. I've been honest, open-minded, and willing to do things I need to do. I really just did all the programs that I felt like was going to help me be a better person and be the person I am today.
I would agree the programs are significant. What I liked hearing from you was that you're open-minded, because I think that is going to be an important piece of getting back in the community and reacclimating. To be open-minded about taking what can help you, and not thinking what you think might help and what won't help. You said you, in Smart Recovery, you wrote things down. Does that help? Do you find that helpful when you write things down?
Yes, because every time, like even now, like I said, I still be having my days when, I get a little sidetracked. I go read those and it helps me be like, I stick to my plan. It helps me remember my why. It just keeps me back on track. Like, this is what will happen if you go back to doing this. This is what's going to happen if you, this is the goals. You're going to reach your goals if you stay with your, keep reminded of my path.
Yeah. And that goals list or letter that you submitted, I thought that was well done. Start the segments of it. Have you prepared yourself for what maybe wouldn't, if things don't pan out exactly how you have them laid out?
Yeah, I have backup plans for everything because, sometimes we get sidetracked for goals. So my biggest thing is that don't give up on myself. I have to try again, try different ways, other ways to do the right thing. Like I did all of the ways to do the bad things and it didn't work out for me. So I need to try all the different angles of doing the right thing because it will work out. It might not work out today. It might not work out next week, next month, next year, but it will work out. And like, I see my mom go through troubles and a plan didn't work out the way she did. She talked to me about it before. Since I've been incarcerated, she talked to me about her little mishaps and she went through it another way. And I felt like it helped. It worked. Like it's working for her now. Everything. I've been in jail almost 2 years, and 2 years later, she went back to her goals. So things might not work out right then in the moment, but I feel like I just got to stick to my plans, my goals.
Play the long game. Have a plan B. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Scott, we're all done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case, deliberate. We'll give you an answer shortly. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Scott is here for these firearms charges related to, looks like a narcotics investigation. He raised very high for risk to recidivate, has a long criminal history of similar behavior as to what we're seeing here today. He has drug and alcohol score of 4 and has completed Tier 4 program, I believe.
Yes.
He's also done Smart Recovery. He's done the Recovery Coach Academy, Durable Circle. He has not received any disciplinary reports, and I saw an excellent evaluation for a Smart Recovery program there. We talked to him about that today. He wants to go and live with his mother. He has some employment leads, not definite offers, but he's got some things to follow up on. He wants to engage in CCAR when he leaves the facility and aid meetings, be involved in the Wheeler Clinic. I read some long-term plans. He wants to get his commercial driver's license. He talked today about how he's changed his mindset and he's now more honest with himself and open-minded. I heard him take full responsibility for his crimes, apologize to the community and his family. Says he's taken advantage of the programs to understand his distorted thinking. He has some positive support he talked about from his brother and other friends. Plans to use sponsor CCAR for additional support related to his substance abuse when he gets out. So, overall, despite his concerning criminal history and these charges, he does appear to be suitable to me today. Remember, Sarpa?
I agree, Mr. Chair. Certainly has a very concerning criminal history, especially for his age.
Mm-hmm.
That's his 5th sentence over a year. I'd like to give him a chance. He sounds good, positive today. Seems to have a plan for the future, so I support him.
Yeah, he has 4 years of special parole to follow this that I didn't mention, so we'll have the steps to cover all of that. Mary.
I agree with already what's been said.
Okay, so let's talk about the steps. I had no alcohol here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else that we want to add to?
Yeah, has a sponsor. He doesn't need a halfway house. no need for mental health, no domestic violence, anger management. So just the no alcohol.
Anything else? Okay. So in regards to Shane Scott, inmate number 381527, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after May 27, 2026, with the following conditions, in addition to standard parole conditions, that will also apply to his term of special parole. No alcohol consumption. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Scott, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you very much.
Alright,
Thank
good
you.
luck to
I
you.
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a blessed day.
Shane Scott, 81527.
Good morning.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Garris,
I can hear you. Yeah.
go ahead and get started. Morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Rules. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Andre Kirkwood, 432177.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Andre Kirkwood, inmate number 432177, serving a sentence of 2 years, 11 months, and 27 days. Criminal attempt, larceny 4, conspiracy for larceny 4, conspiracy to flee. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 22nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender that has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed programs. Tier 2, new thoughts, currently has a warehouse job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. May begin.
I can read my letter.
Yes, sir. Sir, let me just say that the letter that you submitted to us already, we've already read that. You don't need to read that. But if you want to make an opening statement, you certainly can.
This is a different one.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello once again. I would like to thank everyone that had a hand in granting me this opportunity for a parole hearing. December 31st, 2024, I made a choice that led me on this journey I'm traveling today. First and foremost, I completely and wholeheartedly take full responsibility for the choices I made that day and every day before and since then. Not all my choices were bad, but not all my choices were good. Secondly, I would like to say that while I was committing the crime, I didn't consider the fact that there would be a victim. But during my time in incarceration, I had time to reflect and think about all my choices, and I realized that every crime has a victim. And with that being said, I would like to apologize to the taxpaying citizens who were impersonated, my son and my family who have been affected by my actions and still have been a huge uplift during the lowest period of my life. My time incarcerated has been full of blessings, lessons, laughs, and tears. I have learned not to take my freedom for granted and that there is no right way to do the wrong thing. I also learned that as a father, I have an unspoken commitment to my child and future children to be a law-abiding citizen, not only for them, but for myself as well. I have been blessed to have a support system that I can rely on in what has been the darkest hours of my life through family, friends, and my son. I have been blessed in being chosen to participate in the Second Chance program at Slabowski, in which has been my home now for the last year.
Embracing new opportunities and upholding good habits. This is the acronym for ENOUGH. By trying to model this, I feel like I've really taken the beginning steps in changing my life for the better. From attending to facilitating programs in the dorm to donating and inmate facilitated soup and soap drives, volunteering, working, enrolling in college classes, as well as hospitality certification course. Also attended programs such as Thresholds, New Thoughts, Tier 2, Model Mindset, and I'm currently on the waiting list for the CCAR program as well. I feel like these are the necessary steps in the right direction, but I say beginning steps because I know that there's a lot of work to be done. This is why I began to make a list of things I want to learn, begin, and change. From learning things such as the game of chess, new languages, yoga and meditation, to changing the way I talk, not raising my voice or arguing, the way I dress, and I made a conscious decision to remain an everyday learner. Thinking of parole, I came up with an acronym, which is preparing, analyzing, and realizing opportunities and lessons every day. To me, this means that the past is already written, so we should just learn from it. The future is bright and a chance to prove that we learned from our past. And no matter if our past is good or bad. Also, not to take the opportunities we get in life for granted, because they are not guaranteed. The choices I make cost me a lot of valuable time that I can never get back, so I won't try to. If I'm granted the opportunity to be released back into the community, I will do my best to strive and prove every day that I learned from my past and break the cycle of recidivism for myself and the people that look up to me, and never stand in front of a parole board again. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kirkwood, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking questions. And when we're done, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and then give you an answer, okay?
Yes, sir.
My colleague, panel member Starkov, is going to start with the questions this morning.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Kirkwood.
Good morning.
You've covered a lot of ground for us in your opening statement, but I do want to go back to the time of your offense in 2023. How did you get involved in that scheme?
I was in a bad spot in my life. I had just got laid off from my job right before the holidays. I had went out somewhere and met some people, and they told me that they could help me out. So, in less words, I was being a follower. I wasn't thinking for myself. I wasn't thinking long term. I was just thinking about the here and now.
How did you know the other people involved?
What was that?
How did you know the other people involved?
I met them.
And what was the arrangement between you three?
Basically that I don't want to say, I covered it in the, what's the different question? Basically, they owe me some money, so I would have put their check in my account, and when the check clears, I would get the money that they owe me, and they would take the rest.
Okay. And you mentioned in your opening statement that you didn't realize the full consequences of what was happening, and you didn't realize there was a victim at the time?
Yes. At the time, I was thinking like I was just on some whatever mindset, and I wasn't really thinking about the consequences and who will be affected by it. And maybe these people needed the money just as bad as me, but the only difference is they worked for it. They earned that. So it would be me taking away from them. And I didn't think about that. I didn't consider that at the time.
How did you come to that understanding now?
When I first came to jail, it's hard. You don't get nothing. You don't get commissary or anything like that. So and my county is Corrigan. So I was sitting in my cell, and I had no TV, didn't have any books, just nothing. I was sitting there in my thoughts, no distractions. And that's when I started just thinking about everything and about my choices and how if I would have just been more patient and if I would have actually worked for it, or if I would have found another way, I would have never been in the situation. And then one thought led to another. And then I ended up going to Walker for assessment, and my cellmate, he was just sharing information with me about his case and how basically he got sentenced to a lot of years looking out for someone else, not thinking for himself. And I started to reflect on that. And then I came to Cybolski, and I came to the Second Chance program. And in the Second Chance program, there's a lot of inmate-led programs. So just attending those programs, I heard a lot of inmate stories, and it reflected onto me. And a lot of them didn't even realize that they was hurting other people. A lot of people in there have like drug charges and stuff like that, and they didn't realize they was hurting other people. So then that made me reflect. Like every case, every crime has a victim in some way, shape, or form.
This is your second period of incarceration, right?
Yes, sir.
Certainly the longest so far.
What was that?
Certainly the longest period, too.
Yeah, the first time I was incarcerated, it was 6 months and I served 3.
You've taken quite a number of programs. Is there a program that stands out to you that you think would be helpful for you when you return to the community?
Yeah. So I recently just graduated the Thresholds program, and I really like that one because it's about decision making and analyzing every possibility before you make a choice. And I like that one because like I said, if I would have did that, I wouldn't be in the situation that I am today. And when I caught this case, my lawyer told me it'd be a good idea to get a job. So I did, and I ended up working in the school, same school that I went to school in. And I started working with the troubled youth. And while I'm taking this program, I'm just thinking about how that program could help the kids that I work with. So I kind of wanted to. The principal at the school used to be my old teacher, and he's waiting for me to reach out to him when I do return to the community. So I want to bring that program up to him and see if there's like a way he can integrate it into the school. So that one really stood out to me.
You mentioned in your opening statement that you facilitate programs. What programs do you facilitate?
Yes, sir. I facilitated Daily Dad.
What is it again? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
The program I facilitated was Daily Dad.
Okay.
And I co-facilitated Speechcraft. And then there was this program called programs called TED Talk and therapy through poetry that I facilitated once. They're like volunteering.
Do you still maintain a job in the facility as a janitor?
No, so I started off as a tierman in the dorm, and since November, I believe, or October, I've been working in the warehouse.
I see that. Okay, talk to us about your release plan. You mentioned that you may want to go back to hopefully the school where you were working.
Yes.
Okay, what else?
So, what else as far as my whole reentry plan or just my work?
Yeah, what is your plan once you're released?
Okay, so I have a bunch of business ideas that I eventually want to get started, but upon immediate release, I will continue to apply jobs. One of my longtime friends, he works at Frito-Lay warehouse, and he told me how they're always hiring. So I'm going to apply there. That's a good paying job, and it keeps me busy. I am currently enrolled in college for the next school year semester. So God willing, I make parole. I won't be here to start it, so I'm gonna start it in the world at Three Rivers Community College. Go there for business administration. I just want to work, build my credit, spend time with my family, my son. He wants to do a lot. He wants to be a BMX rider, so I want to get him involved in that, find classes for that. I want to, like I said, a new plan of mine is to try and get some type of thresholds program involved in the school. So I want to advocate for that and pursue that.
Mr. Kirkwood, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Member Smith-Palmieri, do you have it?
Thank you. So, Mr. Kirkwood, you mentioned that you have a mentor in the community.
Yes, and he's not officially my mentor, but Eric from CCAR.
Okay.
I had multiple conversations with him, and he just was giving me a lot of knowledge and giving me a lot of information. As far, like he told me, even if I don't get into the CCAR program before I'm released, that since I'm on the waiting list, I could go do the program in the world. And he gave me his number. So yeah, I'm gonna look for him to be my mentor.
Okay. All right. What do you know about CCAR?
CCAR, the Recovery Coach Program. I actually, when I first was incarcerated in Corrigan, the mental health lady, she actually gave me a CCAR book and told me about the program. So from there, I was interested in it. And I've been trying to get into it since, but they told me I had to do tier 2. So when I completed that, I was on the waiting list and then just been on the waiting list ever since. But I know that it basically aims towards helping people that have been incarcerated break their cycle of recidivism, whether that's through like committing crimes or drug abuse, alcohol abuse, things of that nature.
Yeah. It's a really active, sober network.
Yeah.
It's not therapeutic, but they provide us a sober community in which to engage.
Yeah.
I was reading on one of the certificates. I saw a quote from you from Thresholds. And it said, if you are who you say you are, a superstar, then have no fear. What is it? Yeah. Tell us what that means.
So that's the song from Lupe Fiasco. And it just like, it resonates with me because, like I said, in the program, in a dorm I'm in, there's a lot of programs. And I heard a lot of people's testimonies and a lot of stuff that people say they're going to do or say they are. And I always tell them, like, don't try to convince me, convince yourself. So when I say that and when I quoted that, to me, it means that if you are who you say you are, then you shouldn't sugarcoat it or you shouldn't hide it from nobody. You should be yourself genuinely and wholeheartedly. And whatever energy you put out there into the world is the same exact energy you're going to get back to yourself. So have no fear.
I do not have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Kirkwood, I just wanted to ask about where you plan to live. Are you still want to live with your mother?
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with my mom, and my ultimate goal is to get back into my own apartment.
Okay. All righty. Okay, I think that's all the questions that we have. So what we're going to do now is talk about your case. You can listen. Please don't interrupt, and we'll come back and give you an answer in a minute.
All right.
Thank you. Can we confirm that the mother is?
I have no contact.
I did too, but I don't know if since then there's been anything while we deliberate. If you could just check that. Panel Member Sarkoff? Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Kirkwood is here on a number of offenses, opening from the same incident in December of 2023, where he and his co-defendants attempted to cash a treasury check for tax refund that belonged to the victims. He was 25 at the time, he's 28 today. He's done well during his incarceration, no disciplinary reports, completed quite a number of programs, including his OAP programs, Tier 2 and New Thoughts. Done quite a number of programs on the Second Chance Society. In fact, he had an opportunity to lead some of the programs. I thought you had a solid release plan. I would support this discretionary parole.
Okay, thank you. I agree. Panel Member Smith Palmieri?
I agree.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible, I forgot to update it, but.
All right, we're gonna.
Question. Return my phone call. Forgot to update the other two things, so I'm gonna say, yeah, she's on the tape.
Okay, so we don't need to put the halfway house at this time.
Then I just had standard conditions.
Yeah, I mean, there were two victims here, but it doesn't appear that he knew these people at all. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he has a way to.
I don't know if we can
Yeah,
add them or not, you know? What do you think?
I mean, there's certainly no harm in adding them.
Okay.
It doesn't take away.
So I have YS and SS.
Yes, that's what I.
Anything else besides that? Okay, is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. So in regard to Andre Kirkwood, inmate number 432177, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of August 22nd, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. No contact with the victims YS or SS. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Kirkwood, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you.
Hello, how you doing?
Sir, what's your last name?
Jermaine Conway, COWAN.
Good to go, Mr. Conwell.
Yeah, let's just, is this for,
Yeah, I started it.
okay, yeah,
You wanna,
I'm good. You want to just finish it?
Yes,
Right,
yes.
I'm good for that.
okay.
Thanks. Yeah, what's his name?
CWA.
Okay, number 4, got it. Yeah, good. Oh, and then come back to you. So give it, yeah, no, give it, I forgot that.
We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning, my name is Rob Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. This is the hearing in the Connecticut Board of Pardons. All the board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for information preparation in this hearing.
Robert Sisowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jermaine Conway, 270696.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jermaine Cohen, inmate number 270696. He is serving a sentence of 14 years followed by 5-year special parole for 2 counts robbery second, larceny third, and conspiracy larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed so the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, alternative violence, his GMA club. Utilizing the state live offender risk evaluation system, the offender football score on RT falls within the moderate range person of recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Be begin.
You want me to, excuse me, could you repeat it again? I can't hear you.
You can now address the panel and tell them why you think you should be granted parole.
All right, so First, I would like to apologize to the citizens in the TD Bank for my wrongful doings. Then to my 16-year-old son that survived out there without me being present. I have done wrong things in my life that I am now paying the consequences for. I have to learn to take accountability for my actions and use this as a lesson. There is no excuse for the crime that I have committed, and I have to accept whatever outcome follows this matter. If I'm not granted this parole, I have to accept the decision to keep a positive attitude and stay focused on reaching my goals. I was approved for the halfway house in March. That is something that I am grateful for. I've learned during the incarceration to have patience and take advantage of any opportunity that will allow me to become employed and stable in society. During my incarceration, I enrolled in the Second Chance Pell Program, which is taking college courses at Asnatuck Community College. I have 9 credit shorts of an associate's degree in business administration, being accepted in the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society for academic achievement. I also took college courses in manufacturing technology with the hopes of becoming a machinist. Once released, I'm still going to attend the machinist program. I was considering being placed inside a halfway house so that I can get time to reintegrate back into society. While being in the program, I can apply for Amazon Fulfillment Center or a food distribution warehouse, being that I already have experience working in those kind of jobs. I know that I have the right attitude and I can make a good life for myself once released. No matter what, I have to do the best I can do, even if certain doors don't open. I have to keep trying and I can make it. I've taken a course with the Quinnipiac College students called Philosophy of Law. The younger adults in this program encouraged me to go further and pursue a degree, and I'm doing it. Other programs that I have taken are Alternatives to Violence, Change Outer Impact, Anger Management, Conflict Resolution, Emotional Intelligence, Healing Generational Trauma, Victims Awareness, and Living a pro-social and productive life. So basically, I spent a lot of time towards the middle and the end of my incarceration, preparing myself educationally for society. I've done a lot of things. I participated in any group that I possibly could do, whatever they had available. I've worked in the kitchen for 5 years. I've done a lot of good things in the prison system. I made a few mistakes during the beginning of my incarceration, but over time, I pulled myself together and just did what I had to do to get through, So, I mean, I've done everything I could possibly do while I was incarcerated to prepare myself to get out there and become a better person.
Okay, Mr. Cohen. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking questions.
Yes.
And when we're done with the questions, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today, okay?
All right, yes, sir.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri, is going to start with the questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cohen, I'm looking at your criminal history and your current charges. So why did you decide to rob a bank? It certainly doesn't fit in with your history.
Actually, I kind of wasn't really thinking at the time. I just came out of jail for a domestic violence, like a small situation. And it's kind of like I came along with my friends and I tagged along and I kind of just got involved in it. And, at the end of the day, it really wasn't worth anything. It didn't amount out to be too much. There's really no excuse for what I did. I was wrong. I participated in a crime. There's nothing, I can't really make too many excuses for it. I don't think there was that much of an excuse. It wasn't really, I was employed at the time, so there was really no reason for me to do it, I just did it. I think I think somebody offered me the opportunity to come, and I think being greedy, I participated in it and I was wrong about what I did.
When you say I tagged along, when I read through the police report, it talks about having dark clothing, masks, hoods pulled over. So there is a little bit of planning involved there. And there are two separate banks.
Yes.
One in Amity, one in Woodbridge, and one in Westport.
Yes.
So
so this is the thing about that. It's kind of strange. I don't know how to really, it's hard for me to, what I'm saying? I'm just telling you for what it really is. I don't know if you're going to really be able to believe everything I'm saying. Somebody was having trouble with their rent, so they came to me and asked me, did I want to come along and participate in it and help them? So I went through with the situation and the outcome didn't turn out good. And then there was a whole lot of situations where people are out there struggling and stuff like that. People were struggling to pay rent and they were asking me to come along, and then, it just turned out the way it turned out. But I do take responsibility because at the end of the day, I participated in a crime. I wasn't forced to do the crime. So, you know, I have to accept the consequences that come with it.
Yeah. And then did you take the case to trial?
Yes.
I mean, you have your right to go to trial, but I'm interested to know why you think that was going to help.
Why do I think it was gonna help? I took my chance. I rolled the dice and I lost. You know, the evidence on the case wasn't really that strong. You know, so I felt like I had an opportunity. It was basically a woman that came forward. She testified. She participated in the crime. She was actually the one who kind of like put it together, came up with. I guess they came up with the idea or whatever, and she testified. And I lost. There's no real. You know, I took a chance and I lost.
Yeah. No, usually in cases like that, there's a lot of evidence, right? There's camera footage, there's DNA, things like, you know, the car was obviously spotted and identified. So I was interested where you thought, you know, you might have an opportunity for either a lesser sentence or, you know, not being.
All right, so this is the whole thing with Clifford. We started off debating about the robbery one. I said it actually the crime fell in the category of a robbery second. He tried to, I think they took it a little to the extreme with the crime and made it a robbery one and tried to make it seem like it was a gun involved, there was a threat. It was kind of like a larceny type thing. It was kind of forced because, you know, actually by law, anytime you demand something, there was no real threat of killing or no threat of anything like that. It kind of was like we kind of stole the money out the bank. And I think they kind of blew it out of proportion. And I think me and Judge Clifford went back and forth with that, and that turned into a whole nother situation.
Okay, well, this is not the venue to debate sort of the evidence of the case. It's just, it's a type of case we don't typically see somebody go to trial, so.
No.
Okay. So let's move on and let's talk about some of these other programs that you've done. It is interesting, you did say that you were working when all this was happening. You were working as a machinist at the time or in a
No, I was
warehouse?
working at Broken Widows in Brantford.
Okay.
I'm going to school. I'm actually in class now. I'm taking I'm taking astronaut courses to become a machinist. That's what I want to become.
All right. So what were you doing at that job? What was your
press machine operator.
Well, I think it's important and significant that you took the initiative to take classes and improve yourself with your education. You can never go wrong by doing that. And I'm happy to see that you took advantage of that opportunity.
Yes.
You already addressed it. You had some struggles early on. You quickly seemed to fix that. You know, your last disciplinary report was 2 years ago, and that was for a fight. Prior to that was even 2018, 2016. So you've had some hiccups along the way. They've been certainly few and far between. They're spread out.
Yeah.
Okay. And you've taken the tier 2. You mentioned some other programs like anger management. Were you involved in the Second Chance program there?
Yeah, I'm in the Second Chance program, and I did a women's consortium. I did it. Jocelyn Hall, she has a program on Whitney Avenue. Interchange Outer Impact. I did the programs for her.
Okay.
Yeah, she deals with a lot of mental health and programs that help people reintegrate back into society.
And that's through the Women's Consortium?
Yeah, Women's Consortium program, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned a kitchen job that you've had for 5 years?
Yeah, I worked in Carl Robinson. And I worked in the kitchen over here too. And I also was a janitor cleaning the bathroom and stuff. I did a lot, you know, I had to survive. I had a lot of time.
Yes, you do have a lot of time.
Yes.
So what do you think is going to be challenging for you?
My main concern is just going home and being able to get a job. That's my main focus. I don't think it's really going to be a challenge. I think if I push myself, a door will open and I have to be willing to accept whatever comes with it.
Okay. All right. And your release plan is to go to the halfway house to get started?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cohen, do you think that alcohol use played a role in any of your bad decision making when this was all going on?
No, not necessarily. I think it's more, being frustrated at certain things in life and just when the opportunity to come across a couple of dollars came, I took it. And I think
Okay.
it's more, I think I have more of a mental health anxiety problem.
Yeah.
I was actually a marijuana smoker. I was heavy into marijuana. I smoked PCP occasionally, and that was mainly my thing. I never was really an alcoholic.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I mean, I'm an older man now. I was younger back then. I made some bad decisions. I have to appreciate life for what it is. I had to sit back. I had to learn to sit back and be patient in life and just figure out what do I really want to do with my life and how do I want to live. I had to figure out how am I going to go about living, and whatever I want, I got to work for it. I got to work hard, and I have to learn to stay away from other people that are involved in negative things.
Okay. Were you driving the car in any of these incidents?
No.
Okay. These people, Brooks and DeCane, all those people, are you related to these people? Do you have any reason to be in contact with them?
No, I have no reason to be in contact with them.
Alrighty, sir, those are all the questions I have. Member Sarko?
Thank you.
Okay, sir, we're all done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and give you an answer. During this time, you can listen, but please don't interrupt, okay?
All right, yes.
Thank you. Member Smith-Palmieri.
Thank you. So Mr. Cohen, he's 46 years old and incarcerated since he was in his mid-30s. He has taken advantage of the time that he has been incarcerated by improving himself through education and different training programs, taking some classes through the second chance with an outside program. He does have some disciplinary reports. He has 4, the last being 2 years ago, but they are, like I mentioned, over the course of a longer period of time. So it's not as though he's had continued problems along the way. It's about 10 months from the date of parole to his ended sentence. I think through the programming, his improving himself through school, and his release plan, which includes a halfway house, his goal of becoming a machinist. I think that he's done some work towards that already. And his willingness to pretty much take any kind of job that comes along. I find him suitable for discretionary parole today.
I agree. Member Sarko.
I get you.
Okay, let's talk about the stipulations. He has 4 years, 5 years special parole after this, so this will also apply to that. Halfway house placement. What do you think about mental health evaluation and treatment?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Based on the statements that we heard today.
Yeah, in the hearing. Yep. And then I have 4 co-defendants.
As well.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
General, stay away from banks.
Okay. Do you have the list of? Okay. So I see TD 182. I'm sorry, 128 Amity Road in Woodbridge. You have it written down?
There.
Okay, so there's 2 of them. Okay. All righty. Is there anything else? Okay, I'm gonna make a motion. In regards to Jermaine Cohen, inmate number 270696, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of November 2nd, 2026, with the following conditions that are in addition to the standard parole conditions and will also apply to his term of special parole that follows his discretionary parole. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No contact with co-defense. Zakia Crawford Brooks, Jermaine Brooks, Mary Brooks, Carmelo DeCane, and the general stay away from TD Bank 128 Amity Road, Woodbridge, and TD Bank 1111 Post Road, Westport. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
We've been granted you discretionary parole.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm happy. Thank you.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I wish y'all luck too. All right. Thank you.
Derek for May Cohen, May number 270696.
That's the amazing, bro. Go ahead. You got to go right now. Hello.
We're not.
Over a minute.
Sorry.
Mr. Farino, correct?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay. Sounds good.
Morning, my name is Officer Shanley. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. This is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation.
Robert Sazauskas.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Farino, my inmate number is 449242.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Farino, inmate number 449242, serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 2 years and 1 day, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver. He was also convicted of reckless endangerment first and illegal discharge of a firearm and received unconditional discharge for both. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 1st, 2026. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, so the offender has completed the following programs: voices in tier 2, utilize the statewide collaborative risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I have something I would like to read real quick, if that's okay.
Yes,
know
sir.
that the
Go ahead.
time's limited. Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the respected and esteemed parole board. I would like to tell you a little bit about myself, how I ended up here, what I learned while I was here, and how I plan to change and live my life should you be so gracious to allow me to be released back into my community on parole. I would like to thank you in advance for your time and consideration of granting me parole. I grew up in a very loving and caring family which afforded me every opportunity I wanted and needed in life. I was brought up in the Catholic faith, which is something I'm happy to have reconnected with here at Cybulski. I had a very happy childhood until about 11 years old when my parents got divorced. My younger sister went to live with my mother while I lived with my father. My older sister was already out of the house living on her own. I went to Catholic school K through 8 at Our Lady of Mercy School in Madison, Connecticut. I then went on to Catholic school for high school at Xavier High in Middletown, Connecticut, where I was a National Honor Society recipient as well as Spanish National Honor Society recipient. I played baseball and football during my school years on school teams as well as recreational leagues. I got a academic as well as sports scholarship to Quinnipiac University through my grades in baseball. I studied criminal justice as that was my passion and completed my first year. During my downtime after my second semester, I felt as though I wanted to take a break from school for a year to pick back up later on. And during this time, I decided to go and get my automotive technology degree from Porter and Chester Institute. I always felt like something was missing after my family had fallen apart. And during my time at tech school, I met some people that I unfortunately hung out with and was introduced to drugs. I made a bad choice to indulge in drugs because they made me feel like they put a Band-Aid on my feelings.
I've made many mistakes in my life that I regret and feel guilt and shame over, including how and why I ended up here at Cybulski and in front of you. I've made many bad choices in my lifetime, but this is the biggest, worst, and most serious, and also the one I regret the most. I'm very sorry for this. I made the first horrible choice to have in my possession a firearm, which I had no business having in my possession. Not only shouldn't I have had the firearm because I wasn't supposed to have it, but that firearm could have been stolen or used in a crime. The second part, which came on July 27, 2024, I came home from work and I decided to drink alcohol, which I rarely do. I also used some recreational drugs and took my nightly mental health meds. This combination caused me to do something I am so remorseful, ashamed, and guilty for. I took that firearm into my backyard and fired it into the ground a few times because in my intoxicated state, I thought it was a good idea to shoot the gun because I had never shot a gun before and wanted to see what it felt like. I am so happy that no one was injured, including myself or any other people, including neighbors, since it was fired into the ground in front of me, but that is no excuse. I'm sure I scared the neighbors when they heard the shots, and I feel completely terrible about that. I was arrested shortly after the incident that night, and I woke up in the police station the next morning confused. I went to jail and bonded out 3 days later. As soon as I got out, I signed up for an IOP program for addiction at Yale, as well as for a personal therapist. I completed the 2-month IOP successfully, as well as meet weekly with my therapist and continue to work at and hold down my job of 5 years at UPS, which I did until I turned myself into court on August 5th, 2025 to start my current sentence. Next, I would like to tell you some of the things I've learned while here at Cybulski through my time here and through the programs I have done while here, which are Voices in Tier 2 Addiction. While here, I have learned how precious and priceless my freedom is and how every decision I make needs to be thoroughly thought out because they all have serious consequences, no matter how small, since I am responsible for them all. Also, that my sobriety is extremely important and factors into the decision-making process. NA and the Tier 2 program have helped me see this. While in Voices, I learned that everything I do has a consequence and how my actions can affect other people, especially when these actions end up criminal in nature. The people in my neighborhood were probably scared, confused, and my actions probably took away their peace of mind. That makes me feel guilty and ashamed, and I'm very remorseful for that. Some of my neighbors have forgiven me as I apologized to some of them after the incident, and they also asked my father how I am doing, which I'm grateful for. While here, besides Voices, I also completed the Tier 2 addiction program. While in Tier 2, I learned how my addiction affects my life in a very negative way. Staying abstinent from drugs and alcohol can give me the greatest chance of living a law-abiding, positive lifestyle. I must stay on my road to recovery. Also, while here, I have learned patience and humbleness. I keep my anger in check when it's necessary and stay away from confrontation while in here, which is exactly how I plan on living when I am free. It's very sad and depressing to be locked up and away from family and loved ones for holidays and special occasions, but my debt to society must be paid. Now I'd like to share with you some ways I plan to change for the better with a quick 5-day, 5-month, and 5-year plan. I will stick by and follow. Within 5 days of release, I plan to do the following things. Apply for the CCAR program to be a recovery coach. My passion to help people like me who suffer from addiction is very strong, and I know this is the career path I want, which will be a rewarding one, helping others as well as helping myself. I'm going to switch over from the methadone I am currently on to Sublocade shot once monthly. I was on it previous to coming to prison and it was very successful for me. They put me on methadone when I got to prison since Sublocade is not available. I will apply back to my job at UPS which should not be a problem, but in the event that does not happen, I will be applying for other jobs too. I will be making appointments with my therapist and mental health provider, as well as going to NA groups. This will grant me a higher success rate. I will be applying to other addiction programs besides CCAR to help me with my future career. I will also be going to church and abstaining from drugs and alcohol. My 5-month plan looks like this. I will have completed the C-CAR Recovery Academy program and also any other addiction programs that will help me out in my career going forward. I will be working at UPS or another job while I'm starting out this career in recovery coaching. I will be on a lower dose of the Sublocade shot, working to get off in the near future. I will still be abstinent from drugs and alcohol, as well as working my way through the 12 steps of NA. I will be active in my church and following and adhering to all my requirements for parole. Finally, my 5-year plan is as follows. Recovery coaching will be my career, and I will also hold a part-time job. I will be completely off medicated-assisted treatments such as Sublocade. I want to be a sponsor for someone in NA to help them out while still being abstinent from drugs and alcohol. I want to be married and have a child, as having a family has always been a dream of mine, and I would like to own my own home. I also will have successfully completed my parole and probation. Being an upstanding citizen and a role model for kids is also what I aspire to be. I can give back by talking to troubled kids to help them stay on the right path and avoid some of the regretful choices I have made in my life with addiction and trouble with the law. Even coming back to prisons for NA or to talk to inmates is something I would love to do. In closing, the first 43 years of my life, I have made some horrible choices and I have done a lot of things wrong. All things I have taken accountability and responsibility for because my actions caused these consequences. If I am fortunate enough to be granted parole by you all today, my next 43 years, I'm excited and hopeful to live my new life following every law to the T and on the straight and narrow, and also making a difference in the world, especially for generations to come. There are so many positive things in life to do, enjoy, and take part in. If I am given this chance, I promise you all I will not squander it away. Once again, I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the respected and esteemed parole board today for giving me a chance to speak to you and for hearing me out. I appreciate your time and consideration for parole more than you know. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Farino, thank you very much for that opening statement. You answered a lot of my questions.
You're welcome.
What's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and then we'll give you an answer today, okay?
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so like I said, I had some questions written down here, but as you were talking, you were answering a lot of them. So we're going to talk about some of the things that you didn't talk about. Let's start with, you have 2 disciplinary reports while you were incarcerated.
Yes.
Let's talk about that and just clear that out to start. This August one for destruction of property, August of last year, what happened?
I had got into the cell that I was in, and there was a mattress in the foot locker that was ripped up. And I'd never been in prison. I didn't know any better. I took it out and I was using it. And the CO came by and was like, "How'd you get 2 mattresses?" And I said, "Oh, there was one in here." So he took it from me and he gave me a ticket. It was my fault. I should have, had the hindsight to be like, "Hey, excuse me, there's another mattress in here. Do you guys want to take that away or do you need it?"
Do you understand that now? If you find damaged property, just before you don't get yourself roped into it, just let 100%. Someone know. Yeah, because you kind of put yourself in that situation by starting to use it without asking anybody.
Yes, 100% I did.
Right. And then this out of place ticket in January, it looks like it was a misunderstanding. And I saw a note here that might have been waived. So can you tell us what happened with that?
Yes. I guess they called recreation like 2 minutes before they called medication. So I heard recreation. I thought they said medication. And one of my friends that I would always go to meds with came by my cube and said they just called medication. So he walked out and like 3, 4, 5 people also walked out before him. So I saw everybody going out the door. So I went out the door. I went and got my meds. I came back. And then next thing I knew, I was served with a ticket. And yeah, I should have double checked though.
Did you apply to have that waived? Because I did see a note in there about something
I did.
that they were.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it looks like they waived that. I'm not sure how that applies or what, but it sounds like a misunderstanding. How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I think that I've changed the most because I realized that, every choice I make has a serious consequence that I'm accountable for. I can't just, I have to really think things through before I do them. And I also need to stay sober because that's one of the greatest things that makes me blunder when I'm, making a choice, when I'm intoxicated, and then something that's a bad choice seems like a good choice and I make the wrong choice.
Okay.
Also, my freedom, having my freedom taken away and knowing how serious things can get, it's not a good feeling. I like to, be working and spending time with my family and my nieces and nephews, throwing the ball with them and playing video games with them.
Yeah.
And, it's not fun to be in here.
Yeah, those are all the kinds of things that, pro-social activities that you don't get to do when you're in
Exactly.
prison. They're taken away from you.
Yes, definitely.
You mentioned in the documents that I reviewed prior to this hearing that you want to participate in the anger management when you're released, but you didn't talk about that in your opening statement. Why do you think that program would help you?
Well, when I did the interview with with IPO Shamroy, he asked me what would be a good program if you had to do a program, and I was like, well, maybe anger management would. Everyone's got a little bit of anger issues in them, and it would definitely be a good thing, to keep me from, making a snap decision, in anger or something that could put me back in trouble with the law or, just making a bad decision in general.
I heard you talking about, divorce of your family, and you seem to tie that to your drug addiction through a long path of events. But do you think that anger over that led to some of your bad decisions later?
I would definitely say so. Yes, it would be both anger and substance abuse.
Yeah. Okay. I had questions about some of the programs you took, but during your opening statement, you answered all of those. Let me see if my colleagues have more questions for you. And then go from there. Okay, panel member Sarkoff.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions. I could cover it all.
His opening statement was very good. Panel member Smith, Palmieri?
I don't have any problem.
Okay. Alrighty. So, Mr. Perino, we're done with the questions. We're going to talk about your case now, deliberate, and then give you an answer. During this time, you can listen, but please don't interrupt.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So, Mr. Perino is here for this charge of criminal possession of a pistol or firearm. He's rated moderate for his risk to recidivate. He has rated as a 4 on his drug and alcohol score, and he talked a lot about that. He's engaged in the MAP program, completed tier 2 voices. He said that he understands that his success depends on his maintaining his sobriety. He talks a lot about getting involved in CCAR. He actually participated in a 2-month IOP, he says, after his arrest, but before his incarceration. He has a long-term plan. He went through the steps of it over the next 5 years of how he wants to slowly come off of the MAP program through a variety of steps. He was also convicted of reckless endangerment first, illegal discharge of firearm, all related to the same incident where he was intoxicated, went in his backyard, like he said, and fired off the gun to see what it felt like, because he never had shot a gun in the past. He has a couple disciplinary reports, but after reviewing them and seeing, it looks like one of them was waived. The other one seems like a misunderstanding, miscommunication. I really didn't see a lot of wishful intent in either of those disciplinary reports. He talked about what he learned in voices and how his actions caused neighbors to likely be upset. He apologized to them before he came into incarceration. He wants to live with his father, attend NA church. He wants to work. He wants to try to follow up with going back to his previous employment. If not, he's going to look for other jobs. He wants to follow up with his mental health, be involved in the CCAR program through the Recovery Coach Academy. I mean, he sounded good today. I hear a lot of change in his voice, and I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole. Councilmember Sarkoff?
I'll be in favor as well.
Councilmember Smith Palmieri?
Favor as well. A number of support letters, but there's obviously people who can help him also.
Yeah, I failed to mention the letters. That's good. Thank you. Let's talk about his conditions. I had no alcohol, and I had mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. He talked a lot about wanting to be involved in anger management. I wanted to see what my colleagues think about that, or if he can do that through his own mental health treatment. I don't know.
Well, I would suggest that he seek that out on his own.
Okay.
We don't have anything in our records to support our recommendation for
Okay.
that. I was wondering, there is, when you look at the pre-sentence report for this case, there was a motor vehicle accident, so I'm wondering about status of his license.
Yeah. Let's ask him. Mr. Frino, what's going on with your driver's license right now?
Oh, it's fine.
Was never suspended after the
No.
accident, whatever?
No.
Okay, anything else to add besides mental health evaluation and alcohol? Okay. So in regards to Michael Farino, inmate number 449242, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of August 1st, 2026. The following conditions in addition to his standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption and mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Okay, Mr. Farino, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of your time and consideration.
Okay, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Have a great day.
This concludes the hearing for Michael Farino.
I'm all set, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Sir, what's the last name?
Davis.
Second. All right, Mr. Davis, we're going to go ahead and get started with the case. Good afternoon. My name is Officer Sherman. Today is May 27, Wednesday, May 27, 2026. And this is the hearing in Connecticut Board of Pardons and Removals. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kashmir Davis, 346782.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Kashmir Davis, inmate number 346782. He is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for possession of intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. He's been reviewed, showed the offender has completed the following program since the last hearing: domestic violence in tier 2, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in ESRT falls within a very high range of risk of recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm going to take full accountability for my actions and for the harm my choices have caused while being incarcerated. I've taken classes and programs that help me better understand my accountability and emotional control, communication, and how to see situations from perspectives instead of only my own. I learned that reacting first out of pride or poor decision-making leads to destruction, and I know I have to think before reactions, and I want a better future for myself. I plan on continuing my recovery with programming while staying focused, working, becoming a father and a man my family can depend on.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening statement, Mr. Davis. This is a rehearing, so you know how this goes. We're going to ask questions. After that, we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer, okay?
Yes.
My colleague, panel member Sarkov, is going to start with the questions.
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Davis, since this is a rehear, I'd like to focus my questions on what you've done since the last hearing.
Yes.
I see that you've completed the domestic violence program in tier 2, right?
Yes.
Now, you've done some of these programs in the past. Did you get anything new from them this time?
Yes, for the domestic violence I did, the first time I did domestic, it was COVID, so it was all through the mail. This is the first time I went in classrooms and did a class.
I see that you completed domestic violence twice, in 2020 and 2022. Huh?
In 2020 is when it was during COVID, so it was all during mail. It was all through, all doing through mail. It was mailed in.
Okay.
Just homework, really. Wasn't no classes.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me what you learned this time.
I learned that I gotta think before I react, and just being in a relationship trying to bully is not how you. It's not a relationship. It's just a bullying, emotionally, physically, and one reaction, a fast reaction, could change your whole life. When a drop of a dime, instead of thinking before reacting.
Do you feel like you know what a healthy relationship looks like?
Still, as of right now, I want to work towards a healthy relationship, but not. I still need more guidance and programming.
What kind of programming do you think you need?
To follow up with domestic when I leave.
Why do you feel like you need that?
I got some out of what I did from classes I did, but a lot of it, I still think I've been working in here, working on it. Anger problems, still need to work on my anger.
Okay, what about tier 2? You've taken that before too.
Yes, tier 2, I learned that. I learned that from firsthand, just the addiction. The addiction of the selling the drugs or just the addiction of doing the drugs. I went home doing drugs this go around, experiment, and just got addicted and living a lifestyle, trying to be controlling in a relationship while being on the drugs wasn't working out.
Have you done anything else since the last hearing, besides those 2 programs?
No, just a job.
And what job do you have?
Chairman in the dorm.
You're not working right now?
Yes.
But you are
working.
Okay. And you have no disciplinary reports since the last hearing and this incarceration, right?
Yes.
Would you have a letter of support from a potential employer on file?
Yes.
Is that what you're planning to do?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you for answering them, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
No.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Davis. You were driving the car and the sole occupant when they stopped you for the drugs. What's the status of your driver's license? What's going on with that?
I have a active driver's license on my property. I got it renewed while being incarcerated.
Okay, so you're all set. Your driver's license is valid.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions we have. So we're going to talk about your case now. You can listen. Please don't interrupt, and then we'll give you our answer shortly.
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Sarko.
Sure. Mr. Davis does rate very high for a risk of recidivism, and he does have some real criminal history that goes back to 2009. However, he's done well. He certainly has done well since the rehear. Since the original hearing. Completed a couple of programs, domestic violence in tier 2, no disciplinary reports. He has a letter of potential employment in the community. He's done what the board recommended for him, so I would support the discretionary parole.
Yeah, I would add that he's been approved for halfway house by DOC. That says something to me. So he does appear to be doing well. Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
I would agree. A solid release plan. I liked hearing about the domestic violence, what his takeaways from that.
And he's willing, he wants to do it in the community for more help. So that's all good. All right, let's talk about the stipulations, Mr. Sarko.
So domestic violence.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have.
That's all I have. Do you have it in?
The victim on the domestic violence with GB
It's not the one with the restraining, it's a different person than the restraining.
So there's a breach piece too.
And it's GB.
Yes.
So now that was from a previous case. It's not, right? So it's just be a general no contact? Does he have, do we know if he has children with that person? Do you have any children with the victim with the initials GB?
No.
Okay. So this is a general no contact with GB. Okay, anything else? Okay, I think we're ready to make a motion on this. In regards to Casimir Davis, inmate number 346782, I'm going to make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date, May 27, 2026. The following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions: community-based behavior management treatment for domestic violence, general no contact with GB. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Davis, you've been granted discretionary parole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day. Thank you for your time.
May number 846 and this.
Good afternoon.
Sir, what's your last name?
Dunlap. DUNLAP.
You good to go with Mr. Dunlap?
Yes. Go back around to you.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
That's what he's got. Okay.
All right, Mr. Dunlap, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required actions and available for pertinent information in preparation of this.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and it may know for the record.
Jamal Dunlap.
Inmate number, sir.
350240.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Jamal Dunlap, 350240. He's serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of April 29, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. If been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. None utilizing the statewide reliable offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range for the citizens. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. To the honorable member of the Board of Parole, my name is Jamal Dunlap, and I respectfully submit this letter asking for the opportunity to be released on parole after serving the past 18 months incarcerated for drug-related charges. I fully understand that my actions and decisions led me here, and I take complete responsibility for the choices that brought me into the criminal justice system. During my time in prison, I have had the opportunity to truly reflect on my life, my actions, the pain I caused my family, and also the role of my actions and the pain I have done to my community. I truly see that I was taking part in poisoning my community to do my drug dealing and poor decision making. But I plan on changing my role to help and uplift
and build a better community for my children and others, and most importantly, the impact my actions has had on my children. This time incarcerated has changed me mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Before prison, I was living without discipline, direction, and purpose. I allowed negative influences, poor decision-making, and drugs to control my life. Since being incarcerated, I have spent countless hours evaluating who I want to become as a man, a father, and a productive member of society. I now understand that success is not about fast money or temporary lifestyle. Real success is being present for my children, helping others, building something positive, and becoming someone my family can truly depend on. One of the biggest motivations for my rehabilitation has been my children. Every day I think about the example I want to set for them moving forward. I never want them to believe that prison, drugs, or criminal activity are acceptable paths in life. I want them to see that people can make mistakes, learn from them, and completely change their lives through accountability, hard work, and determination. I want to be there for them emotionally, mentally, and financially, and spiritually. I understand that being a father is more than just words. It requires action, consistency, and responsibility. If granted parole, I intend to prove through my actions every day that I am committed to being the father they deserve. I also have a positive and productive plan for my future upon release. I have employment opportunities available to me and a strong support system willing to help me successfully reintegrate back into society. In addition to working, I plan to continue building a business center around fitness, wellness, mental health, yoga, and helping people detox their bodies and improve their lives naturally. My goal is to use my experiences to help others avoid the same mistakes I made. I want to motivate people to focus on health, discipline, positivity, and mental strength instead of destructive lifestyles. During my incarceration, I have worked on changing my mindset and improving myself mentally and emotionally. I have learned the importance of self-control, accountability, and making responsible decisions. I understand that true rehabilitation starts within, and I have dedicated myself to becoming a better person every day. I no longer want to be associated with the lifestyle that led me here. I want to contribute positively to society, help others, support my family, and build a stable future. I know parole is a privilege and not something I am automatically entitled to. I understand the seriousness of the board's responsibility in protecting the community and ensuring that individuals released are prepared to succeed. I respectfully ask that you consider the growth and rehabilitation I have achieved during my incarceration. I am prepared to follow all conditions of parole, maintain employment, continue personal development, and remain focused on living a lawful and productive life. I truly believe this experience has transformed me into a stronger, wiser, and more responsible man. I am determined to never return to prison and to intend to become a positive example for my children and community. My future goals are centered around helping. So thank you for taking the time to read my letter and consider my request for parole. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to present my growth, rehabilitation, and plans for the future. If granted the opportunity to return home, I will not
wasted. I am committed to becoming a productive member of society and proving through my actions that I deserve this second chance. Respectfully.
Okay, Mr. Dunlap, thank you very much for that opening statement. It was good to answer a lot of questions that we might have. I just wanted to talk to you quickly about what's happening today. You understand that you're still serving a term of special parole that ends on May 24th, 2028?
Yes.
That's part of today's hearing, so we have to decide when you should be released from prison, not only based on this case, but also that remainder of special parole. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand what's at stake today is that you could stay in prison until 2028. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking questions. When we're done with that, we'll talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today, okay?
All right.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri, is going to start with the questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dunlap, I thought you did a nice job with your opening statement. You had a lot of good information in there talking about how you see the change in yourself. I guess, I'm a little concerned with why now and not when you were serving that sentence for assault 1 that you were currently on special parole for. I mean, that was a pretty serious charge. The board granted you parole on that. So you were out on discretionary parole and then on to special parole. So what makes this sentence so different?
Well, I could truly say during this 18 months, I've been in and out of the hospital. We're having health issues. I have found out I had a low heart rate. And I also was in the Tier 4 program, and they made me see a lot of things that was wrong and what I was doing in my thinking thought process, and like all of the pain that I was holding in from, growing up, I didn't let it go. So I was basically talking to the counselors that was there more than I usually do, where I would talk to anybody. And it kind of helped me and then guided me in the right direction. And I took the program serious, but I just had health issues to where I had to, my level went up. They raised my medical level. So I had left Carl Robinson. And then it's my son now, and I don't want him to grow up thinking this is okay, like my father did and my father doing it. So I'm trying to better myself for him and my daughter and for myself. And I was dealing with the death of my mother and father at the same time. But it still is not an excuse, but I handled my grief wrong. So.
How much of Tier 4 did you get to do?
I only had 2 months left of it. I volunteered to do it. It wasn't on my OAP, but I volunteered to do it because I figured that I could get something out of it. The hearing through the talking to the counselors when they walked by and what they offered, and I just took the chance on it, and it helped me.
Okay. I noted that your drug score of 4, 5 being the highest, yet you deny having a substance abuse problem.
No. I think they did that because of the drug charge. Because I don't do drugs.
Okay. So you were selling drugs back then. Were you working?
Yes, I lost my job. I was working at Whole Foods, and then for my mother's funeral, they wouldn't give me the time off, and I was working for the temp agency, and then they just let me go. And then after that, I couldn't find no employment because of the assault charge.
Okay, so you were working at Whole Foods through a temp agency, but you were let go. And so when you were selling drugs, you were not working.
No, not at that time.
Okay.
was doing under the table too at the same time.
Okay. And so a couple of things. So you're on special parole for the assault one, and you're not working and you decide to sell drugs. Why not talk to parole, right? Tell them that you were having some trouble finding a job. Why do you think you resorted back to selling drugs?
To be honest with you, I did tell my parole officer. My parole was out of Norwich, because I was in Middletown. I lived in Middletown. So the resources that they were having, like New Haven, Bridgeport, and stuff like that, they basically, he was just like, you gotta figure it out. And like, we don't have those resources and things like that. And I was just like, okay, I'm gonna still continue to find work. But I kind of, like I said, I like the grief and then me, the struggle of continuing with my income. I resorted back, which is I shouldn't have, but at the same time, I contacted Gary Hogan that used to work for City Hall, and I reached out to him, and he was going to get back to me about getting me into the program that was in New Haven, to figure out the job situation. But so happened, it was too late. I ended up getting arrested.
Okay. So when you're in the Tier 4 program, you do not have a substance abuse problem.
Oh, man.
And so you're in a program with all these people that are there probably because they struggle with substance abuse. And how do you reconcile what you're doing for a living, basically, with the destruction of the people in that program? Can you talk about any impact that might have had?
No, it did have an impact, because that had an impact, and then the impact of my mother dying from drugs. She overdosed from drugs. So, and then hearing all the other stories of the other people in there and all the things that they do for drugs, and like how they wanted to get off of it, and like things like that. And then I was just like, damn, I really was destroying people's lives, even when they was trying to get off of it, and we just try to force it on them. And I was just like, that wasn't right at the end of the day. Even if I am at a rock bottom in my life, like, I shouldn't, at the end of the day, he's a human being. At the end of the day, I look at it as like, that was my mother, like in that situation, like, and it was just eye-opening for me, really eye-opening for me, and it really touched me. So I took it serious, and at the same time, I tried to help them get through it. And then it's just like, it helped me with like taking accountability, like, for my actions.
All right. So you haven't done any other program since you've been at Sobalski?
Next week I finish New Thoughts.
Okay. So you finish New Thoughts next week. Have you had an opportunity to do anything else?
I was in Jericho Circle in Carl Robinson. I had 2 weeks left of that, but that's when they raised my medical score, and I got moved. So I never got the certificate from that. They said it was going to give it to me, but when I tried to have somebody call and reach out, they said they would get it to me, but I never got anything, because I was in Osborne, and then I had my surgery, and then I came here.
So let's talk about New Thoughts for a moment. Why do you think that is a program that benefits you, or how did you benefit from that program?
It gives me new ways of thinking about things, new ways to handle situations. Like if you got a negative thought, basically don't let that thought overtakes your decision making. You have to make the positive thought work for you. Other than,
Okay. Can you have you been able to use those skills at all?
yes, there's been situations that I've gotten here just over little things as somebody with the excuse me and like bumping you or reaching over your food when I'm at child. Like, it's just, instead of me lashing out or saying anything that I usually would have done, I just like, excuse me. You reached over my food. You could have said, excuse me, or you, like, feel me, you didn't mean to do that. Or you could have I went about it another way, went around me. Like, I didn't acknowledge the situation, but I acknowledged the situation in a positive and non-aggressive, aggressive way.
That's a good example. So you don't have any disciplinary reports throughout this incarceration.
Oh, man.
You have struggled on community supervision, not just with this special parole, but probation in the past, a prior special parole that you had. Your release plan is to go live with a friend's mother?
Yeah, this is my childhood friend, and she's been helping me, making sure I've been on getting myself together and make sure I got a good mindset and I'm ready to come out and take care of my kids and do what I have to do. Like, she's always been there for me.
All right. She has agreed to allow you to go to her house. She'll sponsor you. And then I read that you have some employment leads.
Yes. I have a couple of friends that work in warehouses, and they told me that I can really get in there. They're hiring, they're good with their hiring bosses, and like, they don't want to see me going down the path that I'm going down too. So that's why I said my goal is to start my fitness website and help others with I took the yoga class too. I have a certificate for that. I took a yoga class, I passed that, and it's like it goes with the workout and then the nutrition and things like that. And then I have a friend that's opening a gym, trying to open a small gym, and he wants me to be a trainer. And we plan on helping try to go into the schools at middle school and start training them for like sports and stuff like that, to keep them out of out of doing the wrong thing. Like, feel me? Being an example and leading them the right way.
All right. What do you think might be difficult for you to be when you're back in the community?
Honestly, I can say it won't be difficult. It really can't be difficult, because I done been through it all, I've seen it all, and I know what I want to do and I know what I have to do. I really want it. I want it for me and I want it for my kids. I don't like.
But suppose employment's a little harder to get, or steady employment's a little harder to get. You know, I mean, that could be a difficulty. Have you thought about how you'll try and support yourself?
I will be already been looking through all the employment places that we have for us on the outside. It's like the Project More, I forgot the other name of the resources. It's where they help us with employment, they help us with resumes and things like that. For people that's coming out of incarceration. So
you reentry centers?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dunlap, thank you. If nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Panel Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
No.
I don't have any questions either. Mr. Dunlap, we're done with the questions. So now we're going to talk about your case. You can listen during this time. Please don't interrupt. and we'll come back and give you an answer shortly.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Member Smith Colbert.
Thank you. So I find this case a little bit difficult in the sense that, you know, Mr. Dunlap has a long criminal history that includes basically selling drugs. He's got some weapons and firearms charges in there, and he's on special parole for assault 1 when he's arrested once again for selling drugs. You know, he reports working a little bit while he's in the community for a temp agency. You know, he's, I think, probably through no fault of his own, he has been unable to complete the programs, although he said he did about 6 months of the Tier 4 program, and then he's finishing up with New Thoughts, participated in the Jericho Circle, all at Carl Robinson. So he does have some program, and you can tell by some of his responses that he did glean some good insights from those programs as well. You know, he has support in the community, doesn't have any solid job prospects, but he is able to identify a couple of programs that are in New Haven to help him with reentry. You know, he's passed his parole eligibility date, and his sentence is September 2027, with his parole going to May 2028. So there's a lot to consider here. You know, in one sense, I do find him suitable for parole. He has no disciplinary reports. He's got some good insights. He has support. But I am, you know, I paused about him being on special parole for assault 1.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes,
serious.
that's very serious.
And that wasn't his first weapons.
No.
Sure.
No.
So,
I'm uncertain what I'm thinking at this point. Maybe we can talk about it. a little
Yeah.
bit further, talk it through.
yeah, I hear what you're saying. You know, hearing him talk, he's got a positive outlook, and he's saying some good things. But for me, the fact that he was on special parole for this assault first, and I understand he's had to deal with some medical issues and hasn't completed any programs, but you know, the fact remains he hasn't completed the programs, and his criminal history is not good. You know, his supervision in the past is not good. So for me today, I would not be in support of discretionary parole. I would be okay with his end of sentence. You know, it'll still give him a short time on special parole, and he also has 5 years probation. He's going to have dual supervision at that point for a little while. That's where I stand. Panel Member Sarkov?
Yeah, I certainly understand the dilemma. It's really thinking along the same lines. I don't think he used to be there until May 28th. Really, but yes, you know, charged for assault first, that special parole violation is very concerning.
So it's like 18 months if Mr. Dunlap is not granted parole, puts him on his special parole remaining time is approximately 15 months. And then if we were to consider him for discretionary parole, it's a little under 2.5 years. Yeah. I think an opportunity to be back on special parole at the end of the sentence is an opportunity.
That's where I think, that's where I am. He has not done anything for me to warrant him going past September 7th, 2027. He's had no disciplinary reports to his credit. Like I said, he did good in the interview today, you know, so that counts for me. He talked about wanting to be a role model and changing, you know, for his children. And there were lots of things. He talked about that word changing, you know, for me not to go beyond his end of sentence, you know what I mean? And the fact that he's had disciplinary reports in the past and has not had any, it's, you know, to me that shows some level of self-control that's new.
And good example with the New Thoughts,
Yes.
putting it into action.
All right, so are we in agreement on September 7th, 2027? Okay. Let's talk about the stipulations. There's a victim named JW from the previous case. I've included this, if that's okay. Since this is an extended time, he was gonna stay with a friend, mother's friend. I think maybe we should add a halfway house if needed, because circumstances change. It's gonna be a little while.
If needed.
Yeah, if needed, yeah. And then, I had no operation on motor vehicle at the process permission. This last arrest, he was driving under suspension and selling drugs from the car when he got stopped.
Favorite.
Yeah, in the report, it says that he does not have a valid driver's license. Is there anything else besides those three things, halfway house, driving, and the victim?
I thought there were two co-defendants from that assault one. There would be Marquise Crocker and Marvin McClendon.
Okay, hold on a
So
second.
there'll be-
I didn't have the Marquise. How do you spell, what's the last name?
Crocker, CROOKER.
CROOK, Crooker?
Yeah.
And then what was the other one?
McClendon is the last name and Marvin is the first name.
I mean, he's still on that. I don't think this needs to be general no contact. I mean, he's still serving that sentence, so it'll just be co-defendants, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna break this up into two, like we did before, just because it becomes confusing.
And then reasons for
Yeah,
denial.
so we have to do. So
Criminal history.
Yep,
And inadequate institutional program participation.
okay.
And current offense committed on special.
Those are the three I have. Anything else? Okay, let's start with that. In regards to Jamal Dunlap, 350240, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole at this time based on his criminal history, his current offense was committed while on special parole, and his inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next part. In regards to Jamal Dunlap, 350240, I'm gonna move that he be released onto his previous special parole term at his estimated end of sentence, September 7th, 2027, the following conditions that would be in addition to standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement if needed, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, no contact with the victim, JW, no contact with co-defendants Marquise Crooker and Marvin McClendon. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Dunlap, did you hear all of that?
Yes, sir.
So we ended up in a place in the middle. You know what I mean? You could have stayed all the way to the end of your special parole, but all three of us recognize the changes that you're making and that you're trying with these programs. I understand you have had medical problems. So we picked the date in the middle. Okay, so that's going to be September 7th, 2027, pre-release date. Continue with your programs, keep working on yourself so that you can be the father you say you want to be for your kids and be the role model you want to be and all that stuff. Because you'll still go back out into special parole until 2028. You also have 5 years of probation at the same time. So there'll be a lot of people watching what you're doing at that time. You have dual supervision for a little while.
Yes, sir.
Okay, best of luck to you.
All right, Mr. Benitez, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Chairman. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Appeals. Board members are present this afternoon. If I state your name on the record, certify that you have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation for this hearing.
Robert Sazowski.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Starkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
John Benitez, 373770.
Hearing is being conducted in consideration for parole application for Benitez, inmate number 373770. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 7 years, followed by 5 years probation for assault first and criminal possession of a firearm and ammunition from defense weapon. As of today, records reflect parole eligibility date of May 19, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan. This offender review shows the offenders completing the following programs: domestic violence, voice tier 2, and alternatives to violence. Utilizing statewide offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the RT falls within the moderate range risk from recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I could speak.
Yes, sir. If you have a statement you'd like to make, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would like to start by verbalizing gratitude and appreciation for an opportunity to exhibit my growth and an opportunity to express sorrow to the victims for the trauma I've caused. I understand the harm I've caused to the community, the victim, and the ones around me. While incarcerated, it was necessary for me to reflect on the choices that led me into this situation. While reevaluating my life choices, I recognized returning to the same environment and influences contributed to my poor decisions. While my actions were the same, I understand I did not put myself in a situation to succeed. With my son being my motivation, I have remained committed to my personal development as a father and faith and as a man. I no longer think the same thoughts and my actions no longer reflect my past behaviors. I have to admit it has been challenging, surrounded by the negativity in the prison system. At times I failed myself, my child, and those who expect more of me. I choose to learn from my mistakes and not let the past define me as a person. During my incarceration, I've used my time productively by attending college courses, attending religious services, participating in programs, reading, and studying. While attending the programs I've completed, there has been an impact on my thinking, behavior, and mental health. Having to battle with bipolar disorder, PTSD, depression, and anxiety, I realized the importance of receiving treatment for my safety and the ones around me. I began receiving medication to stabilize my mood swings and gain a greater level of self-control, recognizing I cannot do it on my own. The programs I've completed are Voices, Domestic Violence, Alternative to Violence, and Tier 2. And Tier 2 helped me understand how addiction can distort thinking and how individuals become addicted not only to substances, but also to lifestyle surrounding them. The program helped me recognize how drugs ruin families and how drugs can change your view on life and your morals. While attending Voices, I gained a deeper understanding of trauma on victims and increased my awareness of their experiences and rights. Alternative to Violence taught me the importance of controlling aggression with compassion and calmness. Many times a distraught individual was going through a crisis. The AVP curriculum also taught me different ways to avoid conflicts that can lead to violence and tools I can exhibit in the community. Domestic violence taught me healthy ways to communicate, including compromise, respect, and nonviolence. It helped me recognize the different ways that I engaged in unhealthy and verbally abusive behaviors in the past, which I'm committed to changing. I am making a different and more responsible choice for my release. Instead of returning to the same environment as I have done in the past, I plan to enter a halfway house. I also plan on staying on medication, seeing this a necessity and avoiding a crisis when dealing with mental health. I see this as an important step in my transition as it will provide structure, accountability, and access to resources that support successful reintegration. I am choosing to put myself in an environment that promotes stability, growth, and responsibility. While in the halfway house, I will secure a job first shift and second shift with greater permission. I will attend therapy and religious services regularly, straining every resource presented to me so I do not become another statistic. I intend to return to school for IT and start a career in computer science. Within 3 to 6 months, I plan to save enough money to obtain housing and reliable transportation. I do understand that I will face challenges. However, I never felt more prepared, focused, and driven. I reinvented my mindset and approaches to life. I refuse to lose any more time to the streets. I did eradicate any ties that can lead me back into the prison system. I would not contribute to the senseless gun violence in our communities Instead, I will show and prove to the communities that violence is not the answer. Violence has had my son without his father for the past 6 years. He needs me now more than ever as he is becoming a young man. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to please grant me the opportunity to continue my growth outside of confinement to prove the changes I have made are real and lasting. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, Mr. Benitez, thank you very much for your opening statement. You did a good job on that. Thank you. So what's gonna happen today is that we're gonna take turns asking you questions. And then after we're done with the questions, we're gonna talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer today, okay?
Thank you. Yep.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna start with the questions this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, you gave me a lot of information in your opening statement, so that helped a lot.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to what happened. Why did you shoot the victim?
He was threatening me. He came in a threatening manner, and he threatened he was armed.
Did he shoot at you?
No.
How do you think your actions have affected the victim in this case?
I was in his shoes before. I've been shot, so I know the effect of it. So I think it affected him mentally, physically.
Okay. Why were you in possession of a firearm when you were on probation at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you have a firearm while you were on probation? You knew you weren't supposed to do that, right?
Right. There's no excuse for it. I have no excuse for it. I should have never been in possession of the firearm.
Okay. You've had 13 disciplinary reports. The last was in November for possessing K2. Why have you had so much trouble with the rules in prison?
It's not so much that I have trouble with the rules. You know, during that time, I was just overwhelming. I was going through stuff mentally, you know, in the environment. So I just fell to the nonsense.
Now you completed tier 2 back in 2023, right? So this was after that.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider using any of the tools that you learned in tier 2 before you got involved in K2? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I did. I definitely did. But again, I was going through stuff. You know, like I mentioned in the letter, I suffered from bipolarness. You know, at times when my bipolarness starts acting up, I can't sleep.
Hold on, Mr. Benitez, hold on 1 second. We have read all of those documents, and we understand your medical situation.
Yes,
this hearing is being broadcasted live, so other people don't need to know your personal information. You can just refer. You want to just refer vaguely to your medical problems. That's fine, but you don't need to go into diagnosis. We're very aware of it.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
So, like I said, it's just, you know, I needed to sleep and I was overwhelming. I just needed I was trying to get away from all the BS.
I understand. Okay. I wish that you were able to use like some of the things that they taught you. I understand tier 2 was a couple years before that, but so that way you could show to us that you could avoid those situations, those temptations, especially when you're going through difficult times, like you said. You know, when you're out in the community.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you talked about what you learned in domestic violence and voices. I heard that. So you were on probation when this happened, and you have failed at all 3 opportunities in the past while you've been on community supervision. Why is this going to be different this time when you get out?
Because I've grown up in the past 6 years, and I see what's important now. You know, the streets lead to nothing. And my son needs me in his life. He's 12 years old. He's about to be a teenager in August, and he needs me to show him the way to life.
How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I learned to have patience. You know, I learned to not hold on to things that I cannot control. You know, as like stress being the main
main important thing. I learned that I can't overthink everything and I can't stress about everything because it'll lead me to a crisis.
Well, that's pretty good insight, you know what I mean? Understanding of how these things transpire, you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Benitez, that's all the questions I have. I'm gonna see if my colleagues have any questions and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Sarko.
I don't have additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Member Smith Palmieri.
No, I.
Okay, Mr. Benitez, so we are done with the questions. So now we're going to talk about your case and deliberate. You can listen to what we're saying, but please don't interrupt. And when we're done, I'll come back to you and tell you our answer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Mr. Benitez is here for assault first and criminal possession of a firearm, where he shot someone. He says he felt threatened during that time, but the person had not shot at him. He says that the person was armed. We talked about how it likely mentally and physically affected the victim. He has, concerning criminal history with some threatening charges, violations of probations, and interfering. I see other assault charges, violation of protective order. He's going to get 13 disciplinary reports while he's incarcerated. Some of them are drug related, and most concerning is they took place after he completed a Tier 2 program. I would like to have seen him use what he used, what he learned in Tier 2 to deal with those difficult times while he's incarcerated to avoid substance use. He sounded pretty good today. I heard him say a lot of positive things. His opening statement was pretty good. He clearly cares about his son and wants to do better for him. But for me today, I don't find him suitable based on the constitutional adjustment for the tickets, the current offenses committed on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. So that's where I'm at. Panel member Sarkov.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, because he was going to go to a halfway house.
Yeah.
That was rescinded because of all the disciplinary reports.
Yeah. We didn't even talk about that. It's halfway house was rescinded. You're right.
I'm going to be denial of it.
Member Smith Palmieri.
I am as well. The disciplinary reports are, especially because they just occurred within the last 6 months.
Yeah. Okay. Are you okay with these reasons? Supports no adjustment, current offense on probation, inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yes.
Yeah. And he'll still have 5 years of probation to follow his sentence. So in regards to John Benitez, inmate number 373770, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his court institutional adjustment. Current offense was committed on probation and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Benitez, we were not able to find you suitable for discretionary parole today. You're going to have 5 years of probation. And you don't have a lot of time left, sir. You only end the sentence in March. So keep taking programs, getting ready, trying to get yourself prepared to deal with the stressful situations that might occur when you're out. Okay, so you don't fall back into this.
Yes, sir.
I wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir.
Sir, what's your last name?
Paseko?
All right, Mr. Kaseka, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Officer Chamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certify that I have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Cezauskas.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Sarkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist, Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Herbert Caseko. And what number did you need?
Inmate number.
450817.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Herbert Sacco, inmate number 450817. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation, evading responsibility, death, illegal operation of vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs. As of today, records reflect the full eligibility date of March 26, 2026. There is no victim input in the case. There is an offender accountability fine to the offender. There's been a review that shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2, voices currently in the recreational clerk job. Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, and the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. And begin.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
You can, would you like to make an opening statement, sir?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we received your letter that you submitted to the board and we read that. So
Okay.
We have questions for you. What'll happen is that we'll take turns asking questions.
Okay.
And then at the end, we're going to deliberate and talk about your case, and then we'll give you an answer today.
Okay, thank you.
All right. If
Thank you
at
for
the
seeing
end, if at the end, I'll touch base with you at the end. If there's something that we haven't talked about and you want to add, I'll give you an opportunity at the end to do that. Okay.
Okay, thank you for seeing me. I appreciate the time.
Yeah, no problem. Panel member Sarkoff is going to start with the questions.
Chair, good afternoon, Mr. Coseko.
Good afternoon.
So you've had some time to think about this. Why do you think you committed this offense?
Well, I think that I panicked in the situation. I didn't make a rational decision. And I was under a lot of stress at the time. I think being as close to my house as I was, I kind of just, I went on autopilot and I found myself in my driveway. And that's really all I could come up with. I'm devastated that I made that decision. It's very out of character for me. I've never had any problems with the law. I've always been a law-abiding citizen. I've been a person that's been in careers that are helping careers. I've volunteered always. I've worked as a counselor. I'm working towards my master's in professional counseling. I was a youth counselor before. I was a teacher, a coach. This was just a huge mistake, and I take responsibility for it. And it's devastated my life, and it took a huge toll on my psyche.
Were you intoxicated at the time?
No.
You were not. Okay.
It was early. It wasn't. Not that I guess that matters, but it was around 6 o'clock.
There was a resident in the police report that you were in the wrong lane when that happened?
No, I was driving down the street. It was evening. It was before which is something that I, contemplated over and over again, was right before daylight savings would have began. So maybe it would have been a little brighter out, but it was pretty dark, completely dark. And I had looked to my left I thought a car was going to pull out. And I just heard an impact. I didn't even see what I hit. And I didn't know until later on what actually I hit.
Okay, and then exactly a year later, you got charged with a DUI.
My life spun out of control. My life, I'm not gonna, say that my decisions from there on out. I mean, I spent time in, the hospital. I sought psychiatric help. I didn't really care if I lived or died at that point. I was in a, state of depression, and the post-traumatic stress of it all, the shame, the anger at myself. I had to seek a lot of help in order to find a way to live with this. It destroyed me. It gutted me. I've always wanted to help people. I could have never imagined in my life hurting someone. And I turned to alcohol. I did try and get help very quickly on, and I just wasn't getting the right help. And I was in such emotional pain that I turned to drinking more and more and more. And yes, it's the wrong thing. And I knew it at the time. It was just I couldn't deal with the emotional pain, and I wasn't able to access the help that I needed. And fortunately, I did find, a path.
Tell us how you've addressed your issues with drinking.
Well, I immediately after the DUI realized, it was either, this is going to kill me or I have to make a change. So I went to a 30-day program and I did an IOP, and it was in the McCall Center, Carnes Weeks, then McCall, which they're connected, but they're like two separate entities within the same institution. And I did continuing sobriety classes through them even after the IOP was over, up until the point where I came here. And then while I was in here, I participated in NA and AA, strengthening my faith, as I'm sure you read, and it has always been a big part of my life, my religion. And I fortunately met a very, very devout priest in here, and we've become more than just, we're friends now. I mean, I'd like to call him my friend. He was integral in trying to get me to, for lack of a better word, see the light. So, now I'm in a place of, honestly, harmony, especially spiritually.
How do you think the victim's family was affected by all this?
Oh, devastated. Devastated. About a week before this incident happened, my dad was in the final stages of being diagnosed with a terrible and terminal brain disease, very rare. And, so my family was already in turmoil. We were all, in shock. And, ended up being that he was diagnosed with this disease, and he passed away while I was in here. So I can't tell you how that affected my family. I've been a reliable person my whole life, to not be there for them, my mother especially, because they were together for almost 52 years. It's been, it's devastating, and I need to get back to trying to rebuild those relationships. I have a niece that's just started high school. I wasn't there for that. She's needed some extra help. She's struggling a little. I'm a tutor in here. I know the high school program. I've taught grade school, but in here I'm teaching high school, which is I'm more than capable of doing. And I think about how I'm helping people in here, and I'm not even helping my niece. So I'm pretty upset with myself for that. But my family was, it hurt. It hurt a lot. We're not people that are, we're very professional people. Everybody's a hard worker. We're all educated. This was, I put a black mark on my family.
What about the victim's family? How do you think they were affected?
Oh, I pray for them still every day. I pray for the victim and his family. I hope someday they can forgive me. I don't know if they have. I've told them that already, and I continue to tell them that. And I think about them every day. They're a part of my life now, forever. This doesn't go away for me when I leave here. It's not going to go away, and I'm so sorry that it happened. If there's any way that I could have changed anything, I would have. Especially my actions. I know, it's bad enough this happened, and my reaction just, gutted them. I'm sure it devastated them. How can somebody be reckless like that?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Thank you,
Chair.
Thank you. Panel Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cusco? Seiko. Okay.
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. So I was reading through the police report on the evading case, and there's some indication that you were intoxicated, or at least that you smelled of alcohol, and you refused to take a breathalyzer?
No, I was never asked to take a breathalyzer.
There's an indication that you smelled like alcohol. Do you think that's correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. And when you hit the victim and it shattered your windshield, how did you manage to drive home? Well, I'm surprised you wouldn't have to pull over just for that alone.
No, it wasn't, there was not much damage.
I think you have worked hard since you've been there. You've done a lot of good programs. I suppose you have not done the Voices program.
I have.
You did? When did you do the Voices program?
Pardon me?
When did you do the Voices program?
Right, it's within the first maybe 3 months I was here.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay. My apologies, I must have missed that.
No problem.
Okay. All right. And well, that sort of changes the reference of my question then. Having taken the Voices program, I think I would have wanted to hear an apology immediately from you for the harm to the victim's family, because you talked us so much about how hard it's been for you and how hard it's been for your family. However, there doesn't seem to be a true connection, at least from what I'm hearing, about the harm to the victim's family for the person in their life who was killed. So I made a note that my colleague had to ask twice what you thought the impact to the victim was. So for somebody who is trained in counseling, reports that he, works in a field where you work with individuals, teacher, young people, I'm just a little surprised that wasn't sort of what you opened with.
Let me clarify that for you. I am wholeheartedly sorry for what happened, and for the victim's family, I feel terrible. I went on a downward spiral in my life because of the victim and especially his family. I considered going to the funeral. I was devastated over this, and I feel, I wish that I could do something. As I said in my, letter, all I could come up with is to try and maybe advocate for better pedestrian walkways and to the such. I just wasn't asked. I didn't think that question was directly directed to me yet, but if I could put into the words the sorrow and the heartache this caused them, I would. I know that they were devastated, and I caused it. And I think about them every day. I pray for them every day. I pray usually every day, and they're included in my prayers. They're a part of me. I don't know.
Yeah. How do you think you'll handle alcohol when you're back in the community?
Oh, I'm done drinking for now, at least in the foreseeable future. I don't plan on drinking.
What do you think will be difficult for you in the community? Have you thought about what will be hard?
Well, I don't think I'm going to have major issues, to be perfectly honest with you. I have an excellent support system. I have school to finish. I'll be very busy like I am in here. I plan on, I have a job offer for volunteering at the moment at CCAR as a recovery coach. And I'm hoping that will turn into a job as a recovery coach while I finish the rest of my credits, which I'm pretty close to getting my master's and being licensed. So, but in the meantime, I'm going to be just concentrating on finishing my education and working with the community. And I don't foresee a lot of roadblocks. I'm a pretty hard worker, and I have a very extensive plan. I mean, my first week, my first month, my first year, I have all laid out.
And you took a few programs or a number of programs. You did a little bit of tutoring. Tell me what has had the greatest impact on you?
Tutoring, the greatest impact with the tutoring is to see people succeeding, to see people who it's nice to be with adults too. And I actually never really taught adults. So I actually think I might volunteer outside of here for adult ed because I get a lot of joy out of teaching people that want to learn. Young kids, I was a kid once, I didn't, want to particularly go to school. But it's nice to have adults who nobody's making them get their GED. So to work with people who genuinely want to get their high school diploma is awesome. And to see them succeed, it really is, it's gratification for me. It feels great. It feels like I'm in some way starting to be able to make amends for these past terrible decisions.
I can understand how the GED program, being a tutor in that, would be fulfilling for you to see the success of others. All right. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions. Everything's been asked, so I have written down. Okay, Mr. Kusako, so what's gonna happen now is that we're gonna talk about your case. You can listen.
Okay.
But please don't interrupt during this time. When we're done, I'll come back to you and let you know our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Sarkoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a difficult case. Mr. Seiko is here on evading responsibility. Then a year later, he received a conviction for driving under the influence. During his incarceration, he's done a number of programs. He has no disciplinary reports. This is his first incarceration. He rates low for recidivism. At the same time, I really struggle with the nature of this offense. Leaving the victim there, not rendering any aid, which of course resulted in the victim losing their life. And then a year later after this offense, driving under the influence. I do understand his explanation for why that happened. Nevertheless, certainly puts the public in danger when he drives drunk. He's going to be very young still when he comes out, no matter what happens today. So I think I'm going to be denial today.
Okay, thank you. So I agree that this is a tragic incident. I mean, both of these things. But he is low risk to recidivate. He's gone on to do a number of programs. Been approved for a halfway house. He's got excellent evaluations in the programs and in his work. He's done some volunteer work since he's been there in the veterans unit and has led some peer groups. No disciplinary reports, and he's got no criminal history. As much trouble as I have with the nature of circumstances of this, for me, it doesn't override all the work that he's put in. So for me, I did find him suitable today.
Thank you. So the nature of the case is very concerning. I guess what's most concerning to me is that initially through our interview process, there was no recognition of the harms to the victim until it was sort of told twice from Mr. Kriskov. And he has done some great programs. He's continues to educate himself, but I'm troubled with really offended change. I think the programs speak for themselves, but when there are responses such as I'm done for now, drinking for now, on top of, the fact that one of his most recent convictions is for driving under the influence. I struggle with offender change in that respect. I do think he's got a lot of programming. And he does have support in the community. So I'm also in denial.
Okay, let's talk about the reasons that you would like to use, Mr. Sharkoff.
So I just had a nature. but you know, we can add adequate evidence of offender change and law.
Are those two okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so in regards to Herbert Kusako, inmate number 450817, and make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances of current offense and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Kusako, it was a majority decision and your parole has been denied.
Okay,
We wish you the best of luck, sir.
thank you.
Shut the door, okay.
Okay,
Mr. Laurel, correct?
Correct.
No, Mr. Laurel's case.
yes.
Good, go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, my name is Officer Chairman. Today is Wednesday, May 27th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardon. The following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Robert Stazauskas.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Tuckoff.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Devontae Laurel. My inmate number is 411-174, 411-174.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Devontae Laurel, inmate number 474, serving a sentence of 15 years and execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 5 years probation for violation of deadly weapon registry requirements, 2 counts criminal possession of a firearm and ammunition offense weapon, failure to appear first, possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics, and violation of conditional second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 6, 2006. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender is completing proper programs. Tier 2, domestic violence, currently enrolled in GED classes, utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
To the Board of Pardons and Paroles, my name is Devontae DiNapoli, formerly known as Devontae Laurel, which I will be referred to during this hearing. Referred to as during this hearing, sorry. I'm writing this letter to express my sincere remorse for my past actions and to respectfully request for consideration for parole. First and foremost, I want to take full responsibility for my past actions. I understand the seriousness of these offenses and the impact of my poor choices, and I accept full accountability for them. Since my incarceration, I made a conscious and consistent effort to change my life. I have completed numerous rehabilitation and educational programs that help me better understand my behavior, decision-making, and develop a stronger sense of responsibility. I have contemplated the collateral damage caused towards the people around me that suffer from the decisions that led me here today, and I deeply regret those choices at the time. A deep reflection of these previous events has inspired me to change my personal identity. During my attendance in self-management and recovery training, I was educated on the functionality of repetitious criminal behavior and how our thinking patterns can be changed in a positive way by engaging in helpful activities. By constantly repeating exercises and routines, we're able to rewire our minds to produce a different outcome. This program was a critical factor required for transitioning from a mindset of criminality. Recognizing that this abnormal behavior isn't sustainable for the prosperity I desire in the future, there is a very impactful quote from Albert Einstein printed on the front of each change unit packet received upon entering J-Dorm that says, "We cannot solve a problem with the same level of mind we had when we created it." These principles have helped me navigate myself during recovery and my continuous journey to improve my cognitive behavior. I have also created a detailed reentry plan to ensure a successful transition into society. I am currently a registered recovery with Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery Center, which provides services with individuals seeking or sustaining recovery. I meet with a recovery coach by the name of Eric Providence on a weekly basis. I receive guidance on attending support groups, social activities, and assistance with utilizing community resources in my local area. I structured a detailed recovery wellness plan, which outlines each one of my goals. That includes a roadmap towards execution. I pursue furthering my education and acquiring a GED with plans to study at Dwight Hall under the Yale Prison Education Initiative, which is a primary goal of mine. This is a program through Yale Center of Public Service and Social Justice that creates pathways for any released students to regain access to a liberal arts curriculum. They also offer resume building help, assist with job search, and connect students with continuing educational opportunities to help students transition to a life outside of prison. My previous employer, Almighty Transit, has offered me a position to regain upon release. I operated commercial vehicles for this company from mid to late 2023. And the owner of this establishment has assured me an opportunity to generate a legitimate source of revenue. In 2025, I achieved earning a certificate of completion of program Trucking Made Simple, facilitated in eDorm's Second Chance program, which outlines how to successfully operate a trucking business, which coincides with my experience in this industry for growth opportunities. I have learned to value therapeutic environments. I have matured, developed a stronger mindset, and committed myself to living a positive and lawful life. I'm prepared to work hard, contribute positively, and prove through my actions that I'm ready to be a productive member of society. I understand that trust must be earned and not given. If granted parole, I will not take this opportunity lightly. I'm committed to making better decisions, staying on the right path, contributing to my community. And thank you for allowing me to demonstrate my growth and readiness for a second chance.
Okay, Mr. Laurel, thank you very much for your opening statement. What's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking questions. And then after that, we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer today, okay?
All right.
Okay, my colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri is going to start with the questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Laurel, you have a number of charges before us today of varying degrees. You have a failure to change your residence, report a residence change with the deadly weapon registry, new firearms charge, failure to appear, a possession with intent, another firearm, and then a violation of a conditional release, which was another domestic with, at the time, looks like it was your girlfriend. So can you tell us a little bit about what was going on at the time? I see that you were in Georgia when you were arrested on the warrants.
Yes. At that time, I was involved with a young lady, and I was, before those events, I was working a job at Lloyd and Taylor at the local Danbury Mall, and I lost that job. And through the loss of that job, instead of trying to regain employment a lawful way, I went the wrong route and, I made a left turn and decided to engage in distributing illegal substances, which was a horrible choice on my part. And a lot of people that was around me, besides my girlfriend, including her children, were collateral damage towards those actions that I made. And I also was in possession of a firearm at the time of when the word was served. I took it upon myself to go to Georgia. I ran from my problems at that time. And that was honestly why I went to Georgia, and I was extradited on a warrant from Georgia, to be honest. And it was a time in my life where I didn't want to confront the problems that I was dealing with. I wasn't being honest with myself. I wasn't honest to my significant other at the time. And I truly regret those actions.
Had you just, one of the first firearms charges that occurred in July 2021, had you just been released from transitional parole supervision? Just discharged?
I was recently discharged from a parole from interfering.
Yeah. So
Case,
you were
the previous year, yes.
the previous month, right?
Previous.
June 2021, and then one of these new arrests was July 2021. So
yes.
The firearm, when you got into the domestic with your girlfriend, you had a firearm on you.
Yes.
Yeah. Were you selling drugs at that time too and carrying a firearm, or why were you carrying the firearm then?
The reason why I was carrying a firearm at that time is I was involved in dealing illegal substances at the time, and it wasn't necessary for me to carry a firearm. It was very stupid on my part to even possess a firearm because I had no intent on harming anyone. And, I did possess it while I was engaged in dealing illegal substances.
And then a little over a year later, you have the second arrest for the firearm.
Yes.
Okay. So you've taken a lot of programs, and you talked a lot about them in your opening statement, which I appreciate. Can you talk about which one you think has had the greatest impact on you? You've done quite a bit.
The greatest impact, I think, was Smart Recovery. Smart Recovery taught me how to reprogram my subconscious mind and to engage into conscious behavior. This taught me how to rebuild my previous character, which was one that didn't reflect upon bad decision making. And that stood out to me the most. And that's something that out of all the programs I've internalized, and I was able to show throughout my navigation during my recovery. And it's one that I'm grateful for as well, amongst the peer mentors and the people in the community that helped me gather a sense of, being vulnerable enough to share something personal about myself. That, that's something that I dove into that was different this time. Usually I was standoffish in the past, and I didn't take my recovery serious. And during this time, I could say smart recovery, very, like, made me very vulnerable, and I see a lot of change and growth within myself.
What about domestic violence? What did you learn from that program that you think you can take out to the community with you to help you with your relationships going forward?
Domestic violence, I'll never forget a video that I seen, and it was a ex-NFL football player from Florida who moved to Connecticut, and he had a domestic violence situation with his significant other, and it resulted in it resulted in a fatality. And I sat there and I reflected that in that classroom, the way he broke it down, how fast something could happen that he had no intent on committing. And that resonated with me so well to just really think before I react. And I never forgot that video. And I had a lot of words to share with the facilitator of that, Ms. Collins, the facilitator of that program. And I thanked her a lot for sharing that with us, because it gave me a high degree of, it really shifted my paradigm, you know, it changed my perspective.
So, Mr. Laurel, tell me about from domestic violence, what you found out about yourself and how you're going to change that going forward with relationships. Because from when I was reading the incident reports, you know, you're a very violent person with your partners. Very aggressive, very violent.
What I've learned from the program is to basically I learned to empathize with others. You know, I learned to think outside of myself and be considerate of others' feelings, and not to always not to think that consider others' feelings, consider the hurt of others. That's one thing that I felt the overwhelming amount of guilt behind, you know, considering that other people got hurt based off my decisions, you know, and they deal with trauma behind that, you know, and as long as they remember what I did, that affects them. And I don't feel comfortable being the source behind somebody else's trauma. And that's what.
Do you identify as having any anger issues?
Yes, that's something I had to reflect on as well.
You want to live with your uncle in Norwalk?
Yeah, in Norwalk, yeah, with my family. Yeah, with my family in Norwalk, yes.
Okay. And what have you identified in terms of employment?
I plan on going on a continuous job search. I do have an opportunity to employ myself with Almighty Transit. I don't know if it'll be a conflict if I was to be released on parole, because it involves driving to other states, but I had a plan B to just go to any local temp agencies, any resume building that I have from previous job skills to pursue legal employment. That's something I outlined in the reentry plan that I did with my recovery coach, and one of my main goals as well.
Okay. And were you out on bond after any of these arrests?
Yes.
Okay. Were you doing anything while you're out on bond in terms of treatment or reporting?
I didn't report, no, but I did I did get myself a source of employment through Almighty Transit, but I wasn't reporting at the time.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple things to clear up. So I saw that you listed a friend as a person you wanted to live with in Norwalk, but they weren't able to confirm that as a valid place for you to go. So I have you marked down for a halfway house. Where, if you got to go to a halfway house, you want to go to Bridgeport, or where are you going to go?
I will want to go to Bridgeport, yes.
Where is this Almighty Trucking at? Where is that located at? Because they submitted a letter saying that they would hire you. Where is that located at?
That company is a company, the main branch is out of Tennessee, but they do nationwide trucking.
Yeah, it looked like an out-of-state phone number.
Yes.
How do you know those people? How are you in contact with those people?
The owner of that establishment is originally from Connecticut. That gave me a job opportunity.
Oh, I see. Do you have a commercial driver's license?
No, I operated the box trucks that only require you to have a standard license. And
but it would be multi-state driving, though, like you said, and you're not sure that could be an issue, especially in the beginning, you know what I mean? Until they know that you're. So I'm not sure if what other kinds of jobs would you do out in the community?
I have a lot of job experience working at like restaurants, as far as like bussing tables and doing dishwashing and things like that. I worked in multiple restaurants in the past. So as a plan B, I already knew that would have been a conflict regarding my transition. I plan to move in that field.
Yeah, I don't know, you know, based on your record and failure to appears and other stuff, you know, you have violations of probations in the past. Letting you drive out of state right away when you get out doesn't appear like that would be realistic to me, but I don't know. I mean, I think you recognize that that's probably going to be looked at kind of sideways, you know. Let me ask you this. In your evaluation for the domestic violence class, it says that you were always late. You were always late for class. They gave you a fair rating for attendance. Why were you late for domestic violence, the domestic violence program?
I'm situated now in J dorm, and we attend morning meetings.
Oh, I see.
And sometimes the morning meetings will get called at 11:45, at least 2 to 3 times a week. So the counselor in the dorm would tell us, you know, we have to get a pass, and it'll require us to fully attend the morning meeting, which conflicts with a little bit of the time and the stipulated programs as well.
So it was just a scheduling. It was a scheduling problem among programs.
Yeah, and you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand. Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Member Sarkot, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Laurel, we're gonna discuss your case now. You can listen, and we're gonna deliberate and come up with an answer. Please do not interrupt during this time, and then we'll come back to you with our answer shortly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you. So initially, I'm very concerned about the number of charges over a period of 18 months. He acquired all these charges, and I understand that that he went to Georgia to remove himself from the situation. But between July 2021 and May 2023, he's got these 4 new charges, 2 of which are domestic and 2 are firearms. He's got a history, concerning criminal history that includes a robbery and another gun charge. On the other side, I do see that Mr. Laurel has done a number of programs. He did the Tier 2 program. I was a little disappointed we didn't get more from the domestic violence program from him. I thought that it's an important part of him going back out to the community. Would like to hear a little bit more, but he did do the Tier 2 programs. He's involved, as he said, in the J dorm, working on and attending all the other groups. He's connected with CCAR. Like he's got some support in the community. He completed SMART recoveries. He talked to quite a bit about, And we didn't talk about two things. One, he has no disciplinary reports, and he is working on his GED. There was a note that he's an excellent student, and he's completed 3 of the 4 tests so far. So I do see that as a positive. Does score high risk to recidivate. He's 5 years of probation to follow his sentence. I would give Mr. Laurel, I do find Mr. Laurel suitable based on the programming that he's completed, the no disciplinary reports, the good conduct throughout his sentence, some of his release plan that includes some support in the community, a connection with CCAR, and some opportunities for employment.
Okay, Councilmember Sarkoff?
The charges are certainly concerning. The criminal history is concerning. I'd like to give him a chance, discretionary parole, just based on his work, been doing in the facility. Yeah, that's why I'm.
Okay. All right, I'm on board, I agree. Let's talk about the conditions. Gonna need a halfway house to my assessment of this. What do you think about mental health evaluation and treatment?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Definitely.
And domestic violence in the community? I had no contact with a victim SM without the parole officer's permission. Is
Yes.
there anything else?
Didn't have anything else.
Mr. Slackoff? No. That's it. Good?
Yeah.
Okay. So in regards to Devontae Laurel, inmate number 411174, I'm gonna make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after his parole eligibility date of August 6th, 2026, with the following conditions that are in addition to his standard parole conditions. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based behavior management treatment for domestic violence, no contact with the victim SM without the parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Laurel, you've been granted discretionary parole. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's see here for Devontae Laurel, inmate number 411174.
Stacy, gentlemen.
Mr. Atwater?
Yes, sir.
Right, we good to go, Mr. Atwater?
Yes, it's me. Yep.
Mr. Atwater, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the case. Good evening, Officer Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. Following board members are present this afternoon. By state your name on the record and certify that you reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Sarkoff.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Aaron Atwater, 415231.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Aaron Atwater, inmate number 415231. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver, illegal alteration of firearm identifiers, sale of narcotic substance, a violation of probation with the underlying offense of legal operation of a vehicle under 14-140 suspension. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 29, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender's programs done utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in ESRT falls within the moderate range. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I want to begin by taking full accountability for the mistake that brought me here. During my time incarcerated, I've had a lot of time to reflect and grow and truly understand the importance of making better choices. I cannot change my past, but I can take responsibility for it and continue moving forward as a better man. This experience has taught me lessons that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. I have matured mentally and emotionally. I have taken this time to reflect on the type of man/father and member of society that I want to be once I'm released. I'm fully prepared and committed to successfully reintegrating into society. Upon my release, I plan to actively seek employment and continue my education so I can build a stable, productive future for myself and my family. I understand that stability and consistency and responsibility are important, and I am prepared to put in the work necessary to maintain them. I'm also committed to complying with all my parole requirements and maintaining communication with my parole officer as expected. I understand the importance of following every condition placed before me and proving through my action that I am serious about rebuilding my life in a positive and lawful way. One of my biggest motivations for me is my son. I want to be physically present in his life and guide him and support him and be the father he deserves. I understand how important a father's presence is. I want the opportunity to lead by example and teach him right from wrong and give him the love and support and guidance that every child needs. Family is extremely important to me. I also especially want to be there to take care of my grandmother. I understand the value of being present and dependable and supportive for the people who have continued to take care for me throughout this journey. I no longer take those relationships for granted. During my time incarcerated, I have also strengthened my relationship with the Heavenly Father in a meaningful way. Through prayer, reflection, and faith, I have learned to place more trust in God and seek guidance during difficult moments. Building the connection has helped me grow mentally and spiritually, giving me a greater sense of peace and direction and encouraged me to become a better man. I respectfully ask that you consider the growth that I have made and the person that I am today. I am ready to return to my son and my family at home and support my family and care for my loved ones and contribute positively to society. More than anything, I am ready for the opportunity that I have learned to grow, and I am prepared to move forward in a better direction with faith, responsibility, and purpose. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, Mr. Atwater, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen today is that we're going to take turns asking you questions. And when we're done, we'll talk about your case and deliberate and then give you an answer, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to start with the questions today. So you have some pretty serious charges related to drugs and guns and a violation of probation. Why were you selling drugs and carrying a gun while you were already on probation?
I was hanging around the wrong crowd of people. And I was selling drugs because when I was taking the drugs for the most part of it, and like the drugs would overcome my body and like make me do irrational and make decisions that were.
Okay, I understand that. Were you working at all? Did you try to get a job?
Yes, I was working for my grandmother as a patient care assistant. I was taking care of my grandmother.
Oh, so, okay, so you were taking care of her and then there was an agency paying you to take care of her?
Yes.
But you were still doing these other things at the same time?
Yes.
How were you able to manage that? I mean, that's an important job, take care of someone that has needs, that needs help with things. How were you able to do that while you were using drugs and selling drugs?
I was able to do it because it was from the daytime. It was only a daytime shift from like morning to like midday to like the afternoon.
And then in the afternoon, you would go and do things with your friends or whatever out in this.
Yes.
Okay. I read in the documents that I read, it says that you don't have a relapse prevention plan because you're not going to relapse. But in January, you received a disciplinary report for intox after testing positive for fentanyl. Can you tell us what happened with that disciplinary report?
Yeah, I was trying stuff in county, like all types of toxic stuff because I was trying all types of toxic stuff because my mind wasn't there and I wasn't completely fully stable. And I was around the wrong crowd of people in BCC.
How do you feel now?
I feel way better and I feel like a great man.
Okay. That's good. If you had an addiction services program that's, I think it's listed on your OAP, I mean, that would help you deal with some of these difficult times that you might come upon, whether it's while you're incarcerated or out in the community under stress because of losing a job or someone in your family dies. Those are stressful situations that sometimes will cause people to relapse, kind of like what you're describing happened when you were in county. It sounds like you were under a lot of stress and you were using substances.
Yes, sir.
So, you completing an addiction services program in a facility before you're released will help you so that when you have the tools to deal with those kinds of stressful situations. How do you plan to stay sober when you're released if you haven't taken a program?
I plan on staying sober by looking forward to taking care of my son and just being there for him and taking care of my grandmother as a patient care assistant.
Okay. If I have anything else here. Are you in any programs right now?
No, I'm not in any programs right now, sir.
Okay, those are all the questions I had. Let me see if my colleagues have anything. Panel Member Sarkoff. Okay, Panel Member Smith Palmieri?
Yeah.
Okay, we're done with the questions. So we're going to talk about your case now and deliberate, and then we'll come back and give you an answer. During this time, please don't interrupt. And then I'll come back and tell you. You can listen to us though, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Atwater is here for a number of charges related to selling drugs, some gun charges, violation of probation, there's a driving suspension for underlying charge. His opening statement, he acknowledged that he can't change the past, but he can take responsibility for what he has done in the past, and he does take full accountability for his mistakes, he said. He talks about seeking employment when he gets out. He talked a number of times about how important his son is to him and taking care of his grandmother is his motivation for wanting to do better in life and staying sober. He says he strengthened his relationship through his recommitment to his faith. I heard some positive things. He's rated as a moderate risk recidivate. My concerns are the seriousness of these charges and, his criminal history is not good. And then he hasn't completed a program, his addiction services program, for him to have the tools to deal with the stressful situations that he described, like what happened to him just in January when he had a positive drug test for fentanyl while incarcerated. So, while I do hear some positive things from him, and I see that, in his future, he's wants to do the right thing for his son and be a role model. I do not find him suitable today for discretionary parole. Member Sarkoff?
So I'm with you. I certainly cannot find it suitable today. I would be open to a conversation about it here. He's able to complete addiction services. It's not done until November of 27, but certainly for today, it's a denial.
Member Smith Palmieri.
I do not find it suitable for today. And to your point about not having complete addiction services, even with probation, he was struggling with treatment, not going, still testing positive. So I do think for Mr. Atwater's own opportunity for success, he should do at least an addiction services program, and connect with CCAR or Smart Recovery. I would not be opposed to a rehear. There's not a lot of time, but if we brought him back
If he gets into tier 4, which could happen, it's 8 months. I mean, I don't know how he's gonna. Does have 5 years probation to follow. I mean, he's not even in any programs right now, so it's gonna take a month or 2 to get in the program, then another 8 months, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if he comes back in a year, he still has 6 months
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would be okay with a year,
Mm-hmm.
to just give him some motivation to get some programs under his belt.
Sure, I'm fine with
Would you
that.
be okay with that? I think I would be okay with that. I just don't wanna, I don't wanna have him come back in 6 months and he's halfway through programs, and there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, it's not gonna be much. That's
Smart recovery. Take care of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. He's got new thoughts on his, I think that would help him. Okay, we're gonna be hearing some of 2026. All right, so. But
you said May of
2027.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would have made that motion. In regard to Aaron Atwater, inmate number 415231, I'm gonna make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, or institutional adjustment. His current offense was committed while on probation. And a further move to rehear this case in May of 2027. The recommendation that he complete addiction services program and any other positive programs. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Atwater, did you hear all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have until November of 2027. We're gonna have you come back to see us in May of 2027. So that way you'll have time to do the program. And, you know, I didn't mention it on my thing there, but no further disciplinary reports, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's, if you come back with more disciplinary reports, it's gonna hurt you in the hearing, okay? Just wanna be upfront with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Close the hearing for Aaron Atwater for 415231.
I got his seat with, tag, you want, you gotta see with the, I need to wait count there, right? Just wait count there.
How you doing, Mr. Tang?
Hi, how are you? How are you guys?
Good. We're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon. If I state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents available for information preparation to this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Alex Tarkov.
Also attending is the board psychologist. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Yeah, my name is Johan Tang. Unit number is 424082.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tom. Inmate number 40.
Excuse me. I cannot really hear clearly what you guys say. Can you speak a little bit slowly? I'm sorry about that.
Okay. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tang, inmate number 424082. He is serving a sentence of 30 months for a conspiracy to commit larceny first, identity theft first, failure to appear first, 2 counts violation of probation with the underlying offense larceny third. He was also convicted of 2 counts failure to appear first and received unconditional discharge for each one. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 9th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs. None. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. Offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First of all, thank you for you guys to let me speaking. I take full responsible for my bad behavior for the crime I was committed, and during the incarcerated, I been working a lot cause I did a lot of time in county jail. I spent like 17 months in county jail. I got a job over there. I worked like 15 and a half months, and then they transferred me here and keep myself busy, trying to apply to another job, attempt to like self prove myself, trying to attempt to the mental health programs. Yeah, that's I believe I changed because I made a bad decision to like make my life hard. So yeah, I just hope the parole board can give me another chance to grant it me today and make the right decision, keep things right.
Okay, Mr. Tang, thank you very much. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to take turns asking you questions.
Okay.
And then after that, we're going to talk about your case and deliberate, and we'll make a decision today.
Okay.
My colleague, panel member Sarkoff, is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Mr. Tang.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how you got involved in committing this offense?
I just made bad decision, just around the wrong person. In the beginning, they just asked me to do a favor. I don't know what they're doing, but I mean, I did it. I committed a crime, so I just got arrested.
Okay. I saw from your interview with the parole officer that you mentioned that you stated that you were in the wrong place, essentially wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah,
you were there just to translate.
Yeah, I'm the like they asked me. They said they don't speak English. They're trying to ask me to help them to translate and to help them ride back to New York. That's what I've been told. That's what I did.
So when did you realize that you were committing crime?
When they arrested me.
It is hard to reconcile with the documents that we've read in preparation for this case. It's hard to reconcile. It's hard to believe, I'll just be frank, based on what I've read, that you had no idea the whole time that what you guys were doing was not lawful.
Yeah, because, I mean, everything began is, I work in the place, they owe me money, they say, if you help me, I'll pay you back. That's what I really don't know. They are criminals. For me, we all foreigners here. So they ask me a favor if I can help. I decide to help them.
When you were applying for financing, did you use your photo?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't apply the financing.
Then I read when the police searched you in your pockets, they found a bunch of licenses, bank cards, social security cards.
That's when they I explained when I interview when they try to borrow money from me, they have to deposit me something, and then when they pay me back, I give them back. That's how I got it. I just opened my work. I work at night shift, 12 hours. When they asked me, that's what happened.
And you have a history of these types of offenses, right? In fact, you were on probation.
Yeah, during that time I was on probation.
You're on probation for Law 73, right? Which involved credit card fraud.
Yeah, 2018.
Why do you think you keep committing similar types of offenses? A lot of larcenies.
I mean, the old cases, I don't want, I mean, his people give me a credit card, said that's his father's, and let me help him buy something. I just did it. And they charge me. If I know that's crime, you see that's 2 counts. If I know they crime me, I'm not coming back first. I already got something the first time. So they said, they call me, they said, oh, my father say, I said, we are free foreigner, we here, a lot of them don't speak English. Yeah, I just keep myself in the wrong people, around the wrong people. I have no idea.
Okay, let's talk about your time during this incarceration. You have no disciplinary reports, right?
Excuse me?
You have no disciplinary reports, and you're participating in tier 2 right now.
Yeah. I'm in tier 2. I just came to jail in February, so I'm in line for the voices. I tried to write them to speed it up, but they didn't they didn't say anything to me. But I'm currently in the tier 2. I'm in mental health processing. I'm in moving forward. Yeah, I keep myself busy.
Okay. What do you plan to do for employment when you're released?
My family gonna give me a lot of support and gonna help me find a job. And I'm from New York. I have to go to the halfway house first and save my money. Yeah, make my life right. If you granted me.
You don't have much working experience, right? You had one job as a cashier in an illegal gambling establishment, right? Do you have any other work experience?
I work in the restaurants, but it's all paid in cash. I take phone call. I work in the deli shop. I can drive the Ford. I don't know how to speak that in English, but I know how to drive that thing.
The forklift?
Yeah, the forklift, yeah, that thing.
What do you think you've learned from this whole experience, this incarceration?
I learned a lot of things. I've been a lot of people, talk to people in the group, they help me out. And the people say their mistakes. So I got a lot of experience trying to avoid all the bad things can happen to me. You know what I mean? So I can keep myself in the right path. Keep myself out of trouble. Don't just avoid the bad things, what they did during their talking. I got a lot of experience to make my life more easier. Yeah, simple.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Smith Palmieri.
Just a quick follow-up. So, Mr. Tang, I heard you mention your family
Yeah.
for support. Do they know you're incarcerated?
Yes, right now they knew it. They knew it.
I was reading through one of the reports, your pre-sentence report, and for a long time they've been supporting you, but you had not told them that you weren't going to school anymore. So they were just sending you money and you were using it for really an illegal lifestyle.
I know. That's about like 12, 13 years ago.
So are you saying they have not been sending you money?
After that, no, after that, I've been working. I just, it's hard for me to find the job that officially pay because, we're foreigners and we got our own community, they pay you cash and that's how you find the work. I don't have a lot of education I don't have that kind of skill to attempt to the like the government paid job. It's kind of like that. So I've been working the whole time. I just it's all cash pay.
What happened with probation? Why weren't you reporting to probation, telling them where you were living?
My probation, I've been reported a year and a half, and then during that time they tried to send me to the program, but that's COVID-19 time. You know, Chinese people, that COVID-19 is very serious. We all, in our country, they all locked up in their house. So my parents just told me, don't go anywhere, stay in the house. And I try to communicate with my probation officer. I say, I still have a year and a half left. Can you just make make another appointment? I will go to the program, but not during this time. But that lady seems, I don't know, she just violated me. I cannot do nothing. I told her I will go to the program, but there's COVID-19 time. There's a dead body all over the street in New York. I just trying to avoid that time range.
It's a little bit more than that. This probation was looking for you. It goes beyond the programs. They were looking for you and you weren't living where you were supposed to be, and maybe you weren't working at the same place anymore. So it's more about you not keeping them informed about where you were living and where you were working.
No, that's the I sent that's the miscommunicated part. I sent all the report email to my lawyer already during that time. I don't know why he didn't give to the court. I don't know why, but I've been reported because the first time I went to the probation office and the probation officer say, you cause the COVID-19, they close the office. You only need to make a phone call once a week. I making phone call every week, and I send them the email. I have all the records. But when my old probation officer retired, she gave me the lady. Another probation officer, she been asked, because during that time I was on unemployment insurance. They gave me money, so I don't need to go to work. And she told me to send the invoice to her.
It just sounds like there was some miscommunication. They were looking for you. You weren't where you were supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And your drug use, I read that you don't think that's a problem.
Excuse me?
You're using drugs. Do you see that as a problem for yourself?
For me, I don't think that's a problem because I barely use it like once a month, twice a month for going to the party. I keep myself, I was working the whole time because, Chinese money is a lot of less than American dollars. My family don't have that much fund to keep supporting me. I've been working. I just, it's just overpaid. I mean, it's just cash.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chang.
No, you're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So, Mr. Tang, it says in the report, I just want to make sure I hear this right, that you were using crystal meth once or twice a month, and you're saying to us that that's not a problem for you?
I mean, I can use it every time I want. Don't use it like anytime I want. I don't think that's a problem.
That's serious drugs, sir. That's hardcore drugs. That's, the life that you're describing, you're working for illegal businesses and you're trying to say that that's those jobs are legitimate, but it's not. You're working in an illegal casino paying paid cash. You don't pay taxes, nothing, right?
I don't, to be honest with you, I don't even know how to pay tax.
And you're doing drugs and you're saying that's not a problem, right? Were you supposed to be living in Connecticut when you were on probation or in New York?
I'm supposed to be in Connecticut, but I transferred back to New York.
So your parole officer was in New York or was still a Connecticut parole officer?
Parole officer in Connecticut. I have to go to the halfway house.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have. So, sir, we're going to talk about your case and then we're going to deliberate. You can listen, please don't interrupt, and then we'll give you our answer in just a minute, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks. Member Sarko.
Chair. The town was on probation for larceny in third degree. He committed a number of incident offenses, including larceny in the first degree. We've talked a bit about the circumstances of this incident offense. He states that he was just there to translate. You know, based on documents that I've read, it was hard for me to get to that conclusion, especially with his history and pattern of similar type of behavior. He was on probation for larceny third. He's in tier 2 now. He has no disciplinary reports. Just not sure I'm hearing much change from Mr. Tom. So my vote will be to deny based on inadequate evidence of offender change and offense being committed on probation.
Okay, I also had inadequate institutional program participation on mine. In the same place that you're at. You know, he said in his opening statement, I take full responsibility for my bad behavior, but then when we ask him what it was, he sounds like according to him, he's just going along for the ride, and friends were asking him to do a favor. He didn't know anything that was going on, and then he's under arrest for being a translator, which I don't know. It's hard, like you said, to accept that at the same time as accepting the fact that I'm taking responsibility for my actions, and then he doesn't think that using crystal meth is a problem for him or his working illegitimate jobs and not paying taxes. And I mean, just the whole thing, you know, so his release plan is not good. So I'm also denial. Member Smith, Palmieri.
I'm a denial as well. There's a lot of other documents in there that lead you to the place where crystal meth is a problem.
It is.
It's been created in relationships with him.
Yeah.
Prevents him from working, and saying that culturally this is how it's done. It's really not acceptable.
It's not acceptable, absolutely. Okay, so are we okay with these reasons? Inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and current offense committed on probation?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to Yuhan Tang, inmate number 424082, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate institutional program participation, and that the current offense was committed while on probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Tang, we were not able to grant you discretionary parole today. We want you to finish your programs, okay?
Okay.
And then you'll finish out your sentence. You don't have that much time left.
Yeah, I don't have a second chance to see the parole.
No, there's not enough time left for that. You're going to be done in February. It looks like. That's if you went to the end. I don't. They may talk to you about a halfway house at DOC. I don't know, but
because the immigration status, I cannot go to the halfway house.
Say that again.
Because the immigration status, I cannot go to the halfway house.
Yeah, you're going to have to do the tier 2 programs too. I would finish that first. I think first things first. Focus your attention on tier 2, and then go from there.
So I cannot reply the parole.
Not to us. No, not to us. No.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. Good luck.
All right. Thank you.
The hearing for Yuhan Tang, inmate number 424082. How you doing, Mr. Coleman?
How you doing?
Good. We're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Good afternoon. My name is Officer Sherman. Today is Wednesday, May 27, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. All board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Robert Sazowskis.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
I'll start off.
Also attending is the psychologist. Sir, please state your name and your number for the record.
My name is Rory Coleman, 434-793.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Rory Coleman, inmate number 434-793. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, ammunition, and defense weapon. He was also convicted of illegal discharge of a firearm and received unconditional discharge. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 23rd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed, shows the offender has completed the following programs: voices, utilized in the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel like I should be granted parole because I'm not the same person I came in here. I learned tools to maneuver through hostile situations. I learned the power of mindset, just having a positive mindset and just keeping myself out of hostile situations and hostile areas. Like before I came in here and in the past, I used to think that carrying a gun was normal. I've been shot. Everybody I know been in jail. So I used to think that it was normal, but through the programs and just learning certain tactics to get out of stressful situations, I understand that's not a normal mindset. I've been shot before, so just carrying a gun always just seemed like I had to, but I understand that if I have to carry a gun, I shouldn't be there. You feel me? So it's just like I understand. I just learned so much in these last 2 years I've been incarcerated. I'm just eager to go home and just show what I learned and just be better for myself, my family, my friends, and everybody that love me.
Okay, Mr. Coleman, thank you very much for your opening statement. So what's going to happen is that we're going to take turns asking you questions today.
Yes.
When we're done with that, we're going to talk about your case, deliberate, and then give you an answer today, okay?
All right.
My colleague, panel member Smith Palmieri, is going to start with the questions this afternoon.
Thank you. So, Mr. Coleman, I listened to your opening statement, and when I was reviewing your case file, I made a note, this carrying a criminal possession of a firearm charge, it looks like it's an underlying robbery altercation of a victim. What was going on when you got arrested for having this firearm? The explanation you gave to the parole officer, it did not make much sense.
It was just me just not understanding how to deal with hostile situations, and I just felt like, cornered in a situation. It was just, I regret the situation. I understand that that's not the right mindset to have in situations like that.
Okay, so the way it reads is it looks like there was an argument over a girl, a woman.
Correct.
And you pulled out a gun and then took the victim's necklace. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's completely accurate.
Okay. So when you say you didn't know how to handle aggressive situations, what was aggressive about that? Why did you feel like you had to pull out a gun?
I felt it's not an excuse. It is not. I just felt like I was being like, I was being like taunted, and I just understand now that wasn't the pulling out a gun and reacting how I reacted isn't the way to go.
So and then you said you didn't really understand what the consequences would be. Well, what did you think? What did you think when you were doing all of that? What did you think would come of it?
I really wasn't thinking. I wasn't using my mind. I wasn't using tools. I wasn't using common sense.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you're 25 years old. So you've been in jail a couple of years now. You're at that age where nobody can say that your brain is not thinking clearly, right? That it's still kind of coming of age.
Yes.
So this would be your third firearm conviction?
I believe second.
Okay, carrying a pistol, violation for having a gun.
Yeah,
and then you have this illegal discharge. So you actually fired the gun too?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so one prior gun, a violation of probation on that. Right, and you've completed the Voices program so far?
Yes, I completed the Voices program.
Okay. What other programs do you think might be helpful?
The new thoughts would have been helpful, but I think I'm pretty sure I wrote for them they put me on a waiting list. It's just they changed my OEP when I got here from Walker.
Okay, so you think you're on a wait list for that?
Yes.
Now, you're a score of a 3 for your drug use, yet you deny having any drug problems or any substance abuse issues?
I've never really had I don't understand why my overall score is a 3 for drug use.
Okay. Say we're using marijuana? No, you report nothing. Okay, so you were not using any substances when you got arrested on this charge?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And you've got a few disciplinary reports. One goes back about 10 months, and the charge is bringing contraband into the facility and then using the phone for a 3-way call. Those are on the same day.
Yes.
So what was going on there?
It wasn't bringing contraband into the facility. It was a contraband throughout the facility. And it was really, I didn't get anything. I didn't get caught with anything. It was just a misunderstanding through the text messages. On the tablets.
What do you think was misunderstood?
That somebody texted me about a certain situation and I just responded.
What do you mean a certain situation?
Basically, they texted me to bring them some papers to Juma, and it was interpreted for something else. And I don't know if it said it or not, but I was never found with nothing. Like they never found anything with me. I never got caught with anything. They just interpreted the messages, and then the three-way call. I did do the 3-way call, so they basically told me if I go to trial I'm gonna lose, so I just signed a ticket.
Okay. And then it looks like in February of 2025, you had a fight with somebody.
Yes.
Yes. Let's see. So the parole officer asked you, how do you think things will go once you're released? How do you plan to stay out of trouble? And you said you're going to prioritize your life and being a good father. What does it mean to prioritize your life?
First, it starts by having a positive mindset and just knowing what I want to do. I never really understood what I wanted to do with my life until this 2 years I got to sit down and realize what I keep doing to my life is detrimental.
Okay. So give me what your top priority is.
My top priority, as soon as I'm released, is getting my license. Then my second top priority is finding a job. I don't want to be paroled to the world. I want to be paroled to a halfway house so I could take that time and build myself up, get a job, get my own apartment, so I could have a room for my daughter, and I could just be a better person.
All right. That's about all I have. Anything I should have asked you about, Mr. Coleman, that I didn't? We cover everything?
I'm pretty sure you did.
Okay. All right. Let's see if my colleagues have any questions. I'm all set.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Coleman, so it says that you shot this guy in the leg because he wouldn't give you the jewelry, and he gave it to you afterwards. Did you ever get charged with assault or robbery? Did they say that? Did you have those charges or no?
I was initially charged with assault first and robbery first.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. And then you came to this agreement on these charges, criminal possession of firearm, and then also you got illegal discharge of a firearm or unconditional discharge. Okay. All right, I just want to understand that a little bit better because, like my colleague said, just reading the statute that you're convicted of, it sounds like you're found with a gun, but there's a lot more involved in this. Okay, that's all I had. Panel Member Sarkoff, do you have any questions?
I could.
Okay. All righty, Mr. Coleman, I think we're done with the questions. So we're going to talk about your case now. You can listen, but please don't interrupt during this time, and then we'll give you an answer shortly.
All right.
Thank you. Member Smith-Mullen.
Thank you. So Mr. Coleman, this is his second firearms charge. He had a violation of probation on the first. And, he's not charged with assault, but he discharged firearm, hitting the victim and threatened the victim and stole from him. So there's a little bit more to this than just criminal possession of a firearm. He's 25 years old. He's already quite a criminal history. It's unfortunate that he has only been able to do the Voices program because he definitely would benefit from the New Thoughts program. Probably having a job at the facility to help him structure himself while he's there, gain some skills perhaps. The 3 disciplinary reports are very concerning, especially the most recent ones in 2025. It was hard to get honestly a straight answer about that, but it sounds like there was some manipulation going on there. He wants to go to the halfway house. I think that's probably a good start for him. He's on the deadly weapon registry. For today, I don't find Mr. Coleman suitable for discretionary parole. I think he needs to do some more programming in the short time that he has left, which is only about a year. I think that time can be used to gain some more skills and strategies to live productively in the community like he wants to. I think he's got a good plan. He's got his head in a better place.
I agree.
But I think he can use a little bit more programming to help him along the way.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with your assessment of this. He did have a fight too. I know it was over a year ago, but that in combination with shooting someone, I would like to have seen anger management, alternatives to violence, something along those lines too. So maybe he can do that before he goes out. He is approved for a halfway house by DOC. So if he can stay out of trouble and not get any more disciplinary reports and do some programs, he'll probably, go to a halfway house before his end of sentence, because he's been approved for a halfway house by DOC. So that's another option for him. Did hear some good things from him in his opening statement when he talked about, what he wants to do in the future. And he recognized that he used to think carrying a gun was normal. Didn't really understand how that was not what he should be doing, He said he's learned a lot during the last 2 years in prison about, I think I could describe it as distorted thinking of what was going on when he was out in the community. He wants to. He said he wants to go to a halfway house for the structure and everything. So that's all good insight, understanding he needs. But for today, I don't find him suitable. I think that he may be able to do something with this halfway house through DOC at some point if he does some more programming. Remember, Sarkoff?
I agree with both of you.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the reasons.
Inadequate institutional program participation and poor institutional adjustment. And I would say criminal history too.
Okay, that's fine. So in regards to Rory Coleman, inmate number 434793, I'm going to make a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on his criminal history, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Coleman, we were not able to grant you discretionary parole today. However, you have been approved for a halfway house by DOC. Did they tell you that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would keep going on a positive path. No more disciplinary reports. Okay, that's my advice to you.
I know. I appreciate you guys for even taking the time out to talk to me. Is your decision? Gotta live with it.
But I want you to know that if you get another disciplinary report, they could take that halfway house away. So just
I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
Keep doing what you're doing, and you're heading in the right direction.
All right, I appreciate you guys.
Okay.
All right.
This concludes the hearing for Coleman, inmate number 3479.